Things are nice in the afterlife. Everything looks so clear and bright. We all become ghosts after we die. Every ghost is the same color, white. Everyone of me is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. So I was expecting some redneck shit. I thought all whites were supremacists. But all I see is white excellence. You should never feel white guilt for it. Everyone I meet is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is a fucking greatest. There's no more crime and no more fights. All I can hear is the afterlife. But if I ever get sent back, I pray I don't come back black.
Oh, shit!
We are.
Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Oh, girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. My spiritual chick, ooh, my spiritual chick is always tight, incense lit, bring the crystals, I'll bring the pipe, do yoga on my shit all night, ooh, Phantom of the Opera, girl let me hit that coochie chakra.
For one funny, just funny, when possible dream manifest in the days that become the wicked. Nevertheless, let them go from the dust though, but you don't know. Got the blood, sweat, and tears, losing some of your peers, losing some of yourself, do they get past? Go by, hopefully it don't manifest. Later on in life, egomaniac, in the brainiac, don't know how to act. Just be 48 tracks, who jack the back on the deal, think he's gonna make a meal, but never will. Billy crosses over still, still in the head with fantasies, number these, don't the sacrifice. To make the dream, wanna be a rock superstar in the biz. Take shit from people who don't know what it is. Not what you want know for the days, but the price of fame is high. It's so can't take the way. Be untrapped, what you rapping about? Tell me what happened when you lost clap the rap. You look started collapsing, no fan, no face, no respect, no change. Look at everybody spit, took your name. Wanna be a rock superstar. Live large, a big house, 5 cars, a rich car. Living up in the world, don't trust nobody. Gotta look over your shoulder. Be a rock superstar. And live large, a big house, 5 cars, a rich car. Living up in the world, don't trust nobody. Gotta look over your shoulder. Don't living. Never had big dreams. I'll make a big cream. Big shot, heavy hitter on the main screen. Wanna look 20, independently. Be a star man, never act friendly. Wanna have big fame. Let me explain what happens to these stars in their big brain. First you get played like all damn day. Long as you sell, everything will be okay. Then you get dissed by the media fans. These members stay the same way. They began. I heard some never give full to the fullest. That's why some end up standing on the bullet. Everything's fine in the big time. See me in my lips with the shine. So you wanna go far? Live Lord. Ain't all that goes here. Be the rock star. You wanna be a rock superstar. Live large, big house, 5 cars, a rich car. Coming up with the world.
nigga. I feel like saying nigga today, oh yeah. I feel like saying nigga tonight, alright. But when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a hard R. Oh fuck yeah. I yell the N-word every time I get robbed. Don't blame me, that's what they like to be called. I'm not a hater, I just love free speech. Now please keep your kid on a leash, nigga. I feel like saying nigga today, oh yeah. I feel like saying nigga tonight, alright. When I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a hard R. Oh fuck yeah. I feel like saying nigga today, oh yeah. I feel like saying nigga tonight, alright. But when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a hard R. Oh fuck yeah. Oh fuck yeah. Oh fuck yeah.
In sailing, won the America's Cup for the first time at the beginning of March. Yes, Switzerland is right. Which country's independence from the Ottoman Empire was the subject of the treaties of
I'm not the one who's so far away when I feel the snake bite any time of the years. Never did I wanna be here again, and I don't remember why I came.
It's showtime. It's showtime, my niggas. Boom. Boom. It's showtime, my niggas. It's showtime, my niggas. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Dance, laugh, sing. Come on, my niggas. Let's go, my niggas. Come on, let's go. Get those smiles out. Come on, my niggas. Big smiles. Some hot sauce, some fried chicken. Hot sauce. Get some hot sauce. Hot sauce. It's showtime, my niggas. Come on, my niggas, let's go. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello. It's good to have you here. It's good to see you. Happy Saturn's Day. What a fantastic day it is. Woke up today, had some steak and eggs with bacon and hash browns and coffee. What else did I have with that? Man, it was good. Man, it was good. All the vitamins in the steak, not just the protein, but the vitamins give me a testosterone boost. Steak and eggs, done rare, just the way I like it. Sunny side up eggs today. Eggs are good any which way under the sun. Scrambled, sunny side up, over easy. Eggs Benedict, poached, soft boiled, hard boiled, fried. Omelets, you can make eggs 1,000 ways and they're good, but steak and eggs, what a great breakfast. With bacon as well, of course. Bacon and eggs with steak and eggs with bacon, some hash browns as well for some carbs. Man, it was good. Man, it was good. I love it. I love it. Now that's the way to wake up. To have breakfast like a king. To eat like a king. To feast like a king. Not like these peasants on Team Evil that are dumpster diving like Tommy. He's looking through the garbage. He's looking through the garbage, through the trash for anything that he can get his little methed out hands on. He's looking through the scrounging, dumpster diving, looking through people's trash for anything that he can eat. And then he's begging people to cash app him so he can go to McDonald's and get some fries or get a burger. And then he goes to the Circle K and he gets his stupid drinks, his fucking Mountain Dew and whatever else he drinks there is garbage. Digging through trash like a rat. That's what he's doing this morning. He's looking for his breakfast in a goddamn dumpster like a raccoon. What do they call those? Trash pandas or something? That's what he's doing. I prefer raccoons to that Illumitami. He should be floated away and deported on a door. Get rid of him. Get rid of him. Send him away. Float him away. I've got some new short videos for you to share to kick off this show today. And I'm under the skin of Illumitami. He banned me last night. I went there. He didn't add me to the stream. I was backstage in his StreamYard. He saw me and he banned me. He said, I'm glad you're here. I'm banning you. He can't handle the king. He can't handle me. That's what it is. He can't handle me. Yee-haw! Giddy up.
It was just where she needed to be now. So if you feel inspired to join,
I got to play that again. I like that. I like that intro for this one. Yee-haw! Giddy up.
it was just where she needed to be now. So if you feel inspired to join us there, inspired.locals.com is where we share that. And another thing that I would encourage everyone to do today, if you haven't yet, because it has helped so many people on so many levels, I can't even tell you, is give FLFE a try, and start their free trial. You don't need a credit card. It's a complete, it's like a gift, just like a gift. 15 days, they give you the full service. They don't need anything from you. If you go to highconsciousnessfield.com, start the free trial. If I could recommend it more, I would, but I don't know how. I don't know how else to say it. This has assisted and helped so many people. It's a beautiful field that sort of hugs you and wraps itself around you. It's nothing fake, artificial. It's no artificial intelligence. It's just a quantum association. And this is also part of our new understanding. It's part of the new journey moving forward, that we understand that if I have a problem today and I'm in pain, my friend 2 continents over, 10,000 miles away, can instantaneously help me feel better. Because in the field, there is no distance. Quantum association simply means that 2 things are connecting with each other. I mean, no matter where they are or how far apart they are. And this is a principle on which FLFE works, and how they can create and maintain a high consciousness field around you.
Quantum association, understanding. Man, that's wonderful. Yee-haw! Giddy up.
Here is the misunderstanding about the devil. He cannot touch you or me unless he gets permission from God. The devil can't touch us unless he gets permission from God.
The devil can't touch us. Really, the devil can't touch you. Well, what did God do to you? What did God do to you? Look at God's creation. Look what we're looking at here. So is God going to say, yeah, devil, have at it. Mess with him more. Make his life more difficult. Give him more disabilities. The devil doesn't have to hurt you, son. God already messed with you. But you're in denial. You're in copium mode, which most are in this realm. Stockholm Syndrome slaves praying to God, praising their God. Every time their God fucks with them, they pray more and worship and praise it more. You're praising a demon, you fool. Fool. Someone in the comments said something about calling him a kid. He's not a kid. Once you're 18 plus, whether you're in a wheelchair, whether you can stand, whether you're in the military, you're not a kid anymore. So don't go on saying kid. Don't try that stupid shit. He's old enough to be on YouTube making videos with his own channel with hundreds of thousands of subscribers. He's not a kid. Don't try that stupid shit. That's what people do.
He can't touch us. He cannot harm us without permission. You got that?
Ah, you see what this kid is going through, right? You and Salty Hamhawk are really here for doing cyberbullying on him. There's no cyberbullying. Not at all, dummy. Charnel ground. Guess what, fool? You're gone. Falsely accuse me, you're gone, you piece of shit. Now let's let Stephen Hawking respond to him. Wait a minute, Jamie. Your God is not good. Screw your evil God.
Here is the misunderstanding.
Way to go, Stephen Hawking, ghost of Stephen Hawking. You nailed it. Thank you. Thank you. 26 people like this video already. Jamie Carrington. Jamie, you're confused. You're confused.
About the devil. He cannot touch you or me unless he gets permission from God. The devil can't touch us.
The devil. You know what I'm doing by doing this? Does anyone understand? I'm trying to break through your programming because a lot of people will just immediately feel sorry and say, okay, well, he can get away with anything because he's in a wheelchair. So we can't say anything in response. He's got a free pass to push bullshit. That's what a lot of people do. And I'm not doing that. I'm treating him with equality. I'm treating him just like I'd treat an able-bodied person. I'm not ableist. I'm treating the disabled the same way that I would treat an able-bodied Christian that's able to walk around like a Lumatami and dumpster dive and do all this stupid shit. Same way. Here's a Lumatami.
Thanks for showing up, King Stephen. I needed to ban you because I can't handle you, right? Faggot. He thought he was going to come up here and bash on Jack. King Stephen, I will no longer watch your stuff. You're irrelevant.
Hey, that's an assumption. Why are you assuming that I went there and was going to go? You assumed that I was going to go on your show and bash Jack. I wasn't there to bash Jack. I was there to talk to you and put you in your place, dummy. I was there to tease you about being a dumpster diver, homeless bum, meth addict. I wasn't going to say anything about Jack Talcott, dumbass. But you're afraid to face me. You're a coward. You're a loser.
Even your comments and your chats are trying to tell you, why do you pay any attention to these characters? And you, like a part of this community,
they view you as a scumbag. You're a throwaway. You're a loser. You're a degenerate. You should be floated away on a door into the middle of the ocean where there's a big, supposedly they claim, but I can't verify it whatsoever. They claim there's a big fucking island of junk floating around. Maybe you could go out, live on that like Oscar the Grouch in a trash can. Trash can, Lumatami. You could go live in a fucking trash can like Oscar the Grouch from Sesame Street. You fucking bum.
tell them that I do this. I watch them. I comment. Yeah, man, you're a fucking loser. And I'm not even going to get into it because I'm done with you. Talk about how much we all watch your stuff because your numbers and your participation are dropping. You don't even.
I guess you're watching my numbers. I don't give a shit about my numbers. You sound just like Paul the Slave and Talcott and the rest of them. You're watching my numbers? What a loser you are. You're pathetic. Get a job. Get an address. Go do something with your life, you fucking leech.
Even have your old hens anymore showing up. Fucking loser. And I'm not saying you.
I've got more hot women around me than you'll ever have in a million lifetimes here, you fucking dumpster diver loser. Kaboom! Kaboom! You're a loser. You're a loser. How do you like that? Does that get through your head? You're all methed up. You're all, as Mike Tyson would say, you're all methed up, methed up, methed up, methed up. He's methed up. He's methed up. Here's Oscar the Grouch. This is what he looks like. And a dirty old rusty trash can. That's Tommy dumpster diving. Go get your breakfast. Go get your breakfast. Go dumpster dive. He was talking on his shit show the other night about dumpster diving for food and finding some Mike's Hard lemonade or whatever drink, alcoholic drink, in a dumpster. Some AIDS patient with syphilis and herpes spit on it and you drank it. You fucking pathetic demon.
Ever claimed you were out here to make some career? I know I'm not. I'm just shining light on losers and
out where? I'm not outdoors with you. Out here. You all talk the same in the panelverse. You don't say on here, on YouTube. You say out here, out here. You're fucking stupid.
Liars and narcissists. And you all think that you can...
You're not a man, Tommy. You banned me just to talk about me. You saw me there. You can't confront me. You can't have me on your show. You're a coward. You're a loser. You banned me just to ramble about me. Because you're not a man. You're not a man.
Just flip it, saying, no, Tom's a narcissist. Idiots. Dude, a narcissist would not share their outdoor...
That's Tommy speaking from his dumpster, his trash can. Trash can, Tommy. Trash can, Tommy. You're a coward. You're a loser. You need attention. You do this for attention and for shekels. You're a broke-ass loser in need of attention. You're insecure.
Life. And if this was against my will, RT, Paul Unslave...
You're a homeless bum. You're not an outdoorsman.
Taylor Briggs. If this was against my will and like a tragedy, do you think I'd share it on YouTube? And we've looped that one.
You're worried about what everyone else thinks of you, just like a narcissist. Insecure. Loser.
I've looped that one so many times, and you guys just keep your fucking narrative. But that's good, because I can point out that Jack will have you all up and break bread with you. I'm sick of all your shit. I've been the only thing standing in the way of God handling you, and that's about to end.
Oh, I'm really scared. Bring on your fucking demonic so-called gods. Bring them on. Trash can, Tommy. Go dumpster diving for your breakfast.
It's always for the viewers and the people. I don't desire to interact with Jack. He's just so easy.
Look at him there, crazy Tommy. Living in filth, in trash under a bridge. It's pathetic. He's absolutely pathetic. He's all methed up. He's all methed up. Methed up, as Mike Tyson would say. Methed up. Not messed up, but methed up. Methed up. Go get your breakfast. Go dumpster diving. You're a peasant. You're a lazy, stinky bum. That's what you are. You're a lazy, stinky bum. Now, for those who may have missed it, let's see here.
Because I believe that.
Here's this blowhard, loudmouth, arrogant narcissist. Another loser. Who is Paul Unslaved? Look at him. Just look at him.
I'm the leftist. That's you. You're so retarded you don't realize Donnie was born on Manhattan. He's been quoted as saying, if I ever was to run for president, I'd run as a Republican, because you folks will believe anything Fox News tells you. And we've proved it. Okay? You're still taking up for Donnie. You're still making excuses about Epstein and the list. You're still making excuses about lockdowns and jabs. You're still making excuses about taking guns from people based on their political affiliations. Okay? So you are essentially complicit with, whether you know it or not, the destruction or the abolition of not only rights, natural rights and freedom, but private property as well. So it turns out most of you who keep voting and paying the slave tax and following the millions of codes instead of upholding the law, you are the Marxist collectivist. I am the true Republican. I'm upholding.
Look at this. He looks like a ginger Italian Jew. That's what he looks like. It looks like he's wearing a shirt that says king on it. You're not the king. I'm the king. Bow down and kiss my boots. Peasant. He's a pissant.
The rule of law. I get results at court because I know the law. I'm upholding natural rights and exercising them. I'm not complying with statutes, policies, and codes, at least some places, sometimes, because I'm attempting to do activism, because I believe that's what we need now more than ever.
He's such an arrogant sounding narcissist. Such an arrogant sounding narcissist. What does this P.T. Burnham mean? Does that mean he's a flamer?
Just as the Christed being in Scripture talked about. We need to come out of her, my people. You folks are deeper than ever inside of that Lady Liberty delusion they've given you, which is a corporate construct takeover by a foreign entity, okay? So, again, this is nothing new. Your daddy, Donnie, is sucking Israeli boot. We're going to get to the clips. You know what? Let me not even keep talking about it. Questions, comments, concerns, click the link, type it in, or call in. Let's see if you magatards can even make sense. All right? This is why democracy is collectivism, and democracy and collectivism never works, because the majority of the public is deceived and duped, and they're willingly deceived and duped. When someone like me and others comes forth with the facts and the evidence and the definitions, they willfully ignore it in their arrogance, and they say, I'm the dumbass, I'm the poor one, I'm the commie, I'm this, I'm that, because they're too busy idol worshiping their corporate masters. The definition of fascism from Benito Mussolini, the man who apparently coined the term, is the merger of state and corporate powers. We did one better here on America. We made the United States a corporation.
He always says on America, on Arizona, on this. He'll never say in America. He'll say on. He thinks that's clever. You know, his whole unslaved thing, he stole from Michael Tessarian. Unslaved. That's where he got that from. Michael Tessarian, and also I think Mark Passio. One of them ripped off the other, but Pauly ripped them both off. Pauly's watched them. He's watched Passio. He's watched Tessarian. He's tried to copy their model, but he hasn't been nearly as successful as they have been. Of course. He's a thief. That's what he is. He hasn't come up with anything on his own. This sovereign citizen shit is not Pauly's. It doesn't belong to him. He hasn't come up with anything. He's just a copycat. That's what he is. And that's why he's wearing a shirt with king written on it. You'll never be a king. You'll always just be a pissant, ugly, peasant, gingy. That's all you'll be.
And took over the land, and
You're a loudmouth. You're a blowhard. You're a big loudmouthed idiot.
People with a whole bunch of codes, policies, and statutes, which the Declaration of Independence reveals is only given the force of law through consent to the governed. So how do we stop the fascistic takeover on both sides?
Oh, shut up, you loudmouth. I'm going to turn that off for a bit. I'm going to shift gears to something else here. I hope everyone is having a beautiful Saturn's Day. Happy Saturn's Day to you from me, from the Raven King. I can do anything. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. And this is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. And this is the hottest show in hell as well. The hottest show in hell. It's getting hot in here. Hot in here. Some hot sauce. Hot sauce. They niggas love to say hot sauce. Get me some hot sauce. Hot sauce. Some hot sauce. Fried chicken and hot sauce. Some hot sauce. So let's check this out. Black professor goes off on white people, gets applauded for it. She can't even put people. She had room in the title, but when it comes to whites, they put PPL. That's just lazy. People watch her channel, 14,000 views. Look at this. Look at this.
Whites are psychopaths, and their behavior.
This guy sounds namas gay. Listen to this guy's voice.
Whites are psychopaths, and their behavior represents an underlying biologically transmitted proclivity with roots deep in their evolutionary history.
Hey guys, my name is Modi and you are welcome to Modi Speaks. Today we need to talk about something that has gone way too far. And no, this is not another black fatigue video where ninjas are going berserk on carnival cruise or engaged in brawls in a supermarket. Yeah, this can still be classified as black fatigue, but it is more about the massive double standard in how the American culture treats racism, depending on who's being targeted. I mean, we just finished discussing the unbelievable case of a white woman who is currently facing court charges and looking at potential jail time just for saying the N-word, for using a word that many black rappers and even regular black folks use on a daily basis. But because she is a white woman, okay, she has to go to jail because the First Amendment rights do not really apply to people with her skin color. There is a two-tier justice system going on in America today, and we are going to be taking a glance at it today. So the guy at the center of today's video is Dante King. He is no king, by the way, and yes, that name does not suit him at all, especially when you consider the type of ideology this man is spreading. Now, this so-called king, who, by the way, is a DEI speaker, was invited to speak at...
He's not a king. Let's get that straight right off the bat. He's not a king. I'm the king. The Raven King. That guy's not a king. He's a liar and he's a loser. He's an anti-white. He's envious of white people. That's what he is. He's a pissant.
At the University of California, San Francisco, a respected medical institution. He's billed himself as a thought leader on race, DEI, and anti-blackness. He also promoted himself with affiliations to places like UCSF and even the Mayo Clinic, two of the most respected names in the world of medicine and higher education. Now, during his lecture, which was a Black History Month event, so-called King delivered one of the most racially charged rants I have ever heard on tape in a university setting, okay, in front of faculty and students and on record. He said, and I quote, "Whites are psychopaths. Their behavior represents an underlying biologically transmitted proclivity with roots deep in their evolutionary history." Now, this statement is the same kind of garbage ideology that justifies slavery, Jim Crow, and even segregation. But he just flipped it, and it's still the same logic, but a different target. But it gets worse, okay? He followed it up with this gem, and I quote, "Say this with me. Culture in America is a legal, economic..."
Wow, look at this. And who grapes black women? Almost exclusively black men. But who grapes white women? There's a lot of thousands of blacks that do. So he has it reversed. Look at the FBI crime stats. Do a little bit of research.
And moral institution. We have it written in law. You can rape black women. Now, look, I don't have a problem with anybody talking about the history or the racial injustice that took place in America. When you look at American history, there were absolutely horrific laws and cases throughout history that dehumanized Black Americans, including Black women in America. But I am not aware of any law.
Wait a second. There were laws that dehumanized them. Really? Huh.
In the American history that says, yes, you can rape Black women or any woman for that matter. No such law exists in the history of America. But for this man to stand in front of a modern audience and say, we have it written in the law, in present tense, okay? It is not only manipulative, but also deliberately misleading. Because in reality, rape is illegal, period. And no, there is no law in America that says that. No law says, yes, he can rape Black women. But the way he phrased it and said it, even put it in the present tense, tells you that he is deliberately trying to brainwash his audience. That is not nuance. That is not history. That is a deliberately inflammatory bomb designed to divide and inflame. You know what? Let us listen to him to prove that I am not making all this up. Here we go.
Whites are psychopaths, and their behavior represents an underlying biologically transmitted proclivity with roots deep in their evolutionary history. How many of you could see the proclivity that evolved deep within the evolutionary history of whiteness by show of hands? How many of you could see it? Some people are sitting here, oh no, I don't want to raise my hand. That's called denial. There's no discussion about the delusion and the perversion of whiteness. Say this with me. Rape culture in America is a legal, economic, and moral institution. So we have it written in the law, you can rape Black women, but we've never been a racist country. This goes beyond gaslighting, and it's rooted in psychological delusion. And I'm not seeking agreement from white people at all. I don't prioritize whiteness or white people in my work in that way. So turn to your neighbor and say, as much as we want to talk about how bad anti-Blackness is, it is the foundation of all American, all white American institutions. We then get to Ron DeSantis. He says, in Florida, we're taking a stand against the state-sanctioned racism that is critical race theory. We won't allow Florida tax dollars to be spent teaching kids to hate our country or hate each other, only to hate Black people. We will invest dollars in that. I think whites are psychopathic. I think there are many lies, the level of lying that white people do that has started since colonialism, we're just used to it. Teenagers, young people that are going out and committing home invasions and hitting women over the head with objects and stealing their purses. I want you to just say that's just human nature. And if you're sitting here, you're going, wow, he sounds really pro-Black. I am. And for all you white people who are unwilling to admit that you're pro-white, you're just not saying it.
What would you say for folks who may say that your work is considered to be reverse racism?
It's forget the reverse. It's racism. It's anti-white. That's what it is. It's anti-white.
I don't make room for that.
Of course, he wouldn't make room.
Say that your work is considered to be reverse racism.
I don't make room for that.
Of course, he wouldn't make room for anybody to call this reverse racism. He wouldn't even entertain any kind of backlash you send towards him. Because if you are telling people that whiteness is a kind of mental disease and white people are biologically predisposed to psychopathy, then yeah, you are not looking for a discussion. You are just spewing hate and calling it progress. But let me ask this.
He isn't just saying they're predisposed to psychopathy. He's calling all white people psychopaths. See what she did there? Whether it's intentional or not, she's minimizing it, and this is what they do. That's why you can't trust them. They'll never just come out with the full truth. Never.
this question, okay? And this is a question that so many people on the left never want to.
You didn't call out the reverse racism phrase and say it's just racism. Forget the reverse part, because that assumes that white people are racist by default and that there's a little bit of reverse racism. Forget the reverse word. Get rid of that. But she won't do that. She's already fucked up a few times in this. And I know some people would applaud her and say, she's trying at least, Stephen. No, I think she's just worried about black people looking very bad. And she's starting to feel a little bit embarrassed and thinking, if white people turn on us worldwide, we might be in trouble. We might be in trouble. I don't want to be grouped in with these other blacks. That's what I think she's doing.
To answer, what if a white professor said the exact same things that this black person is saying? What if a white professor gets on stage and says, black people are psychopaths, okay? They evolved that way. I don't prioritize black students in my work. What do you think would happen? You guys know it wouldn't be a debate about context, okay? It would not be a think piece on nuance and lived experience, okay? It would be immediate cancellation. You would have journalists camped outside his house. Universities would issue apologies.
Then who is oppressed in America if that's the case? Why don't you take the next step and say, well, then who's oppressed and who's favored? Who's privileged? Black people are privileged in America. Everybody bends over backwards. Universities, the government, the media, workplaces, judges, everybody bends over backwards for you. Everybody. That's the reality. And they think, well, if we don't give them their way and treat them with special treatment, they'll burn down our cities. They'll riot. They'll murder. They'll chimp out and get violent. So who's privileged and who's actually oppressed? Okay, as she says. Think about it.
You would have journalists camped outside his house. Universities would issue apologies even before. What do you think would happen? You guys know it would be psychopaths, okay? If a white professor gets on stage and that person is saying, what if a white professor gets on stage and says, black people are psychopaths, okay? They evolved that way. I don't prioritize black students in my work. What do you think would happen? You guys know it wouldn't be a debate about context, okay? It would not be a think piece on nuance and lived experience, okay? It would be immediate cancellation. You would have journalists camped outside his house. Universities would issue apologies even before the so-called king even got to finish his sentence, okay? Now, that is not a guess. I did not guess that. That is exactly how things would play out, and how it was played out anytime a white academic says something even remotely controversial about race. But this time, because it is a black person, a black professor, everybody has to keep quiet or even applaud and clap for him. The universities that invited this man, University of California, San Francisco, and Mayo Clinic, only distanced themselves after the backlash, okay? They only distanced themselves after the clip went viral, after conservative outlets like Young America's Foundation, Fox News, and The College Fix put this incident on the spotlight. And only then did they cancel his course and cut ties with him, which means the original message was perfectly acceptable to them, until people noticed and started talking about it. And that is what this is all about, guys. It is about the moral cowardice in American institutions. It is about the one standard that has been created for some people and a completely different standard created for others, okay? It is about how anti-racism has been hijacked to mean something it never originally meant. Instead of racial equality, we now get a culture of racial revenge, where one people feel totally justified in dehumanizing others, so long as they belong to the oppressor group. Now, why can't people like this man condemn slavery, segregation, and historical injustice without turning around and saying white people are mentally defective. Even when I discuss black degeneracies, I always point out that it is not all black people doing it, okay? But a growing percentage of black people whom I sometimes call ninjas. You get what I'm trying to say? Now, these people, these pro-blacks, time and time again, refer to all white people whenever they are launching their racist attacks. They include every white man, woman, and child, okay? They use phrases like, white people are inherently evil, inherently racist, meaning that it is inborn and it includes every single white person. They can teach about racism without becoming a racist, but they will never do it. They can talk about American history without poisoning the present, but they will never do it. They will never do it. These DEI grifters are not educating. They are indoctrinating. They are spreading division, guilt, and resentment, and they are doing it under the official banners of elite medical schools. And I can't help wondering, if you're a white medical student sitting in that lecture hall, being told that your race is biologically predisposed to violence and rape, how do you even respond to that? What do you say? Because if you object, they say you are fragile. If you agree, they say you are broken. Even if you stay silent, then they say you are complicit. And that is the trap they want you to fall into. It is not education. It is a psychological chokehold, okay? This is why trust in institutions are collapsing. People see it. They see the selective outrage. They see the protected speech and the censored speech. They see that racism isn't being eliminated. Rather, it is just being redirected to a group of people. In this case, white people. This is reverse racism. So it is either you call this out and condemn it, or keep quiet and risk becoming the next Shiloh Hendricks, who is facing jail for saying a word that most black people use every day in their lives. As always, guys, these are my thoughts, these are my opinions. Please feel free to share yours in the comment section below, but do so respectfully. Also, if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, honestly, I don't know what you're waiting for. Subscribe to the channel. Like and share this video to keep people informed, and consider joining my membership or supporting the channel in any way that you can. Thank you for watching this video, and I hope to catch you on the next time. For now, peace.
So footage has emerged of an illegal migrant sexually assaulting in Sheffield. Now this is a massive story for 3 reasons. Number 1, this happened right in front of a Palestine protest. Number 2, the man admitted the sexual assault on camera. And number 3, a Palestine protester and the YouTube auditor put their political differences aside and came together to detain this man, which is a massive part of this story. She was sexually assaulted by this man, so she confronts him and says, "You don't do that," because he stood behind her, pressed against her, and made sexual advances towards her. Wow, did you hear what he said? You like me? No, I don't. You don't do that. So he literally thinks that this girl likes him. He doesn't even know, but for some reason in his mind, he thinks that she likes him. So he made sexual advances and physical contact with this woman.
What did you just do? It was very close, I can guarantee you that. Listen, I don't support what they're standing for, but I don't fucking like that shit. Call the police. Call the police. Call the police.
You can't understand me. Call police. I will.
Now at this point, a member of the Palestine protest, this man here, he is apparently a friend or a brother to the woman that was sexually assaulted. Now he comes over and basically he detains this man and performs a citizen's arrest and holds this man until the police arrive. Now you can see the woman here, she tries to pull him away and stop him from doing this, but this man puts his bags down and he detains this man. Now this is a major part of the story. You can see the Palestine protester, he's grabbed a hold of this man now. The man behind the camera, he's a YouTube auditor, and he said to the Palestine protester, "Listen, I know we've got political differences, but we need to put our differences aside and detain this man." And the Palestine protester protester, he agreed and they both came together and arrested this man, which is a massive part of this story. And this is something that more people need to do, specifically from the left wing. You need to stop showing favoritism to black and brown people just because they are black and brown, and start looking at the facts and realizing that not all of these men are innocent.
Come stand here. Come stand here.
Sexual assault at town hall.
Come stand here. Come stand here. And you wait for the police.
You don't have nothing to touch me. Just come for this.
Yes, it's sexual assault. Now stay here.
The police are on the phone. This is allegation. This is allegation. Don't touch me.
Allegation. I seen you very close to her, right up her. What are you doing?
Don't touch me.
Allegation. I seen you very close to her, right up her. What are you doing?
Don't touch me.
You're ridiculous.
Me and... Well, there's been a sexual assault against my sister in town, and we'd like the police to get here, please.
Give my bag. Hello. Hello.
Well...
No, you're under citizen's arrest, mate.
He was stood very close
citizen's
to her,
arrest.
and he was...
Give my bag, my bag, my bag.
And he was sexually assaulted.
You're under citizen's arrest, mate.
This is my bag.
Can we please have police come to
This is my
Sheffield
bag.
Town Hall, please?
Hello.
Yeah, you're under citizen's arrest, mate.
Now at this point you see this man walk over. He appears to be a pro-Palestine protester as well. Now the look in his eyes, it looks like he is actually itching to save this man and help this man. But when they tell him what has actually happened, he had to take a neutral stance and he couldn't get involved. But it's kind of funny to see this guy. You can just see the look in his eyes. Instantly, he thinks the YouTube auditor is already in the wrong before even looking at the facts about the situation.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, him.
I don't know, you'll have to
Him.
explain
He's just
to
sexually
get
assaulted that lady there. Listen, our differences are our differences, but right now, this is what's more important. He's just sexually assaulted this lady. I don't know who she is, but...
I just need police here, and we'll sort all that out when you get here.
Okay, call police.
Yeah, police are coming, don't worry.
Can we just please sort that out when you get here, please?
Don't let me.
No, he's under citizen's arrest.
Call police.
He's on the phone to the police. What do you think we're doing? You're under citizen's arrest. Stay here.
Call police.
And then we have another black lady comes over. Again, you can see that look in her eyes that instantly she thinks the black man is innocent. She comes over and starts to ask questions. But you can see that twitch in her face, that glint in her eyes, as if she wants to help this black man and help him escape. And I can tell by the look on both of their faces, you know, obviously this man has been detained for sexual assault. But looking at these two people, I don't think they believe it. Despite the facts that have been presented to them, they still believe that this man is actually innocent.
This man's just sexually assaulted that lady.
I know, but I just need police here so I can deal with this now, and they can. But it's not my information to give out.
Yes, go related with her or?
No, he sexually assaulted her.
To follow her?
He went up behind her.
Yeah, now.
Yeah, just literally 2 minutes ago.
One thing I have to say is absolute massive respect to this guy here. His sister's been sexually assaulted and you've got this man just smugly standing there. This guy must have a lot of self-control and discipline for him to not be kicking 10 tons of shit out of this guy now. So much respect to this guy. Now the conversations actually went on for quite some time. I'll leave a link to the full video in the description. But this man here, he admitted to sexually assaulting a girl on camera. He said he was just touching her, and also he admitted to coming into the UK illegally on a small boat. Now when the police arrived, he once again admitted the sexual assault on camera in front of police. He said he was just touching the lady, but also he gave a fake name and fake date of birth to the police.
Originally recorded.
Yeah, no worries.
Are you the one about the sexual assault that's been recorded?
Yeah, what's going on? Are you seeing it, lads?
No, thankfully he and
I seen towards the end of it the lady that it happened to. She's gone.
She's gone inside.
Away. Yeah.
Okay, we'll go speak to make sure she's alright.
But what I've seen, I'll happily give my details if needed.
Yeah.
But what I've seen is this man, as I've turned around, as she said, "What you doing?" This man has been right up behind her like this.
Yes.
As I've turned round, and she's stepped away from him and said, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
And that's when I've approached and.
That's fine. Brilliant. Yeah. Well, thank you for intervening. That's fine.
No
we
worries.
need people like that when we can't get in because the roads are shut.
No, I know.
I have to go all the way around the houses to get to you.
No, I get it. I placed him under citizen's arrest.
Yeah.
Try and explain it.
That's it here. Right.
You see, you just said it on camera. I was just touching her, so he literally admitted the sexual assault on camera.
No, I get it. I placed him under citizen's arrest.
Yeah.
Try and explain it.
That's it here. Right. I will just touch.
See? Get that on, you got it on camera, there you go. There you go, you've just admitted it, you're getting locked up, mate.
He's not under caution, so anyway, it doesn't matter. So.
You can't just say you're touching. Please caution.
And you can see in the background here, this looks like another illegal migrant as well. They must be staying at a hotel in the local area. He's probably standing there, that's probably his buddy. He's probably listening to see what's going on about the situation. And the reaction on his face says it all. He's smirking. He literally admitted to just touching her, sexually assaulting a woman in the middle of the street, which is just complete insanity.
So anyway, it doesn't matter. So.
You can't just say you're touching. Please caution him then. Can you please?
We just want victim
let me just do the job.
Go down to the victim.
What's your name?
We're going to detain him.
What's your name? Sorry? Yeah, what is your name? How do you spell that? I'll write it down, so I'll search your system as well, make sure you're not wanting for anything else. How do you spell your name? B? Bravo, yeah. ID. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know exactly where victim is? I've just told colleagues to go down.
It's I believe she's in there. She was very distressed. She went over there to calm down, but she didn't want to be outside no more, so they let her inside.
What's your second name?
I think just to calm down. She's very distressed. Yeah.
Do you know what she's
spell
wearing?
that?
I don't know.
No,
I know she's got a face mask on.
Right. Okay.
E.
No, that's perfect. Thank you.
R. A.
Christos, K-R-I.
K. R. I. S.
T-O-S.
O-S.
Yeah.
So G-E-R-I-S-T-A-S. What's your date of birth been in?
These men come across the channel on illegal boats. They rip up their passports and documentation. They come into this country, give fake names and fake date of births, which is a major reason why these men are so dangerous, because we don't know who they are, where they come from, and they constantly lie about their name and their date of birth, most likely to hide their criminal history from the country that they came from.
They're just going to go in, get some soaps.
Yeah, no worries.
We'll try again, in the interest of fairness. Do you want to provide me with your correct last name?
Go for the stuff.
Right, why have you given me a dodgy one? Why have you lied to me about your last name?
Lied?
Yeah, I've just spoken to my colleague on the phone. He knows you very well. You've given me a dodgy last name.
My last name?
Yeah, so what is it? What's your last name?
Do you know my last name?
What is it?
Christos.
Right, so why have you given me a different spelling? You start with a G.
Where's different spelling?
Well, you've given me a different spelling, pal.
No.
Wrong. What's your date of birth?
23rd.
23rd now, from the 27th to the 23rd. You're a liar, man.
Seeing just the expression on the police officer's face, no, they know this guy's full of BS. They know that what he's up to, and they're onto this guy now.
You're a liar.
I said 23rd.
No, you didn't. I got you all on camera. There you got you all on camera.
Don't keep pulling your arms around. I'm just going to put you in course. I'm being quite lenient right now. I'll put you in course. Stay still. Keep it like this.
Yeah, leave me. I will not go nowhere.
No, that's fine. I'm going to hold on to you.
And again, you can see the smirks and smiles on this man's face. No fucks given whatsoever that he's just sexually assaulted a girl in the middle of Sheffield town centre in front of tons of people. This man does not give a fuck. He's given a fake name, fake date of birth. There's tons of his mates, illegal migrants, all walking around and walking around him. He knows he'll probably get let out of the police station on the same day. He knows he's probably going to get away with this. And, you know, it's my belief that he's probably done this in other countries that he's been to, which is why he gave a fake name, a fake date of birth. For somebody to actually go out into the street and sexually assault someone in public, in front of people, shows how deranged and demented this person is. And it's not the first one. We saw this week the Hadush Kabatu from the Epping Migrant Hotel. He was found guilty on 2 charges of sexual assault against a 14-year-old girl. He was also from Ethiopia. It looks like this man is from Ethiopia or Eritrea, but it seems to be a similar sort of stereotype of these men now. The same similar sort of race, the same sort of attitude. When they get caught, they play dumb, pretend they can't speak English, or they just try and laugh it off like they're completely innocent. But, you know, it's a massive problem, and this is the reason why there are so many protests outside of these migrant hotels, and this is why the entire nation is calling for these migrant hotels to be shut down. Again, I just want to say a massive shout out to Ryan Rampage for capturing this situation on camera. Make sure you go to his channel, subscribe and watch the full video on his channel, because it contains the full story and all of the conversations. And also, I want to say a massive shout out to this guy here for showing such self-control despite this man sexually assaulting his sister. But anyway, that's going to wrap it up for this video, guys. If you enjoyed the content, consider subscribing, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace out.
I just got railed by 583 guys in 6 hours. I was aiming for 200, so I was so shocked when so many people rocked. I just got railed by 583 guys in 6 hours. I just got railed by 583 guys in 6 hours. I was aiming for 200, so I was so shocked when so many people rocked up. That was honestly the best day of my life.
Why would a woman do that? I'll show you.
So I just finished up with my client. This is how much money I made doing FS. I was with him for 1 hour, and that is enough. Like, I am so drained. He was just one of those clients that wanted to make the most out of the booking. Super annoying. I really don't like those clients. Let's see how much money I made. So 2,200, and then he did pay 300 deposit. So 2,500 for 1 hour's work.
World's oldest profession. It's about the money. If you go onto TikTok, you'll see that there is a whole genre of videos normalizing this. Women's empowerment. There's nothing to be ashamed of. And the comment section is the usual spectrum of, oh my God, so disgusting. You go girl, get that bag. But one of the most interesting reactions I've seen to this kind of content is men saying, this is the end of civilization. This will cause societal collapse. The West is falling. And I find that really interesting. I've seen it over and over again in my own comment section. Men saying that there is a link between female promiscuity and degeneracy and the end of civilization, like they can just feel it at a gut level. And you know what? There might actually be something to it. Have you ever heard of the book Sex and Culture by J.D. Unwin? He was a British anthropologist, and he did a sweeping cross-cultural analysis of 86 different civilizations because he wanted to find out if there was a link between culturally enforced sexual restraint for women and that culture thriving. And the answer is yes. Without exception, cultures that regulated female sexuality thrived, and those that didn't failed. I only learned about this book by reading a blog post. The post had really interesting data and graphs. I'm going to be sharing them in this video, but full credit to the author. I'm going to link to his post down below if you want to read it for yourself. But what he did is he took Unwin's work, which was published in the 1930s, decades before the sexual revolution in the West. He took Unwin's theory of civilizational collapse and he applies it to the modern era. And the data makes a devastating case. The short version being that the reason that the West is in decline is because female sexuality is out of control. Sounds far-fetched? Well, watch the video. Tell me what you think at the end. Now, it's important to know that Unwin himself was in favor of regulating the sexual expression of both men and women. He would probably criticize both this woman and the 583 guys who slept with her. But putting his personal discernment aside, his findings demonstrated that it was the strict regulation of female sexuality that indicated whether or not society took sexual discipline as a whole seriously. And it's pretty obvious that in the modern age, the West does not.
The sluttiest thing I've ever done. I this one guy one night and then his best friend the other night. Bye!
Okay, let's explain Unwin's basic theory. Here it is. Humans possess finite social and creative energy. It's not unlimited. Now, in a sexually liberated environment, all of that energy gets channeled into sexual exploration and indulgence. And while it might be personally gratifying to that individual, it ultimately doesn't lead the culture anywhere. By contrast, in a sexually restrained society, all of that creative social energy, that gets channeled into productive endeavors. Invention, art, governance, exploration. It's like the culture-wide application of the NoFap movement. Guys who say that not pleasuring themselves makes them more productive. But why? How does this work? What specifically is the link between sexual restraint and a productive society? Why does civilization collapse without that restraint? And is that what we're going through? I want to start by using evidence from the West that demonstrates why granting sexual freedom to women does lead to cultural collapse. First of all, there is going to be a lack of long-term investment from men. Second, the unfolding of selection theory. And third, the feminization of that culture. If civilization is collapsing, you need to make smart choices. You need to make sure that you're safe, not just from manipulative women, but also with regards to your online activity. There are scammers out there every single day trying to trick you and steal your personal information. And with advances in AI technology, their tactics aren't just multiplying, they're getting smarter, more sophisticated. First reason, there is a lack of long-term investment from men. Understand that paternity tests with DNA are a very recent invention. The ancient first reason, there is a lack of long-term investment from men. In lack of female sexual restraint and the collapse of a civilization. First reason, there is a lack of long-term investment from men. Understand that paternity tests with DNA are a very recent invention. The ancient way of guaranteeing paternity certainty was to just keep a really close eye on your woman. The cultures would very strictly police female sexuality, making sure they're virgins on their wedding night, that they don't spend alone time with other men, that a marriage is only considered legitimate if it has been consummated. Seriously, if you look at anthropological records, you'll see that tribes and cultures across the world have very strictly policed female sexual expression. And I'm not saying that that's not problematic. Often completely innocent women's freedoms were hugely controlled and restricted out of, paranoia. And you can blame and shame, cavemen for doing that if you want. But I think the lesson from that is that we need to take the need for paternity certainty very seriously. You can't just ignore it and then shame men away. That's not going to work, because what they are trying to achieve is to make sure that men can be confident that the children that their female partner produce are his. That is extremely important because it makes that man think about his descendants, makes him think about his legacy and want to leave something behind for his family to enjoy. It also makes him invested in the society because he wants his children to grow up in a functioning culture. My daughter is almost 5, and since she was born, this has definitely been the busiest period in my life. Raising children isn't necessarily easy, but at the same time, it's been the most productive era of my life ever. My focus is very long-term now. I think frequently about grandchildren and what I want to leave them when I'm gone. When you have children and you know that they're yours, your decision-making, your focus, your priorities, they're very different. And it brings out the best in men. The research shows that married men who have children, they significantly out-earn their peers with the same qualifications but who don't have children. You would think that not having children is a smart financial move, and yet the statistics show that having children, those men, they end up with more money at retirement. It is really important for a culture that the men are thinking long-term. It brings out the best in them. If you live in a society with sexual promiscuity and there's very little faith that the children born are going to be the biological children of the man who thinks that he's the father, then he stops thinking in a long-term way. His mind starts to focus more on short-term pleasures and random hookups. Marriage and children are proven stable building blocks that enable long-term thinking. And sadly, both of them have been in decline since the sexual liberation movement. Look at this graph and look at how the median age of marriage has just shot up in the recent decades. It used to be that in your early and mid-20s, you think, okay, I'm a fully grown adult now. I've got to start making responsible choices. I've got to start thinking about my future, planning for the long term. But in the modern age, it's like we've added an extra 10 years on to childhood, and people don't start to think that seriously until they're in their 30s. As well as having implications on that person's personal life, it's also just not good for the culture for people to have essentially 10 years where they're less productive. There's also a growing number of people who just never get married. Look at the number of people getting married. Look how the numbers just go down and down and down. It's not good. If you want men to invest in the future and think long term, you need to give them something tangible and solid to invest in. You need to incentivize them to care, to have a stake in it. I don't care what feminists are trying to brand it off as now, just like men's paranoia or insecurity. I don't care. The fact is, paternity certainty is essential. I've been saying this on the channel for years. We need to have mandatory paternity tests done at birth. You do that and it will make a huge difference. The second reason I want to talk about is selection theory. Now, in a society with a lot of sexual restraint, you're going to find that women are long-term in their thinking. They know they want a man who's going to be stable, kind, and reliable because he's going to be the father of her children. He might be a bit more boring and less exciting, but he's solid and dependable. In a society with sexual freedom and no restraint, women are obviously going to be more short-term in their thinking and just chasing the kind of sexual gratification that comes from, hookups with hot bad boys. They're not thinking about whether or not he comes from a good family, whether or not he's kind and loyal. No, is he exciting? Does he have big muscles? Has he got a big Instagram following? The black pill guys who say that women focus on looks way more than we've thought, they're not crazy. I don't think it's always been this way that women were so looks focused, but certainly in recent decades, it's become so much more important to women how a man looks. Because if all you're looking for is some short-term gratification with a random hookup, that's what's important. Is he hot? And so with social media and like the dating apps that you swipe, looks have just gotten more and more important. But a man's appearance, that doesn't speak to how good of a partner he's going to be in the long term. That's not going to do anything for a productive society. We're focusing on the wrong things. And it didn't used to be that way. Way back in the day, if you wanted to marry a woman, you didn't even need to convince her. You needed to convince her dad. And obviously you're not going to be like strutting about and posing and like showing the dad how good looking you are. No, the qualities that you're going to emphasize: I am reliable, I can provide, I can protect, I will treat your daughter well. This is what dad is looking for. He doesn't care if you're ugly. The focus away from the long term to the short term has meant that it's a lot easier for narcissists to get their foot in the door. If the community and your parents are scrutinizing a man for marriage, it's going to be a pretty intense process. It's going to be hard to fool everybody. But if all that's happening is that you've got to convince her when she's out at the club and she's a bit inebriated that you're a charming guy who can give her a good time, that's way easier for him to sleaze his way into her life, which of course gives her bad experiences with men, which makes her bitter and less enthusiastic about dating. And of course, because of her sexual history, fewer and fewer men want to commit to her out of fear of this paternity certainty. So you have the predictable consequence that the marriage rates continue to drop. This graph is terrifying. Look, this starts at 1990. This is not a huge span of time, but look at the number falling. We do not want a society where a few narcissistic men are fathering children all over town. That's not good for children. Children need to know their fathers. The statistics on children who are born without a dad in the home are devastating, far more likely to drop out of high school, to start committing crimes. For children to thrive, they need stability and predictability. Marriage provides that. And if women choose for long-term partnership traits, it also provides them with a solid role model of actual masculinity. What I'm trying to say is that when you live in a culture with sexual restraint, women make smarter choices about the men that they partner up with. They select better. And now let's talk about the final reason, the feminization of culture. This is relevant because female sexual liberation goes hand in hand with women's political and cultural emancipation. Women standing up to take their share of cultural influence. And this is all very understandable. The intentions are noble. All humans are equal. We all deserve dignity. But despite the best intentions, we have not properly grappled with the fact that this has unintended consequences. Women having greater influence over the culture is going to shift that culture as it better reflects female psychology. So what do we know about the way that women think? Well, we know that they favor social harmony. That's a big priority for women. They want everybody to feel good. And if a bit of structural integrity needs to be sacrificed, so be it. Women are also conflict avoidant. Evolution has wired women to be extremely weary of open disagreements and arguments, which is understandable and necessary in many situations, but sometimes there are hard decisions that need to be made. Tough choices necessary for cultural survival, and if the primary focus is making sure that no conflict breaks out, then important issues like truth and discernment, they get left by the wayside. The research on women in juries backs this up, demonstrating that in the female mind there is a greater focus on compassion as opposed to the application of justice. And it has its place. It makes sense why women have this. When you're raising babies and toddlers and little ones, a compassion compassionate approach is often far more appropriate than lecturing 4-year-olds about the black and white, right and wrong. But should that energy and those priorities be guiding the ship, actually steering where we're heading as a culture? The final one, emotions, I want to demonstrate by using this graph, which I found on the blog post, and it's fascinating. So what you're seeing on the bottom, that's time. It sort of starts around 1950. And on this axis, the vertical one, you've got different languages. But what it's demonstrating is fluctuations in frequency of certain types of words appearing in books and in media. So in this first column, you've got language about the principal component, a lot of me and I statements. The next column measures the amount of sentiment in language. The third column is about intuition-related words, to do with like subjective emotion. And the fourth column measures the frequency of rationality-related language. Now, look at the timelines, because you see where there's a huge change is just after the female sexual liberation movement. Then suddenly there's a huge spike in language about the principal component, about emotions, about sentimentality. And in this final column, there's a huge decrease in the language that expresses rationality. Now, let me be absolutely clear. I love femininity. At its best, it's what makes life wonderful. The kindness, the beauty, all of it. It doesn't just have a place, it is essential. But does femininity build lasting civilizations? You guys know me. I hate the idea that men and women are the same, that there's no differences between the genders. No, masculinity and femininity are different, but they both have something vital to contribute. And it's when men and women work together, both contributing their unique strengths, that we all thrive. And do you see that advocating for a culture with sexual restraint is not being mean to women? This is good for women. It means that when they come time to choose a man, they're going to be choosing from a pool of men who think in the long term, who are reliable, who are providers, who think about retirement. And it means the society of which she's a part of is on an upwards trajectory as men are building and creating. But if women's sexual expression is just unrestrained, then those characteristics in men are just going to disappear, because they recognize that that's no longer the winning strategy. That's not what's going to get them to partner up with a woman. They're going to start to emphasize more short-term traits. And then they have casual sex, which is just meaningless. But none of these women actually want to have children with these men because they sense that they're unreliable. And so fertility rates drop and the birth rate just bottoms out. This is what has happened in the West. And we're not really feeling the impact of it yet, because we're still living off the borrowed credibility of decades past with our sort of material abundance. And so there's enough people that want to immigrate to Western countries. Any population growth that Western countries are experiencing is fake. It's not real. We are just borrowing the population of other countries to artificially make it look like we're still growing. The birth rates amongst the native population is below replacement level. It's in decline. We're not thinking long term. We don't believe in a future. This might have been one of the most interesting graphs that I found on that blog, because what he is demonstrating has been the huge increase recently in media reboots and sequels and franchises. Like there's less creative risk taking. The author of the blog is making the case that when a culture is in decline, it has nothing to look forward to. It's not thinking of new things. And so it looks backwards. It's all about nostalgia and trying to remember back when things are good, as you can see by the kind of media that's being created nowadays. So what is the solution? Well, from my perspective, there are 3 different paths you can take. You can enjoy the decline. You can move to restrict women's sexual freedom, or you can attempt to educate and convince the female population. The question is, which one of these 3 do you choose? I'm going to spend the rest of this video explaining these different options, as well as my own personal recommendations. So if after listening to this video, you're curious to explore how you as an individual should respond to and integrate this information, that's what I'm going to cover in the rest of this video. On Patreon, that's where my videos go into a lot more depth. There's a lot more nuance. I make it a bit more personal and practical. What you see here on YouTube, these are just the shortened abridged versions. If you like my videos and you've watched all the way to the end of this one, so I have to imagine that you do, you're going to enjoy the Patreon extended versions. So I recommend you give it a try, come on over, sign up and see if you like it.
So apparently, white people were engineered in a test tube by a black scientist named Yakub 6,000 years ago on the island of Patmos through a process called grafting as part of an evil plot to create a race of devils. Guys, let's talk about it.
They say it's a myth. They say it's hate. But when you trace the science in the scriptures, what you find is a pattern too precise to ignore. 6,000 years ago, according to the teachings of the Nation of Islam, a brilliant but misguided black scientist named Yakub began an experiment on the island of Patmos. Not just a science experiment, an agenda. He wanted to engineer a new people by isolating the lightest traits in our gene pool, generation after generation. Through selective breeding, he began grafting out the dominant traits of original people, melanin, compassion, connection to the divine, and left behind something else. A being with little pigmentation, recessive traits, aggression hardwired through scarcity. And while they laugh at the idea, science quietly confirms what they mock. Recessive traits only rise in isolated populations. That's not mythology, that's evolutionary biology. It's called a genetic bottleneck. European populations, especially those descending from the last ice age, are genetically linked to a very small founder group, likely less than 200 individuals. And when you isolate a population, what happens? The weaker traits that would normally be masked by dominant melanin, start to express. Red hair, pale skin, blue eyes, and lower levels of melanin come with consequences. Weaker immune function, inability to absorb sunlight, higher rates of neurodegenerative disease. That's not opinion, that's peer-reviewed. The MC1R gene governs melanin expression. In melanin-dominant people, it regulates deep pigmentation, UV protection, and energy conversion. In melanin-recessive populations, mutations in this gene result in depigmentation, traits that make the body vulnerable in sunlight, mentally unstable under pressure, and cut off from vibrational memory. And here's the part that connects the science to the soul. Once Yakub's creation reached critical mass, they were exiled into the caves of West Asia, what we now call Europe. There, in the cold, dark isolation of mountains and ice, survival wasn't about harmony, it was about domination. Over thousands of years, a culture emerged that saw nature not as divine, but as something to conquer. Scarcity bred greed. Sunlight became an enemy. And from this cauldron, the false systems we now live under were born. White supremacy, colonization, capitalism, it all traces back to a cold world mindset forged in those caves. So when they ask, where do white people really come from? The answer isn't just Europe, it's grafted mutation. It's selective survival. It's a legacy of trying to escape the sun and the truth that lives in it. And that's why they still try to block it out. Why they dim the skies with chemicals. Why they can't exist without stealing our rhythm, our melanin, our memory. But what they forget is this. No matter how far you run from the sun, you can't escape the truth written in your origin. And now that truth is rising again.
She is gesturing for us to look at the proof that a bunch of ridiculous statements being spewed in that video she's reacting to is true. I mean, this ridiculous AI-generated animated photo is concrete proof that her video is telling the truth. I mean, can't you see the great Yakub, the white people maker? Can't you see his beaker? Yeah, I mean, the animated illustration clearly shows him mixing a concoction of something which he used in creating white folks. So this, guys, is a proof that Yakub, a black Muslim, invented white people, even though white people have been in existence long before the birth of Islam. But hey, trust the AI photo, okay? We were really kangs and shit, and we invented everything, including white people. Honestly, I don't know why my fellow black folks are hell-bent on humiliating and embarrassing me every time. Why do you guys keep doing this? Why do you keep pulling out these ridiculous stories out of your bum just like that? Now, when other races accuse you of having low IQs compared to other humans, you will get offended. Yet you are the same set of people believing and even promoting horse poop like this. So a black man genetically engineered a group of white individuals who then turned around to enslave him and his kind Does that even make sense? You are telling me that this black guy created these white folks, yet he wasn't able to invent the wheel. It took the same inferior white folks he created to invent the wheel and many other groundbreaking inventions. Now, this person said, so a black Muslim created the evil white race. So then, all whites are victims of experimentation and therefore deserve reparations from the cruel blacks who used them as guinea pigs. I mean, if you're gonna go crazy, let's go all the way. Let's not stop halfway. I mean, where are the reparations for white people? Provide them. This is extremely hilarious and very embarrassing, by the way. The fact that a full-grown woman believes something like this, even to the extent of, sharing this nonsense for the world to see, is truly embarrassing, okay? She thinks she's spreading the truth. How hopeless can, this is so crazy. But let us be serious though. This story is nothing but a myth, okay? But unfortunately, so many black folks, or some black folks, believe it. As you can see, as this black lady is proudly reacting to this video and even sharing it for everybody to witness, black inventions, black people creating white people. Now, this story comes from the Nation of Islam, a religious and political group that emerged in the 1930s. According to the myth, a black scientist named Yaqub used a process called grafting to breed out lighter-skinned children from darker ones until, voila, white people were derived, okay? He supposedly started this project 6,000 years ago on the island of Patmos. The story says he wanted to create a race that was inherently deceitful, evil, and destructive. That is, the white devil, white people, yeah. It sounds like Marvel wrote this in their villain arc writing room, but let us examine the facts a little bit. Let's get serious, okay? Yaqub, as a historical figure, is all fallacy. They claim that Yaqub was a real black scientist who lived 6,000 years ago and created the white race is nothing but a big fat lie, guys. This so-called Yaqub is a fictional character from the Nation of Islam's mythology. His existence is not supported by any historical or archaeological evidence. No records or scientific findings confirm his existence or the events described in this video. Secondly, he did not create the white race 6,000 years ago. That is ridiculous. That is absurd. Humans originated in Africa. As groups migrated north over tens of thousands of years, their skin adapted to different levels of sun exposure. Less melanin meant more vitamin D production in low UV regions. That's why people from Northern Europe evolved lighter skin. This wasn't a 6,000 year.
That's false. The out of Africa theory's been debunked. I didn't come out of Africa. My ancestors did not come out of Africa. That's false.
Mad scientist experiment, okay? It was natural selection over 40,000 plus years. And there was no test tubes, no underground lab. Definitely no Yaqub in a lab coat saying mix 2 parts of melanin and 1 part of colonizer. Genetic studies confirm it, okay? All modern humans are 99.9% genetically identical. There is more variation within groups than between them. That is, if we are going by science, okay? But I believe that God created all of us. But if we are going by science, Yaqub and his story is not even protected, is not even backed up. Thirdly, there is no scientific basis for Yaqub's story. She claimed that modern science proves Yaqub's story, but that is a lie. No scientific evidence supports the Yaqub myth. Genetics and evolutionary biology explain skin color as a result of environmental adaptation, not a controlled experiment. The idea of isolating gene for specific traits like skin color through breeding is oversimplified, guys, and that is not how human genetics work. And to claim that this mythical story was peer-reviewed and scientifically validated is just another one of her lies. The lies spewed in this video. No peer-reviewed scientific literature supports Yaqub's myth, okay? Peer-reviewed studies on human evolution focus on genetic, archaeological, and anthropological evidence, none of which align with the Nation of Islam's narrative. I think it is high time some of us drop our phones and quietly find something meaningful to do, instead of disseminating untrue information and claiming to have done things that we did not do. These wild claims are seriously getting out of hand, and I am just one person, guys. I really don't think I have the capability of debunking all these claims alone every single time. in a bid to save fellow Black people from embarrassment of being tainted with this set of videos. Please stop spreading misinformation, okay? I cannot handle all the debunking alone. You guys are doing too much. All this misinformation is only making Black people look stupid. Please stop it. But as always, guys, these are my thoughts. These are my opinions. Please feel free to share yours in the comment section below, but do so respectfully. Also, if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, honestly, I don't know what you're waiting for. Subscribe to the channel. Like and share this video to keep people informed, and consider joining my membership or supporting the channel in any way that you can. Thank you for watching this video, and I hope to catch you on the next time. For now, peace.
You know, in England, our economy's in collapse. We're like a second world nation.
My nostrils are collapsed, so I think that's the bigger issue.
All the blow, but it's fine.
Do you have any blow on you?
Absolutely not, no. I'm a good Christian boy. The fittest man in Newark. We've got a push-up competition. You're stronger than you look. That looks decent. Dining in.
I hope I can digest it and I'll pay for it later.
But look at this style. He's putting natto cheese on it. No messing. Lots of it.
No messing.
I made it out of the South Bronx alive. 48 hours in New York's roughest hood was enough for this Englishman. So I made it over to leafy suburbia here in New Jersey because I've got a friend who's got a hell of a whip. Nice big pickup. Folks, if you've watched the channel for a while, you might remember Ben from my trip to New Orleans.
Hey folks, welcome to New Jersey.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, Ben and his wonderful family have invited me over to the suburbs of New Jersey for a couple of days. We're going to go on a bit of a road trip, but you're going to show me around town first.
Yeah, we're in Westfield, New Jersey today. We're going to show you around town a few quirky places, a notable celebrity that resides here for permanently, it sounds like.
Yeah.
And we'll show you a couple of things here locally, then we'll go on a bit of a road trip down the shore to like America's dangerous seaside town.
Now, I told Ben when I came up here, I said I've had enough of hoods. I can't be doing with any more American hoods. I need to relax a little bit. And he said, hang on, Wendell, there's an area near here that you might like.
Yeah, we'll roll into Newark, New Jersey. It's coming about, but it's had its history.
Okay.
And we'll see what we find when we get through Newark.
Okay, so I haven't escaped the American hood yet. Right, we're filled up with fuel. Let's cruise around this beautiful little town before we go and risk our lives in the hood again. Let's do it. So the first stop on this exploration of New Jersey, Ben's led me to a graveyard. Tell me about your famous resident here in Westfield.
A bit of a permanent residence, a bit of a tragic story, but Whitney Houston's family was already residing here, and her father is buried here. Whitney Houston and her daughter are here as well. But it looks like there's quite a few fans that have come out and continue to pay their respects. So there was a famous mini-series that came out on Netflix a few years ago called The Watcher, and the story originated here in Westfield, and it kind of came about that a young family moved into a new home, and they began receiving threatening letters, and the threatening letters then started getting very personal, naming the names of their children, saying that there's blood on the walls. I've watched this house for 70 years.
Behold, the famous Watcher house, which the series was based on. Can you imagine a family moving into your dream house here in this beautiful suburb? This very kind man's turned off his lawnmower so I can talk, and you start receiving threatening letters trying to scare you out of your dream home. It's a great series and I highly recommend it. Thank you for that, my friend. Fire her up. Who's Charles Adams?
Yeah, so Charles Adams is the founder or the creator of the Addams family, Wednesday Addams series.
You got Uncle Fester here as well.
Yeah, I'm a little bit like a lurch over here myself.
What a pair.
We're going to spin around and we're going to go by the house that inspired the Addams family home.
Okay.
And it looks very much like the one in the original TV series.
Okay.
A little spooky Victorian style. So.
Ooh.
Looks a lot more black and Victorian and spooky in the series, but it's very similar to the same exact design.
Right, Ben, so moving away from fictional horror, you're now going to take me to Newark, which apparently is a bit of a real-life horror story. Onwards to, apparently, the hood again. Jeez. Thanks for bringing me into the hood, mate. Just what I needed after spending 48 hours in the Bronx. You're calling me from the car, sir.
Huh?
What do you need?
I need something sweet. Soda.
Sweet drink?
Yeah.
Where do we get one from?
Right across the street.
Come along with me, yeah? But let's not get run over, Jesus. What's this area like? Sketchy area, yeah?
They're sketchy.
Yeah, what's the problems? Just street issues, yeah?
Homeless.
Yeah.
All this type of stuff. Gotta get a cold drink.
Cold and sweet, you want?
Cold and sweet, anytime. I ain't got nowhere to stay, ain't got nowhere to feed myself. I'm just messed up.
How did you end up like that?
I lost my job. And my wife left me. And I was struck.
Yeah, and what was your profession? What was your job?
I was an interstate battery man.
Yeah. And how long you been in this situation?
About a year now.
Enter inside.
What you do inside? Braiding. You can't braid me though.
Yeah,
I'm bald as a badger. I'm from England, man. I'm making a video about New Jersey.
Yes.
A friendly local. You hear Mormon missionaries, yeah?
Yeah, we're missionaries for the church, yeah.
I don't know a lot about the Mormons, but I do know that they're often wandering the streets and spreading their message in the roughest hoods in America. So if there are Mormons walking the streets, you know you're in the hood. Hi. Yeah, I'm from England. I'm touring New Jersey and I'm meeting the characters. You having a good time?
With wife, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'd rather have a bad day any day than have no day at all.
Of course, yeah, that's a really good way of looking at it, yeah.
Me? Something about your demeanor is kind of cool.
Yeah, well, I'm an Englishman in Newark, yeah. The fittest man in Newark, just doing the street push-ups here in the hood. Keep it up, my friend. You're looking good. How old are you?
57.
57? You do this every day?
Yes, mostly sometimes.
Yeah.
Not every day, but you know, whenever I can.
Yeah, and you've always been in a good shape?
Yes, sir.
So you're an athletic man?
Yes.
You can do push-ups too, show me. We've got a push-up competition. You're stronger than you look.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Females can work out too.
Girls can work out too.
Huh?
I'm impressed. You got to 36.
36.
Yeah, although I think he's been doing it all his life, so.
Yeah, I try to work out much as I smoke cigarettes since I got it.
Yeah, one push-up for every cigarette you smoke.
Yeah, so we're here in Newark. I was just mentioning the window that this was known as the carjacking capital of the world. We see some towns in Jersey, the cars are, stolen from residential suburban areas, and they tend to end up in Newark. And I think there's still an element of it that still exists. I don't think it will ever go away fully.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was pretty dangerous there for a good period of time.
We vlogging right now?
I'm vlogging, yeah, you want to be on it?
Turn me up dream, look for me at LVM Dream, yo. Did it again, cut on my bridges to flip it again. This nigga counting them counterfeit bands. Plug hit me up, but I'm off in the wind. I'm still running from karma. Told him that before the sauna. Bitch, I'm hotter than my bitch, well like an otter. She don't actually know I got her. All my one, they carry Potter. I be in Newark, I'm from the Bronx though.
Okay.
From the Bronx.
I was in the South Bronx yesterday, day before.
Oh, word?
Yeah, it's a bit rough around there, mate. A bit rough around the edges.
Up there, bro.
Yeah, so you got your street smarts, yeah? Yeah, so what's Newark like compared to that area?
It's a bit similar, I'm not gonna lie. It's just, I feel like people over here got different morals than people over there.
Yeah.
That's all it is. People are different everywhere you go. But the streets is the streets. Man, I'm about to go chill with my boy right now. They just did like 3 carjackings on his block like a month ago. Yeah.
So it still happens.
Out there, man, they was just shooting on his block like 2 days ago. Yeah, man. It's regular shit though.
Is this your dog? Yeah, I want to help you out with the dog, okay?
Oh, you're so sweet.
Yeah. What's Newark like? You're in a good position to tell me. You're very.
It's rough.
It's rough.
Yes.
Okay.
It will eat you alive if
Really?
you don't be a dog yourself.
Okay.
You have to be a dog.
Well, you're in good physical condition to
Thank
look after
you.
yourself.
Thank you.
If I did that, I would split in half.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe you would. He likes you.
I know
He's
because
not barking.
I'm a friend of the dogs. That's why.
Okay.
I get on better with dogs than people.
They're real. That's why they're honest.
Yeah. If I don't like you, they bite you. If I like you, they lick you.
They lick you.
Yeah. I was hoping I'd opened the right car door then, before I meet one of the 30% of New Jersey people with a gun. I've had enough of wandering around the hoods for now. Let's go on our road trip, mate.
Down towards the shore of the beach.
Get to the seaside, yeah. Are we picking up your lovely wife on the way?
Yeah, we're going to grab her and then we'll be heading down.
Yeah, all right. Right on, let's do it. Life is too short to carry bad luggage. Cheap suitcases last a couple of years max. The zips go, the wheels go wonky, you go buy another, you repeat. It's the same over and over again. But I've found a solution, and that solution is Level 8. Big thanks to Level 8 for sponsoring this video. A couple of months back, they supplied me with the Voyager 2-piece set in striking yellow and black, and my travels just got a lot easier. This is the quality suitcase brand you've been looking for. I've got to move quickly and easily on this transatlantic trip, so I've bought the 20-inch carry-on with me from the Voyager 2-piece set, but you can buy it on its own if that's all you need. It's worked hard for me over the last couple of months. I've taken it everywhere with me, but it's excelled as my #1 choice for short trip luggage. It's light yet durable because it's made with German polycarbonate Macrolon construction. The 360-degree wheels are super smooth and almost silent, and it has a TSA-approved lock for streamlined security checks. It has organised dual compartments for economic organisation. This is quality, reliable luggage that will have you sorted for the long term. Go to the link in the description below and use code. Look at me, look at me. Who would have thought? Well, I wouldn't have thought that this YouTube game, travelling around the world, talking to a camera, showing you what I see, but one day, people I meet and people that watch the videos will be comping me rooms at Caesars in Atlantic City. This'll do. Big thanks to Ben and Trish.
A little roadie?
He's on it already.
Yeah, we got a little roadie for the...
I got to stay strictly professional.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Stay dry today.
Consummate professional. I'm not going to stay dry all day, but I will for a while. You must be hot dressed in that coat, sir. You're hot?
No.
No, nice and cool.
Yeah.
I thought you were a pirate walking down the boardwalk.
Yeah.
Keep up the good work, sir. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
What's on TV, mate? You got the setup here.
I know, I need to get it turned on.
Netflix?
Yeah. I had the 30-watt panel, but I had it to 240/15 and then to 12, and I wired it right to the back of the TV, and I turned it on, and I hooked it up to a coat hanger, and I ran it to my phone, so I get all the channels for free, and I didn't even need to plug it in. But
you should watch Wendell on YouTube.
It fried it because the sun did that, and it fried the TV. You should be able to pay like $100 a week or like $50 a day to put like a couch and a coffee table and a TV on the board.
Here, and you'd pay that?
Yeah, $50 a day.
$50 a day?
But you could.
That's extortionate rent.
You could literally put. It would be like a square that big of space.
Yeah.
You could put entire couch, coffee table, TV.
That's a novel idea, mate.
$50 a week.
Is this guy related to Illumitami? $50 a week, he said. At first he said $50 a day. $50 a day? Where are you going to get the $50 from?
Like for a week of space.
Maybe $50 a week, but not $50 a day. That's expensive. You having a good time?
Always.
Yeah.
Always. I like the people, I like the environment, everything is perfect.
I'll tell you what I like.
Oh, that's great. Look at the hair and the tattoos. This is wonderful. She's happy. Congratulations to her.
So back in the UK, we've got like old seaside towns, Victorian seaside towns. Have you heard of Blackpool?
No.
Blackpool's like our version of this, without the gambling. And they're a bit run down, they're a bit, rough around the edges, but there's a lot of nostalgia. And I like this because it's kind of like, America's version of a British seaside.
I love your accent.
Thank you.
Amazing.
I've been working on it all my life.
Me too, likewise.
Nice to meet you. I like your tattoos as well. You look good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All notifications.
There you go. I'm going to annoy the hell out of you.
Oh, there you go. He complimented her tattoos. She's loving it now. She got complimented on those tattoos. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Where? What?
Atlantic City.
What about it?
Only take 30% off the ladies.
Okay.
Every woman that works for me will be treated well
Well protected.
Are you a PIMP?
No, I'm an Irish Catholic.
Okay.
They're protected and well taken care of. So they make 100.
Yeah.
I get 300.
Yeah. What do you give them for $30? Protection. How many of these ladies have you got?
I'm an Irish. Don't give me. I'm County Cork, Ireland.
Nice.
What the fuck? You gobshite.
You're gobshite. I'm an Englishman, so you'll hate me.
Why are you talking English? Why are you talking Irish to me?
I'm not.
Down the vale.
You're not with the Irish mob, are you? Why?
Go fuck yourself.
Why you say that to me?
That's Irish. Go fuck yourself.
Oh, you're saying hello in Irish, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, my friend. There you go, see? The English and the Irish can get on. As you can see, folks, from my brief wanderings so far, there are quite some characters here in Atlantic City. But if you didn't watch my video from over a year ago now, time flies, then...
So this Englishman, he sounds like a little bit of a pussy. A little bit of a pussy with the stretched out eardrums here. Little bit of a pussy.
And you might not know that this is a seaside resort town with two faces in it, Ben.
No, definitely.
You've definitely got a tourist side here on the boardwalk.
Yeah, no,
you just go... I'm not going to have trouble getting across fast enough.
No.
You're the fastest interview I've ever held. I'm going to leave you to enjoy it. I'm not going to film you eating, okay?
Okay.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
I enjoy your energy. Sorry
good.
for the left-hand shake.
Okay.
I'm filming.
Be good.
And you need your drink as well, yeah?
Thank you.
Okay.
Enjoy, guys.
Will do. These look good, Ben.
It looks good.
Grilled onions, all the fixings, mayonnaise, and apparently pink on the inside. Let's check it out. Oh, there you go. A bit of light from the door when I can show you on time. That's a hench burger, £half-pounder, I reckon. It's supposed to be pink. It's kind of like medium well, but it's very crumbly, nice and juicy. Better than Five Guys. I know you Yanks have got a good standard of burger in this country. I think that's an exceptional burger, yeah?
I'd say it's up there. 7, 8, easy.
Pub been here like this?
It's been like this for 50 years.
Yeah. And when was it built though?
Over 100 years.
Really? Really, yeah. Wow, this is like before all these mega casinos were here, and yeah, there's not much in Britain that's this historic, let alone America.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you work and run a wonderful place, yeah. And you're a great Guinness downstairs. I'm gonna go and do some investigations, mate.
We're Philly girlies.
Philly girls, yeah. So you're tough girls, yeah?
I'm going to Manhattan after this. So
Okay,
I'll
me
be
too.
Oh,
We might meet up, you never know.
Who knows?
Yeah. These old boys love me. You're gonna give them a heart attack. Yeah.
Hope they took the Viagra today.
Yeah. Well, I hope they haven't, because that'll finish them off, yeah. I'll buy you a drink.
No, we want $20.
20, but a drink's
Wait,
probably
no.
more.
My parking's 25. We want 25 now.
Oh, I can't afford.
So what are these? Are these real women or what are they? What would you guess? My goodness. Hell realm? What do you think this place is? Do you think it's a hell realm?
You know, in England, our economy's in collapse. We're like a second world nation.
My nostrils are collapsed, so I think that's the bigger issue.
Another blow.
That voice there sounds like, my, what big man hands. My goodness.
Do you have any blow on you?
Absolutely not, no. I'm a good Christian boy.
Nostrils are collapsed, so I think that's the bigger issue.
Another blow, but it's fine.
Do you have any blow on you?
Absolutely not, no. I'm a good Christian boy.
Do you do back home?
How long have you been drinking in here?
50 years.
Really? Wow.
Clientele's beautiful.
Even the ladies at the end there. Yeah. We got a good view at the moment, haven't we? Yeah. You make your eyes fall out like a cartoon. Boom. Don't look, Ben, your wife's here.
So I'm from Russia.
Russia?
Yeah,
Where in Russia? Okay, I don't know where that is here. So when did you come to the US?
So my parents and my brother came here, and I was born here.
Okay.
So technically born here, but you know, my whole family came from Russia, so.
So when did you get the boobs bolted on?
You still eat Russian food and practice Russian culture?
I don't eat Russian food because I've been a vegetarian for over 10 years.
Okay, and it's very meat heavy, like stock heavy.
Meat heavy. Yeah. So I eat like a different kind of meat, but yeah, vegetarian diet for over 10 years. Yeah.
So where are you going to head in Atlantic City tonight? You got like a hit list of places to go?
So I'm probably just going to go out in like Philly and go on a binge later.
Okay.
That's my plan for tonight.
Well, that's not good for long-term sustainability, long-term health.
It's okay. If I die, I die.
Well, you know.
I don't want to live long.
The chances of you being...
I want to live a good life. I don't want to live past 30. I don't want to turn 30.
Why do you say that? Why?
Because I don't want to be old. I don't want to be old.
What's wrong with being old? You get wisdom.
I don't have any wisdom in here.
Yeah, but you will do if you hit 60, 70.
I don't have any wisdom.
Look at my friends over there. They've seen the world. Why do you say that? Why?
Because I don't want to be old. I don't want to be
old. What's wrong with being old? You get wisdom.
I don't have any wisdom in here.
Yeah, but you will do if you hit 60, 70.
I don't have any wisdom.
Look at my friends over there. They've seen the world.
I'd rather be dead. Do they want to see my...
I'm sure they... Yeah, but you will do if you hit 60.
I don't have any wisdom in here.
Yeah, but you...
I don't have any wisdom in here.
Yeah, but you...
I don't have any wisdom in here.
Yeah, but you will do if you...
I don't have any wisdom in here.
Yeah, but you...
It's quite an Adam's apple, my goodness, and the voice, everything about it is just... It's an abomination. An abomination. It's an abomination. It's an abomination. Hello, TG. Jersey Shore, I guess, is the place to go if you want to see abominations. Las Vegas and Atlantic City, all of those places. You don't have to go to Vegas. You can just go to New Jersey, Atlantic City, at New Jersey Shore. You'll see abominations. Now, what do we have here? How's this guy going to help you? Is this guy going to wake you up? Movies Maddie? Is he going to help you? Is he going to help you spiritually?
Hey guys, it's Matt. My regularly scheduled video has been interrupted by this, and unfortunately I started watching it.
At this late stage in the war, the only strategic unconquered Confederate territories were the cities of Mobile, Richmond, and Atlanta.
It's been about 2 years or so since I talked about the Civil War and all the things that don't make any sense. And each time we do this, we try to learn a little bit more about how just nonsensical the entire situation is. So this,
if those cities were taken, then the Confederate...
this person at Kings and Generals breaks down strategies and battles using these sorts of maps for a variety of different historical battles going back hundreds of years. But again, you putting Southern armies against Northern armies for as many years as it happened, I just don't understand why nobody talks about or mentions the most obvious thing that's obvious to all of us. It is just so frustrating. Do you have to be a conspiracy researcher to see this? Why can't... Who's that idiot that made those Channel 12? It's WHYY. Ken Burns. Nobody can see it.
Would eventually wither and die. However, destroying the Army of Northern Virginia and the Army of Tennessee would win the war outright. Therefore, George Meade and the Army of the Potomac would engage Robert E. Lee, using Richmond to pin him in place and destroy him.
Robert E. Lee, you jerk, you idiot. Why do you keep sending armies against the North? I just wanted to give you a sense as to how these videos go. Map, here's the battle, little things on the map. Nobody questions it. We're the only ones, as usual. Okay, if that was all over the place, let's look at the first major battle of the Civil War, which was here in 1861. For those in Australia that don't understand what this is, the North fought the South. They told you in school in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade it was about slavery. It had nothing to do with that. That's just what they tell kids. But we'll talk about that later. The first battle of Bull Run in Manassas. Look at that, right in the name. Men are asses. Look, do you think that's a coincidence? You don't know Knock. If you think this is Matt, you're going to turn this into a comedy? It has to be seen as a comedy. I know real people died. I'm sorry they fell for it and they took to the battlefields. I would have fled to Canada. So struggle on if we were really invaded by it was a real war and it wasn't set up by Knock. Let's say space aliens came down, I'd fight. I'm not a wimp, but in this case, it's...
You are a wimp. You are a wimp. And what do you mean space aliens? Listen to this idiot. This is what people watch by the thousands. They watch this shit.
If we were really invaded by it was a real war and it wasn't set up by Knock. Let's say space aliens came down, I'd fight. I'm not a wimp, but in this case, it's set up by Knock. I'd flee to Canada.
You are a
wimp. The battle was July 21st, 1861. Give me a few minutes.
Some dummy Winston Wu wrote a bunch of comments out of the blue to me 12 hours ago. Came out of nowhere. Steven, people watch Matt not to learn anything. Well, fantastic. You're such a genius. Winston, you're a real genius. They watch him to get entertained. There's lots of entertainment channels. And for validation that they aren't the only ones who think like he does. Oh, do you think like he does? It's the same reason people go to church, he wrote. They don't learn anything. They get emotional validation about their suffering so they can continue to live and endure and get fellowship and camaraderie, too. That's why people watch anyone on YouTube, he said. This guy's so wise. That's why people watch anyone on YouTube. They do it because it's interesting, not necessarily because they learn anything. Yeah, who wants to learn something? Just go there to get your emotions validated. Be entertained. Go away. What are you doing on my channel then? What are you doing commenting on my channel? Go away. Watch the shit channels.
Guys, to get into this and tell you what this is really about, if you haven't done this with me in the past. The whole idea of putting together Southern armies to battle the North is insane. And any first grader would have abandoned the tactic after the first battle, or at least the second. But Lee, the supposed mastermind Lee, kept getting his own people slaughtered. We'll talk about that later. Okay, 1861, the belligerents. The United States and the Union against the Confederate States. See, now it's all stars and bars. You can't even show the Confederate flag or what's famously associated with the second and third Confederate flag. You have to just show the stars and bars, which nobody in our generation identifies with the South, but that is supposedly the first. We'll talk about how strange the stars and bars is. I guess it's politically incorrect to show that other flag in any situation, even when you're presenting history or false history. Commanders and leaders, units involved. Okay, here we go. On the southern side, 32 to 34,000, 18,000 engaged. Well, the others were shoeing horses and stuff like that. 35,700, 18,000 engaged. Isn't that so? The exact number engaged on both sides. Isn't that a coincidence? Okay, let's just get right to it. If anybody's new here, the entire Civil War was set up, orchestrated by Not Milk. Okay, you kind of knew where I was going with this, right? It's so obvious when you look back on it. 2,700 killed on the Union side, 1,900 killed on the Southern side. First off, they have these perfect statistics which would just never exist for any battle. There would be gigantic ranges of what they think happened. Roughly 2,000 to 4,000 killed. The fact that they list out these statistics right down to the last man is ridiculous. It's an insult to our intelligence. Just to know the exact number killed and not give a range is an insult to our intelligence. As usual, it always works this way. Of the 2,700, 481 killed. This is like a reality breakdown / Mandela effect. Only 387 killed. For 18,000 engaged in battle in the South. Really? I don't think so. They know exactly for the South, 1,582 were wounded, and they know that 13 were missing. Where's Joe? Oh, that motherfucker, he jumped the fence and ran as soon as the first shots were fired. Markham is missing, so we can make sure the Smithsonian, is it the institution or the institute? Oh, it's the Smithsonian Institution. Sounds like a mental institution. Make sure they have the statistics for the future. Mark Joe is missing. This is an insult to our intelligence. It's also a reality breakdown because all the battles work the same way. For each major battle of the Civil War, you can find a series of paintings, of course, that captured how the armies were laid out, what the feel of the battle was like. They didn't have no Sony Handycam back then. You have to look to paintings. So we'll look at two paintings, both of which capture the battlefield look and feel of the first Battle of Bull Run, About 30,000 on each side with 18,000 engaged. Now, did anybody, when I said reality breakdown a few minutes ago, did anybody get on me? This is a reality breakdown / Mandela effect. The number of killed for these battles was not what, and I've been over this with Greg. He's from the South. That mother F is he's from South Carolina. The number of killed does not line up with what we were taught. It is a Mandela effect. Let me just show you how ridiculous it is. And we're only at the first battle. Imagine we went through every single one. We'd be here till 8 o'clock tonight. 387 killed, over 34,000 total for the battle for the South. You know what that is? Chance of being killed in the first battle of Bull Run, 1%. That makes sense to you? Two massive armies. Look how they're depicted at going against each other with huge lines, muskets, head to head, thousands against thousands. This is how they're depicted in the paintings. This is how they're depicted in the movies that I watched. This is, if there was a battle and it's all, this is how it would have been. You can't have 387 killed. That 1% fatality? It's more unsafe to go duck hunting. What the? I've done this before. This is a reality breakdown. Kid, 17, 18 years old. I'm going off, Mom, to fight with General Lee in the Southern Army. Oh my God, I'm never gonna see you. Oh, you'll see me again. Didn't you know, Mom? There's only a 1% chance of dying in these battles. When I went duck hunting, we got some Canadian geese too. That was riskier because we used bird shot, and those rifles spray everywhere. It's actually, Mom, I'll be back. Only a 1% chance of dying. All the battles go this way now, guys. It's a complete reality breakdown. You think the government just switched the numbers in the last 5 years or 20 years for no reason? No, it's a reality change. It's a Mandela effect. For those that aren't Mandela effect and get all triggered, how do you explain how absurd these numbers are? 1%, 1% chance of being killed. Take a look at the painting. How did that guy keep his watercolors straight with all that shit going on? He was up in a tree painting that shit. Now, as I sat here and thought, what do I show you next in this video? I thought, let's go back to the most famous battle, Gettysburg, which we've done a few times over the last few years, and show you how that's presented. And look what Not-Nilk did, you sly devil, Not-Nilk. Belligerents, United States on the left, Confederate States on the right, General Meade versus Robert E. Lee, almost 104,000 total for the North against up to 75,000 on the South, possibly as many as 80,000. Look what they did. Not-Nilk, you sly devil, thinking you could pull one over on me and my researchers. You can't do it. Casualties and losses. 23,000 on the North, 049, they have the exact number, 23,000 to 28,000 for the South. Now, Matt, this is in line with what we would expect. Yeah, but they've massaged it. Maybe because of my video a few years ago. If you look at casualties and losses, there's only like 3,500 dead. If you come across this, it makes it seem like, look at the slaughter. 23,000 to 28,000 dead on the South. Oh my God. No, there's like 3,000 to 4,000 dead. Most, they say, are missing or wounded. It still doesn't line up with anything that you would call common sense. It's a complete reality breakdown, but they've kind of smoothed it over by lumping everybody in as casualties and losses. Anybody that comes across this makes it seem like this is the death number. It is not the death number. I think reality, Not-Nilk dark reality, caught itself in its own ridiculous presentation, is trying to cover it up. I'm not joking in any way. I usually say that when I'm joking. I'm not joking. It's trying to cover up its own reality breakdowns. Okay, here we go. It wasn't hard to find at all in the middle there. Breakdown of deaths. The Union. 3,155 soldiers died in the Battle of Gettysburg, the bloodiest in the Civil War. For those of you in Australia that just don't have a clue as to what's going on here and having trouble following me, that's the North. That's the blue coats. You may have heard of Abe Lincoln, those listening to me from Brisbane, wherever the heck that is. The Confederate, those in Australia, that's the South. That's the gray coats. 3,903 soldiers died in the Battle of Gettysburg, said to be the bloodiest in the American Civil War. No, I'm no mathematician, but just over 3,000 dead and a total amassed accumulation of troops and support personnel at potentially over 100,000. That's about a 3% chance of dying in the bloodiest battle in the Civil War. Again, no mathematician, but to me that means 97% chance you're going to live. 97% chance you're going to live if you head off to Gettysburg as an infantry soldier. Does that make any sense to you? What did they say to each other, console each other before the battle? The sergeant looked over at one of his infantrymen and said, "Is that you over there, Levi Stoltzfus? Levi Stoltzfus, why you look so nervous?" "Oh, this is the big one, Sarge. Look at the gigantic Southern army amassing on the hills, and we have about 100,000 here ourselves. Why are you so nervous, Levi Stoltzfus? You know, everybody knows there's a 97% chance we're going to live. 97% chance we're going to live? Really? Just I walked across a pond once and it was thin ice and they said it was more chance of dying than that. Relax. We're going to be home by next week. 97% chance we'll be just fine. Even if they tell you to charge, they put you at the front of Pickett's charge, there's still like a 92% chance you're going to be just fine. You're going to be home for soup and biscuits next week, boy. Relax. Let's go back here and look at the numbers for Gettysburg one last time, just a minute or two, up to 104,000.
He just repeats himself over and over and over again, and people love it. They love it. They love watching that shit for years and years and years and years. They love the repetition. They love him covering the same shit, the same mainstream shit. They love it. They love it. They love it. And then he avoids so many topics entirely, and they love that too. They love staying in their little bubble.
Calling the case of People versus Angela Smith, the second. Calling the case of People versus Angela Smith, the second. Case number 240753-FC. Appearances for the record.
Morning, Your Honor. Jeffrey Hall on behalf of People. Morning, Your Honor. Joshua Van Loan on behalf of Mr. Smith. He's present to my right.
All right. This is the time and date set for a sentencing. I should just note that your mother, Mr. Smith, had prior outburst, and due to that, I'm allowing her to zoom in. So she was here today to support you. However, the court's just allowing her to appear by Zoom, so she will be able to witness this entire hearing. Mr. Van Land, did you receive a copy of the pre-sentence investigative report?
I did. I went over it with my client. I have a couple of things I'd like to address, if you don't mind.
Please.
Particularly, I don't have, first off, Ms. Rupert did a fine job. There's no issues with the guidelines. Everything looks great there. I just have a couple of procedural things I'd like to address. There's two different places, I think 3 different places in this report where it references statements made by my client. The first one is on page 1 of the evaluation and plan pre-sentence investigation.
Okay.
I'd like to strike the statement that starts with although. It's on August 22nd paragraph, the last sentence in that paragraph.
All right. Although he admitted to the car theft and being in the vehicle, he adamantly and repeatedly denied being in the motor vehicle. I assume
that's correct.
All right.
The usual suspects.
Is that your client's position? I should know.
No, it definitely
Before
is.
we started this hearing, I did bring your attention to that, and I had indicated he's asserting his innocence. And he is claiming that he didn't either drive this vehicle or aid and abet and encourage a purported driver, then that would be an assertion of innocence, and the court would allow him to withdraw his plea in all likelihood. Is he maintaining today that he was not the driver and is innocent?
I've had the conversation with him and advised him of his right to withdraw the plea if that was his claim. We're not making that claim. He's not making that claim. In fact, we put a no contest plea on so he wouldn't have to make these statements. So no, he's not making an actual innocence claim, and he's sticking with the no contest plea that he put on. He has a different memory of how the statement was made to Agent Rupright.
All right. Well, Mr. Smith, I'm not asking you to do a factual basis, being that you pled no contest, but do you agree that you would like that stricken from the record, that you adamantly and repeatedly denied being in the motor vehicle? Do you want that to be removed from this pre-sentence investigative report?
Yes.
And do you agree that that it is untrue?
Well, I'm sorry, Judge. I don't mean to be disrespectful at all. I don't want him to make that comment. Not because he's saying it's not true. It's because there are reasons for the no contest plea that were put on. what you stated earlier is correct, that in order for him to plead no contest to this, he would either have to be the driver, aid and abet the driver. And he's not disputing that those things are true.
Okay.
Part of this was he, throughout the case, had made those statements. He made the statements to detectives that was stricken, and I think there was some confusion. He doesn't remember making the statement the same way that Agent Ruprecht wrote it.
All right. I don't want to jeopardize or compromise his no contest plea, but I do want to make sure that he wants to proceed knowing that he's accepting responsibility for the actions that he took on that date. So, Mr. Smith, do you want to proceed to sentencing?
Yes.
All right. The court's going to allow him to do so. I just want to make sure, sir, that you know that if you are asserting your innocence, you have a right to a trial, and you can withdraw your plea today. You do not wish to withdraw your plea, or do you?
No, sir.
All right, then we'll proceed.
Thank you. The next one is on page 5 of the pre-sentence investigation. It's above consecutive sentences paragraph in the description.
Does anyone feel sorry for this on the screen? This long braided mop? Sentencing after Detroit teen fleeing police hits and kills a woman. Do you feel sorry for him? I don't know if the woman was white or black. I don't know. But a lot of people just cry. They have endless tears for these types. And they have for so long. Shouldn't even be in the country. Do you know how much better? I don't know if some of you can imagine how much better society would be without them. I don't know if you understand. How many innocent people would be alive every year, not taken from their families?
Description of the offense narrative. As you know, Judge, you, in this case, you suppressed the statements that my client made to the police on the basis that they violated his constitutional rights. This statement is taken from that, and I would ask that that be taken out of the PSI as well, since his rights were violated. And that would be the statement in the 4th paragraph on that page 5 that starts with throughout, all the way to the word during. So this.
Oh, they violated his rights, but he hit and killed a woman. But they're throwing out evidence because it violated his rights, his confessions. And this is what happens. Kid deserves life with the possibility of parole after 40 years. He killed a woman while committing a felony. He's taller than his lawyer. How is he a quote kid? This guy says, or this person wrote, imagine trying to argue for this client while he just shows absolute lack of remorse, responsibility, or care. Well, a black woman here said he did not make a mistake. He made a choice to steal a car, run from the police, and kill someone. So shut up, lawyer. This person said, you'll never, ever rehabilitate this guy. Never. Can't fix, don't care. Everything's called a mistake these days.
Well, the
the same way that Mr. Hall and I did, same way that the Department of Corrections did, as it changes, as it's progressing, and we put a COBS on the record when we were here for the plea. And if you recall, the COBS was to the bottom third of the guidelines. We scored the guidelines the same way that Mr. Hall and I did, same way that the Department of Corrections did. And the
Which is
guidelines,
180 months to 300 months.
yes, and the bottom third of that I think is somewhere around 180 months to 220, something like. Your math is going to be better than mine.
220, yes.
And I know you know what you're supposed to consider at sentencing, so I'm not going to go through all that. But as you know how the law has changed, age is a factor that needs to be considered. Now, it's not like a juvenile life or sentencing, but this man was 17 years old when he made the mistakes he made. And by the way, nothing I am about to say is going to take away from the fact that an innocent person was killed as a result of his actions, and he's going to be accountable for that. But the courts have consistently held, especially recently, that age matters at sentencing. And when you're talking about making a sentence that's proportionate to the seriousness of the offense and to the offender, I don't think you can, not that you would try to do this, but I don't think you can escape considering his age as a factor. In fact, one of the factors you're supposed to consider when you're considering proportionality is things that were not considered by the guidelines. And nowhere in the guidelines do they consider his age. Nowhere in the guidelines do they consider his potential for rehabilitation, which the courts have said somebody who's 17 years old and commits such a serious crime, they have the greatest potential for rehabilitation because his mind has not yet molded. It's not fully developed. And that's why we have HIDA. That's why we have all sorts of leniency in the law for things like, maybe not crimes like this, but for crimes committed by juveniles. And he's not eligible for any of that. I'm not asking for any of that. But when you're 17 years old, you do things based off of what friends are saying, what pressures are going on, stupidity, the immaturity level. You fail to appreciate the risks and the consequences. This isn't me saying it. This is what the Supreme Court has said. The inability to deal with the pressures that other people put on you. I'm not blaming friends or anything like that. These are just considerations for you, Judge. So if you think for a minute that I'm trying to pass the buck here, please don't hold it against him. It's just my inarticulate argument. But because he's such a young age, at 17, and it's such a serious crime, I know this isn't something that's that's going to be a life felony. It can't be for him anyway because he's 17. But the fact that all of these things matter, you read the PSI, you could see the mental capacity, which I'm not alleging is unlawful, anything like that. The developmental, I think the mental developmental disabilities that he's going through, all of that should be taken into consideration. It doesn't change the fact that he did what he did and got behind the wheel and fled and killed an innocent person. But because of that, and because of his great potential for reformation and rehabilitation, I don't think that a sentence for him to spend 15 years in the Department of Corrections is going to be a solution for this specific defendant. In fact, I think it would likely put him on a path that we don't want him on. I'm not saying he should just go get probation or get kicked to the curb, but I don't think 15 years is necessary for you to be able to deter future conduct, protect society, teach him a lesson, and make sure that he comes out a reformed person. I think he's going to have to serve a lot of time. And I'm asking, Judge, that you go below the cops. I'm asking that you go down to 10 years or anything else that you think is fair. But I think with his age, it plays a huge, huge role in this. I can't justify the conduct, but, if at his age, in 10 years, he's not developed enough to figure.
The woman's life is gone. Do you think 10 years is enough for this? This, what? What do you think?
Things out, then he won't be paroled. And so I'm asking that you go below the Cobbs in this situation, not because he's earned it based off the crime itself, but because of the totality of the surrounding circumstances. And again, I'm saying this when an innocent person is dead, so I get it. And I think he gets it. And Judge, please don't, I always advise my clients who pled no contest that, they probably shouldn't say anything. So please don't hold that against him if he chooses not to say anything, but I think he may. So that's all I have.
All right, Mr. Smith, is there anything that you want to tell the court?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Sorry, just a second. Look at how softly the judge speaks to him. Look how softly He's treated with kid gloves as though, oh my goodness, you've been oppressed your whole life because you've got melanin, so you've been oppressed. And he didn't mean it. Now, how would a white person be treated? How harsh would a judge be? And then the judge would probably justify it. Well, the white person's privileged and they should know better. We got to go harsher on the anyone that's white that ends up in a courtroom for any reason. You got to drop the fucking hammer on them. You got to hammer them. But the softness of the way the judge speaks to him is almost like, it's just sickening. How would you like to be the family of the woman that was killed and say, why is the judge going so fucking soft on this fucking thing?
Against him if he chooses not to say anything, but I think he may. So that's all I have.
All right, Mr. Smith, is there anything that you want to tell the court?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
But I think he may. So that's all I have.
All right, Mr. Smith, is there anything that you want to tell the court?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I just want to say sorry to the victim, and that ain't supposed to happen. And I'm gonna make better choices when I get out of prison.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I'm gonna make better choices when I get out of prison.
He gonna make better choices when he get out of prison. My solution: float them away. Float them away, 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 away. Float them away. Float them away.
Is there anything from probation?
Nothing to add, thank you.
Anything from the people?
Yes, I'm looking into the past statements are going to be run.
All right, Mr. Van Land, could you and your client please move over to your right? And it's my understanding that the representatives of the victim and the victim that was injured in this matter are not going to be making a statement, but the crime victim rights advocate will be?
That's correct. Heather Mormon.
All right, just approach the podium if you could, please, and identify yourself for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Heather Mormon, Victim Rights Coordinator.
All right, good morning.
Good morning. I'm going to read the statement of two of Iman's siblings. Your Honor, my name is Shaquita, and I want to speak on behalf of my baby sister Iman, who was tragically taken from us in a senseless, reckless act that ended her life and changed ours forever. Iman brought joy and warmth to everyone who knew her. Her absence has left.
Black people look so comfortable in courtrooms because they spend a lot of time there. But they get sent back again and again and again. They get to repeat crime after crime. We spend so much money on them, housing them. We spend so much money on them. Float them away. Float them away.
Left a silence that echoes through every part of our lives. Since the crash, our family has been shattered. We grieve not only the loss of her presence, but the future she was robbed of, the birthday she'll never celebrate, the milestones she'll never reach, and the person she was becoming. There is no way to measure the pain of losing a child, a sister, a soul so innocent and full of life. We live every day with the weight of this loss. The emotional toll is immeasurable, and the trauma of that moment continues to affect our mental, physical, and spiritual well-being. No family should have to endure this kind of heartbreak. This statement is not just about our pain, it's about Iman. She deserved to grow up, to be loved, to live. Iman was only 20, but she was already making her mark on the world. She was fiercely independent, living on her own, working hard every day to support herself and building a future she could be proud of. She had goals, dreams, and the determination to reach them. She was just getting started in life, and now she'll never get a chance to fall in love, start a family, or pursue the dreams she worked so hard for. To me, Iman wasn't just my sister. She was my best friend, my movie buddy, my favorite FaceTime caller. I'll miss the nights we spent binge watching scary movies and the way she would laugh when I did something goofy just to annoy her and then tell me how irritating I was. I miss her texts out of the blue just to say she was bored, or those random FaceTime calls just because she wanted to talk. It's the little moments that hurt the most now. There's a hole in my heart and in my family that can never be filled. Iman didn't deserve this, and we deserved more time with her, more laughs, more hugs, and more memories. And though time keeps moving, we are stuck in the moment we lost her, replaying it, grieving it, trying to make sense of it, and the haunting reality that she's gone because of someone's careless decisions. We will carry Iman in our hearts forever, and we hope that through justice, her life will be honored, not forgotten. Your Honor, my name is Portia, and I am the oldest sibling in my family. I am here today to speak for my little sister Iman, who was taken from us too soon. She was only 20 years old when she was killed during a police chase when the men running from law enforcement crashed into her car. That moment shattered my life and my family's lives forever. Iman was our youngest sister, full of life, independent, hardworking, and just beginning her journey into adulthood. She had dreams, goals, and the determination to make something of herself. She had just gotten her first apartment and was working hard to build a future. I will never get to see her start a career, fall in love, get married, have children, or grow old. Those precious memories were stolen from her and from all of us who deeply loved her. As her older sister, I always felt a responsibility to protect her. Iman knew I was just a phone call away, and I always came running when she needed me. It breaks my heart that in the moment that she needed protection the most, I couldn't save her. She should never have left this world before me. It's a pain that I carry with me every single day. Losing Iman has changed our family forever. My mother, my father, my siblings, we are not the same. There's an emptiness in our home and in our hearts that can never be filled. My two daughters adored their auntie Iman. She would take them out for food, play with them.
Just a second. This is Jamie Carrington. And it says on the screen, 5 reasons I'm thankful for my disease. This is common in this realm. Some of you don't want to face this. You'll say, well, Stephen, if they suffered more, if they were born a certain way, they would realize it's a hell realm. No, you're wrong. Because this is what's common. What's on the screen. Though praise God, 5 reasons I'm thankful for my disease is what he made. Isn't this fantastic? And this is the level that most are at in this realm, whether you want to admit it or are strong enough to admit it and face it or not.
One more shot goes. I feel like you're up to something.
Isn't that great? It brings him closer to God. His family has to feed him and bathe him. Imagine being his age and somebody in your family has to bathe you and feed you. Imagine living like a baby for life. Because look at his hands. He can't control his arms. It's not just in a wheelchair. He doesn't have any independence. Isn't that fantastic?
One more shot goes. I feel like you're up to something.
How wonderful. How wonderful. He loves God. Praise God. Praise Jesus. Jesus is his Valentine. That's way better than having a girl for your Valentine, right?
Please stay. And I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have got no.
He's talking to the Bible. Look at this. Look at this. Suffer more. You'll love God more. You'll love God more.
You need to have patience, okay?
You need to have patience, okay?
And the reason I tell you that is because I believe we've gotten so tired of waiting for the things that God has in store for us that we're willing to settle for what the devil is trying to sell us. And what's so scary about that is the devil is always offering something that has a catch or a cost. It's never free of charge. It's never on the house. It's never even beneficial to us. In fact, whenever God is offering something to us, it is a free gift from Him because we don't deserve it, right? But the devil is giving you what you absolutely.
Because we don't deserve it, right? We don't deserve it because God is all powerful. We're just worms. The slave mindset in this realm is overwhelming. It controls most beings in this realm, whether they realize it or not. But they're in for a rude awakening. And that's what's coming. And again, you don't have to believe me. It's going to smack you in the face one day. You'll learn the hard way. So here he is saying masculinity isn't about muscles. Well, he's saying it. He doesn't have muscles. He can't even walk. He can't move his arms. And then he's trying to redefine it. Masculinity is being hopeful. Huh? Masculinity is being hopeful. I'm not saying to be hopeful is necessarily a bad thing, but masculinity is being hopeful? What are you talking about? That's ridiculous. Masculinity is being loving. Well, how's that different than femininity? Like what's the difference then? Like you're just you're trying to redefine masculinity into because you're not masculine, essentially. Masculinity is being faithful, and he shows himself in his motorized wheelchair going to a church. That's faithful? Oh, you mean a person that has faith in quote unquote God? Masculinity isn't about muscles. And you notice he doesn't have any muscles and someone else has to bathe him. Imagine the kind of just the humiliation factor. And that's what your God created. The one that you praise and worship and thank. The Stockholm Syndrome is strong in that one. But the mind and spirit and wisdom are not very strong. They're just following along. Following along. Mindlessly following along. A cruel and demonic God that he can't possibly worship and praise and pray to and thank more. That's his reaction. Thank God. Thank God.
And that's double what he normally does. Maybe 40% more, but so
look at this. They're fixated now on Polly's subscribers. They're studying. Look at this. Look at this shit. Just a shit stream. Shit stream. Of course, he's in with OTW and Flo Gay and all of them right away. They fit these creepy creatures.
And wouldn't the next part of the story be the ever so famous video right here?
Motor vehicle code. I have the Supreme Court decisions and everything you need here to understand that.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm missing any steps here, right? I mean, the date on this would be helpful because I know this was a re-upload. But so if we were telling a story, and this is the beginning of the story, then this is where we would know that we should begin. Correct? Wrong? Yes? No? Maybe so? What's up, OTW? Hey, that's exactly who I need. If you're around, you should... This would be perfect. I might even close it off to just you, OTW, if you are here. Because I'm trying to get the story in motion, right? I don't know.
At Port St. Joe. Back in August, 41-year-old Tequila Walker charged at Port St. Joe police officers with a 16-inch fillet knife. Officials say they were left no choice but to respond with force. Now, an arrest has been made.
So my first thought when I came across the story of Tequila Walker, who was shot by Florida police when she charged at those police officers with a knife, was why is this woman whispering in this local news segment? I don't understand quite why she's speaking in such a low voice. It's actually really weird. I find it to be odd. And of course, my second thought was body cams are the worst thing to ever happen to Black Lives Matter in the history of ever. And unfortunately for them, this is exactly what they asked for. It is the ultimate monkey's paw wish where you get what you want, but it works out exactly the opposite of how you expect it to. And this is what we're going to talk about today. This officer-involved shooting that is going viral of Tequila Walker in Florida. By the way, she did in fact survive this shooting, where if it weren't for the body cam footage, we would end up in a situation where Black Lives Matter would paint this woman as an innocent Baba Angel Aladdin who was just trying to fight off the cops with a knife in order to feed her starving family, but in reality, the body cam betrays that notion. Again, they ended up asking for this footage after the Michael Brown incident, which, by the way, to this day, they still lie about over 10 years later as an unjustified shooting, despite multiple forensic autopsies and whatnot confirming the exact opposite of the narrative. But if we had that on footage, like we now do post Michael Brown in all these departments across the country, that would never be a thing. We would all be able to see what is demonstrably true based on the forensic evidence for ourselves, and the name Michael Brown would become as irrelevant to political activists as Tequila Walker is now that we can see what this woman actually did. But before we get into all that, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Now, an arrest has been made. Monday morning, the Bay County Sheriff's Office arrested 41-year-old Tequila Walker on multiple charges. In connection to the Port St. Joe incident, Walker is charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon on a law enforcement officer and resisting arrest with violence.
Now, I have two additional points before we make it into the body cam footage. First and foremost, for you preverts out there, for you disgusting individuals, yes, the local news lady happens to be an attractive individual. I know that you would mention it if I didn't mention it, so I have to mention it here. And secondly, it's as if they told Tequila Walker that she has to make the face of somebody who immediately regretted her decision of charging armed officers with a knife over a repossession of a vehicle that she refused to pay off, because that is exactly what this mugshot is expressing to me right now in this moment.
Left no choice but to respond.
So yeah, the news person, the newswoman is attractive, but she kind of has a wide neck, and I don't really like the way she speaks.
With force. Now, an arrest has been made.
So my first thought when
Anyway, forget it.
Body cam footage, first and foremost, for you preverts out there, for you disgusting individuals, yes, the local news lady happens to be an attractive individual. I know that you would mention it if I didn't mention it, so I have to mention it here. And secondly, it's as if they told Tequila Walker that she has to make the face of somebody who immediately regretted her decision of charging armed officers with a knife over a repossession of a vehicle that she refused to pay off, because that is exactly what this mugshot is expressing to me right now in this moment. But without further ado, let us examine the body cam footage. And by the way, the local news media actually has little bits and excerpts of said footage, but the Police Activity YouTube channel appears to have the whole thing from multiple angles, so you could examine whether or not this was a justified police shooting for yourself.
Put the knife down!
It's been around 2 weeks since the Port St. Joe Police Department saw its first officer-involved shooting in decades.
So like a couple of other viral instances of people attacking police officers, this still image tells the whole story. Now, the local news media actually breaks down the fact that we could see the knife in her hand. They highlight it for you, and then they go on to show a couple of the shots fired, which, by the way, I will not be showing throughout the course of this video due to the fact that it has violent nature, and I will get age restricted if I choose to do so. But they also show you the knife is still in her hand after the initial 2 shots end up hitting this woman. In addition to that, if you watch the body cam footage from the Police Activity YouTube channel, which again will be linked and labeled in the description under where it says sources for those of you who say you can never find these things, you're obviously not looking, you're not fooling me. You can actually see that they deployed tasers against this woman prior to this, and she managed to tank the taser. But let us roll back a little bit so you can understand the nature of this police encounter, because what this was over was this woman not making her car payments on time, a tow truck coming in order to repo the car, and then at some point in time, this woman decided it would be a good response to the tow truck to put a knife in the car, drive away, expecting a future confrontation. So yeah, this was a violent individual. This was somebody who could have easily killed that tow truck operator. She obviously didn't have enough common sense to know that gun beats knife and not to charge after somebody with a knife. And for those of you who are saying, Sean, well, the 21-foot rule that says that somebody charging at you is faster than you could draw your gun and fire shots in order to defend yourself, let us be clear, that is only applicable to when the gun is holstered. And in addition to that, that is in reference to a normal average person with normal average speed, not this woman who, you know, don't move too fast. Although she did kind of have some giddy up when she decided to charge this officer.
One 108 Gup, I'm behind it here on Avenue A. She still hadn't pulled over yet. Pull the car over.
She just turned around me. Back off. Where you at, Mario?
Hey, you're just getting yourself in a lot more trouble is all you're doing.
So as you can see right here, the police attempt a pullover of this particular woman, and this is from the dash cam view, by the way. You can hear the sirens. Obviously, the cop is right behind her. She's not driving particularly fast, but she is refusing to do so. You also have him, I believe, over the loudspeaker, telling her to pull over, and she decides that that's not going to be a thing that she wants to do. And at the same time, an oncoming police car gets in front of her, to which she jumps up on the sidewalk in order to get around. Now, for those of you who are unaware, because you didn't watch the full local news segment like I did, she actually, in relation to this whole tow truck incident of them trying to repo her vehicle, apparently did a couple of hit and runs, like made contacts with other vehicles.
The video documents several points of contact made with Walker throughout the day after she was involved in multiple hit and run incidents. The footage also shows attempts made to disarm Walker of her 16-inch fillet knife with a taser.
So there are charges that could be stacking up right here. It is justified to pull her over. It is not just about her not paying off the repo for her car. So there is 100% cause in order to initiate this stop. Make no mistake about it. I think that background is necessary because it's not really stated in the first 40 seconds of this body cam video. And I got to bring you guys all the information so you can know what's up.
He stopped. I made him stop. Pull in here so you're not blocking the roadway.
What's up?
I just want to know what in the hell's going on.
No, I don't goddamn know. You tell me.
Well, they're trying to repossess your car.
What's up for?
Because they say you didn't pay for it, apparently.
Really?
Yeah. Pull up here so we're not in the middle of the road. Just pull up behind me.
So at this point in time, they pulled over Tequila Walker, who honestly sounds like she's been hitting that tequila, and considering she's not even paying for the car that she's driving, she should become a walker very soon. However, she's talking about how, oh, like they can come get the car, like I don't even know why they would want it, and the officer has to answer these like obvious stupid questions with basic retorts like, you know, because you didn't pay. The repo man come get your car when you no pay money. When you know give the money, let me give you the perspective of the repo man right here.
They're trying to repossess your car.
What was that for?
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
Then you don't get the car. That's what's going on right now, lady. That is what's happening at this moment in time. So can you please pull out of the road and actually engage with the officers? Because apparently there were some hit and runs affiliated with you trying to dodge the repo truck person, and that is the reason why you have now turned a civil matter into the police getting involved.
Put it down, ma'am. Put it down. No, ma'am.
Now we end up with a quick cut to more body cam footage after this woman has pulled out of the middle of the road, and she is actually flashing the knife at this moment in time. She's also receiving very clear commands to put down the knife.
Get put the knife down. Unlock the door.
And it's at this point in time that I would like to remind you guys that we are told and propagandized by the mainstream media into this idea that every single black person in the United States of America, due to the fact that this country is so evil, white, and racist, and the police are so evil, white, and racist, has something when they get to a certain age called the talk with their parents or parent, where they explain to them that you just can't mess around with the police because the police are just looking for a reason to kill you. They're just asking for a justification due to the fact that police are so evil, white, and racist. Well, here's a woman with a 16-inch knife that she is flashing at the police at this moment in time, obviously not heeding the words of that talk that she should have had. But to be fair, she's only 41 years old, so even though we're told that this talk happens with black children, black youths, when they're very young, maybe she just hasn't gotten to that point of maturity yet where the parents or parent ended up having this conversation with her.
Drop the knife now! Drop it!
Now again, we have more commands from the officers for her to drop the knife, and despite the fact that police are just so evil, white, and racist that they're looking for a reason to use deadly force against black people, and this woman is presenting herself as a deadly force threat, we actually see the taser being deployed first by this officer who's on the passenger side of the vehicle prior to Tequila making the horrible decision of jumping out of the car. Now, of course, I'm not going to show you this woman getting shot. I'm not going to show you the way that she fell to the ground. That is something that you have to seek out on your own, link in the description. But the point is, you need to see this woman charging at the female officer, who in this angle of the video is right by the back driver's seat of the door, which is incredibly close.
Put the knife down!
Yeah, so as you can see, she jumps out of the car, charges the officer directly in line of the gun, which is clearly and obviously a ridiculously stupid decision. And but for the body cam footage, you would have all these different various black activists pretending like this definitely didn't happen. You'd hear things like, why would a 41-year-old woman, probably a mother of whatever amount of children, decide that she's going to charge armed officers when there are three of them around with a knife as if of the gun, which is clearly and obviously a ridiculously stupid decision. And but for the body cam footage, you would have all these different various black activists pretending like this definitely didn't happen. You'd hear things like, why would a 41-year-old woman, probably a mother of whatever amount of children, decide that she's going to charge armed officers when there are three of them around with a knife as if that was going to be effective? But as we point out time and time again on this channel, criminals are absolute idiots. They're stupid. These are people who do not think about the long-term consequences of their actions. So what we see on this video is this woman doing exactly that. And make no mistake about it, she was never going to stab her way out of this situation. She was never going to kill three police officers and then be able to keep the car that she wasn't making payments on. This is a pointless, stupid, idiotic crime. And for those of you who are thinking, because this involves a repossession, that somehow the real criminal behind this is poverty, then please examine the footage. Tell me what Poverty was wearing, so that way we could put out an APB on Poverty and finally make an arrest in that situation. Because regardless of the fact that she couldn't afford to pay the car, or she chose not to, or whatever actually ends up being the reality, in reality, this was never something that was going to get her out of that situation in the first place. This is not a logical choice. This is a bad impulse, bad behavior, terrible self-discipline on display right here. And if it wasn't for the fact that the officer fired transpired in that situation, she likely would have suffered a stab wound and maybe died of a consequence of it. And if not for the body cam footage, this white female officer would have been castigated as an evil white racist. They would have talked about how the scenario was absolutely preposterous, and we would have seen all the different various propaganda techniques, like them showing us her high school graduation photo as if she's not 41 years old, or possibly what we see in those cases where they're death penalty cases, where we end up with the images of the actual murderer from when he was like 5 years old. We would have gotten the full propaganda train. This would have been a Black Lives Matter case. This police department that hasn't shot a suspect since 1988 would have been labeled systemically and structurally evil, white, and racist. And again, it would have been a disaster for our country. But since we have the footage, thank you, Black Lives Matter, we are able to disprove these notions in real time, or as close to real time, before the narrative gets all the way around the world. And I think that is absolutely amazing. But of course, I want to know what you guys think about all this down in the comments below. Is Tequila Walker an innocent Baba Angel Aladdin who didn't do anything wrong, who is only trying to stab her way out of a repossession in order to feed her starving family? Or maybe, just maybe, did she make a bad decision? Did she get shot for that bad decision? And she should thank her lucky stars that she's only charged with attempting to assault police officers, not attempted murder, and that she survived this encounter. All your thoughts down in the comments below. As per usual, if you like the video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social media, support me via the support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about the Tequila Walker BLM incident that never was. Till next time.
And I don't have respect for anyone who sits there idly by at this point. You have your government enabling, supporting criminals. My God, what happened to the men of Canada? Reach down between your legs. See if you find something. Sound off like you've got a pair. For God's sakes, it's embarrassing. Canada, look, let me just be really, this is my, it's the country where I was raised, to be clear. I was born in Detroit. I have tried to officially renounce my citizenship. I have done so on air. I renounce, whatever I need to do. Canadian citizenship. Canada is a horrible country. I think there should be serious revolution from people there who are being subjugated by their government. I think everyone should leave. So I don't know what else to do, but Canada is awful. And I want to be clear here. You don't need to go to full-fledged communism to get to levels of unacceptable oppression, to get to levels of oppression and violations of rights that necessitate some kind of revolution. Yes, armed. Now, I'm not saying go and kill somebody specifically. I am saying that Canada has 10 years left. If they continue at this pace, they will cease to be a nation, and rightfully so. Canadians, you need to find your backbone, because this weekend, and by the way, in a long line of horrible weekends, there was a man from Vaughan, Canada, was murdered by home invaders searching for loot. But the fallout and the advice from the authorities in Canada is what is so distressing and may seem foreign to you Americans. But I want you, when you hear what they say here, I want you to go, oh, that's exactly what the Democrat Party would do in the United States if they had unfettered power. It's time to go to No Canada. So,
they always screw up.
I just want to contrast, just to give you an idea here, as to Canada versus, a good example, Florida. There is an epidemic of, I don't want to say a crime epidemic, but there's a statistical increase, by the way. The epidemic in Canada is Canadian officials and those in positions of authority who serve to protect your God-given rights, instead stripping the citizens of God-given rights, telling people not to fight back against home invaders or violent criminals.
As it stands, we know the best defense for most people is to comply. As you've just heard, a number of safety recommendations.
That's not defense.
Will allow for those that are victimizing members in the community to leave and not harm anyone.
Everyone hear about the story in Lindsay? So this criminal that's wanted by the police
breaks into this guy's house. This guy gives him a beating, and this guy gets charged.
At 3 a.m.
And the other guy gets charged. But something is broken.
The possibility of being attacked in your home, leave your fobs at your front door. Because they're breaking into your home to steal your car. They don't want anything else. A lot of them that they're arresting have guns on them. And they're not toy guns, they're real guns. They're loaded.
If we are going to rely on our community members to take matters into their own hands to solve this problem, we have all failed our community.
It's best to just let him finish.
If people take it into their own hands, you failed the community? Sorry, Mr. Paul Kersey would like a word for a minute.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Just a word. That'll do it. And just complying is not defense. No. It's like taking all 11 guys off the field when you're playing football and going like, all right, score a touchdown. That's the best defense. Exactly. Just let them score.
Exactly. And this, of course, enables criminals. Let's contrast that, and then I'll give you some of my opinions and some supporting facts here. Let's contrast that with Florida sheriffs. By the way, the least likely sheriffs to actually abuse their power because they encourage you to be armed. Just like the president who encourages you to be armed is the least likely to stomp in your door and try and violate your rights. Why would someone who wants control encourage you to be armed so that you can live autonomously from the oppressive thumb of government? So here are Florida sheriffs encouraging homeowners to do the right thing. And I do mean the right thing in defending themselves from home invaders.
Sorry, get you early.
The people of Polk County like guns. They have guns. I encourage them to own guns. And if you try to break into their homes to steal, to set fires, I'm highly recommending they blow you back out of the house with their gun.
If somebody's breaking in your house, you're more than welcome to shoot them in Santa Rosa County. We prefer that you do, actually. We have a gun safety class we put on every other Saturday. And if you take that, you'll shoot a lot better, and hopefully you'll save the taxpayers money.
I praise
Amen.
This husband for doing what he needed to do to protect his home and protect his family. And if you're going to be that brazen to come into my home, once again, you should expect that you're going to be shot.
Again, those are the police least likely to abuse their authority because they can't. Encouraging you to be armed is a containment strategy. It's a containment strategy as to unchecked authority of the police, because now guess what? In your house, you're the authority. It's an equalizer. Defund the police. I'll tell you, I guess I support that in places like Ohio with that female chief or sheriff saying, people, they don't know how to shoot their guns, considering that most police forces only fire 50 rounds a year. But I don't want to defund the police who are saying, hey, you can take out the trash yourself. Also, it is morally right. It is morally right. Can we stop with this idea that all violence is equal? I would say this. You are actually absolving yourself of your moral duty if you don't deal with an intruder in your home violently. That is your duty. If you choose to leave the fob. Also, can we roll that clip again, the end of that clip where they say leave the fob at the front door? Because he makes some presumptions here, and then I want to go to a flowchart. This is the issue with the left. A narrative shifts depending on where you started. And the left always starts it at the wrong point in time. Usually, they choose the end point, which favors the criminal. Let's listen to what he said here.
The possibility of being attacked in your home, leave your fobs at your front door. Because they're breaking into your home to steal your car. They don't want anything else.
Problem.
A lot of them that they're arresting have guns on them, and they're not toy guns, they're real guns. They're loaded.
That's enough. So he says, they want your car, right? So just leave it there. Here's the problem. Many times they don't. Many times they don't just want your car. Have you heard of rapists, perchance? Have you heard of murderers, perchance? It's a resource predator versus a process predator. There are resource predators who just want your car, who just want some money. Then there are process predators who get a thrill off of harming you. Those people exist. We used to refer to them as evil. And so you could also have a resource predator who's on PCP. And he just wants your car until he sees something that maybe rubs him the wrong way. Yeah. And since he has that substance in his body that I can only assume makes him feel godlike, he decides that he wants to act like God and rob you of your life. Here, let's give you a flow chart here. Here's what I want to see. So the left, they look at after the home invasion. That's where they start. Hey, we'll assume he just wants a key fob. So let's deal with it there. I believe it's your moral imperative to deal with it right at the top of that flowchart. Before the home invasion, zoom out, before the home invasion occurs, mentally set yourself to deal with that as swiftly, as violently as need be in order to protect your family, because you don't know that person has put you in a position where you have to question your ability to survive. You have to question the potential safety of your family. Choose in advance. It's not going to happen on your watch, because in your house, what happens to your family is on your watch. Don't start this off with, we assume they just want your keys, and so give it to them. Also, I want my keys.
Yeah, that's my car. I paid for it.
Yeah.
Yes. No, you don't get to just have it. Mm-hmm. And did you see the audience he was talking to at that little meeting? It was all old people.
Yeah.
People that are probably on a fixed income. People that are probably driving a car that they've had for years, that's paid off. They can't afford to buy a new car. Mm-hmm. Insurance takes months. I don't know how it works in Canada, but here it takes months. Yeah. And you're not going to get the full value of your car. You're going to get Kelley Blue Book, used condition value, and it's nothing. You're not going to be able to buy a new car. It can ruin someone's life, especially someone like that.
Well, also in Quebec, they used to check and see if your doors were unlocked in your car, because you could be charged because you were incentivizing theft.
Oh, wow.
Wait, how did the criminals get the guns? He said they have real guns.
I know. I don't know. It's a mystery.
No.
It's a mystery to all of us. We'll never find the answer.
Gun crime doesn't exist.
I know. No one can solve it.
Indiana. They got them from Indiana.
They got it from Indiana.
Same gun show loophole.
And so when you
they
do
crossed the lake.
What do you think a criminal is hearing when they hear the cops say that? They're going, "Thank you."
Yeah, it's open season right now.
I know.
Yeah,
I'll look by the door.
By the way, it's open season not only to steal stuff, but you know who's really thrilled? The process predators going, "Oh, they're going to give me an easy in. They think I just want their car. There's this good-looking Latina who is Venezuelan and a migrant who lives there. Oh my gosh, she's not even going to see it come. They're going to leave the key fob by the door." If you allow that to happen, don't do it in some self-convinced idea of nobility, because you are doing the work of evil. We used to understand that we had duties and responsibilities, and if you are a man, if you have a family, even if you don't, by the way, if you're a citizen of supposedly a free country, it is a moral imperative. It is a requirement for you to foster an environment that discourages violent criminals, animals, from acting that way. And instead, we see the exact opposite. Let me give you some stats. Ontario-wide, criminal incidents are up 27%. That York region, where the homeowner was killed by that home invader, home invasions have been up 116%. In 3 years, 116%.
And rising.
Yep, 116%. It favors one person, just like catch and release, just like no cash bail. It favors one group of people, criminals. In no way does it benefit the average citizen. You have changed the laws of humanity. It's unnatural to be forbidden from defending that which is yours. And by the way, we're strong believers in it here. Not only do we carry, but we will fight to defend what is ours. For example, Rumble. That's a platform. It's not YouTube. And you know what? The rest of you leftists, you can't have it. Download the Rumble app. Follow me there. It's the best way to stay in touch. Also,
All right, guys, welcome back to another street interview. Today, we're going to be asking people about Shiloh Hendricks' recent charges of disorderly conduct. So if you guys don't know what went on with her, I'll explain it to the first person in the video, so stay tuned. Let's see if people think if the city of Minneapolis is anti-white and there's an anti-white agenda going on, or if these people think it's okay for fining and locking someone up for simply saying a word. Let's go find out. Have you heard of Shiloh Hendricks?
No.
Recently, there was an event. It was like a few months ago. This woman was at like a playground with her child, like a one-year-old child, and she was white. And there was a 5-year-old black kid at that park who was like rummaging through her purse, going through her purse. I don't know why, maybe by accident, whatever, trying to steal. And then she called this 5-year-old the N-word, and some black guy was recording her, like saying it. And she said it again, she flipped him off. And obviously this video sparked a lot of controversy online. And then she obviously got doxxed, like her real name was found out, her address, things like that. On the other side, people raised $800,000 for her. Like, I don't know, protect herself, whatever. And then today, actually, the city of Minneapolis charged her with 3 accounts of. So her max punishment could be $1,000 in fines or 90 days in jail. Do you think it's justified?
I mean, everybody knows the N-word is a slur. You know you're not supposed to say it, and if you're using it in that term, then you're using it in a derogatory way.
Especially to a little boy, like, I mean.
Yeah, he's not even capable to understand what that word means, much less.
I agree.
Why is she calling me that word?
That's okay, yeah.
I think she should get?
Yeah. Because the N-word should not be told today. Yeah, today is not the right.
I don't know. In Italy, you know, we have many black person, but you know, it's work, so they don't have problem with the law. But in USA, I think.
I don't know how is the law, but if the law say that she has to pay because of that, yeah.
Isn't there like freedom of speech? Like we have the First Amendment here in the US, you could say whatever you want.
Yeah, but with respect, I guess. Like I can say whatever I want about you, but not insult you. Like say.
I mean, actually, you can insult me. That's still freedom of speech. Like you could say whether that's right or wrong.
Yeah, no, I don't know if she has to pay, but for me, it's not correct. I don't know if she should pay, but something has to happen, no?
You think the law has to do something?
The law?
Like the police?
Yeah, maybe, yes.
Yeah?
To demonstrate that is wrong. To, like, ¿cómo se dice? Tratarte mal, like agree with you? No. I don't know, to prevent that.
I think, first of all, we are all equal in our rights and human beings, despite what race we are, what religious we are. So I don't want to say whether it is justified or not, because we all have different opinions. But first of all, I think when that event occurred at the beginning, when the lady saw that her purse was, that child was taking the purse, first of all, there is law enforcement that she could try to, reach out to instead of calling names. And so that was unethical at the first place.
Morals aside, do you think she deserved to get charged? Like, should that be illegal for saying a word?
She could have paid like a fine or something. Jail time is kind of crazy.
Yeah, jail time for that's a little crazy.
The maximum sentence that could be is 90 days in jail and or $1,000 fine. Do you think either of those? Which one?
Either or.
Yeah, either or is fine.
If you don't want to spend a night in jail, just pay that money and you're good.
Yeah.
You think she should get fined for saying a word?
In my opinion, coming from me being black, yeah.
I agree, honestly.
I think the N-word should be not say today. This is not possible, and I think she should get some
punishment.
Yes, to have pay money or go in jail or something. But it's not it's not okay.
Do you think she should get fined or put in prison? The woman who said the N-word?
I think no. Really, I think no.
She shouldn't.
She shouldn't go to jail. Why?
Yeah, I mean, she shouldn't. She said a word, right? Like obviously, whatever it's a bad word, whatever.
Yeah,
but
it's a bad word. But
she shouldn't say it, but she can say it because of free speech, right?
Yeah, she obviously she shouldn't say the N-word, but maybe depends on the moment, I don't know.
That's true.
Okay, well,
I mean, I'm not sorry to be in stress, but sorry about.
love you guys, and I also want to wring your necks. If medically one could declare him a psychopath.
That psycho, Lauren D. Laguna, does that all the time.
I want to create a place where people are like, oh wow, Lauren is the place I could go to express my idea that is difficult, where I might be shut down in other places. I want a free speech channel.
It is Lauren D. Laguna. I fucking knew it.
Hey, thank you so much for being here, Tommy. How are you?
I'm doing great today. How are you?
I'm doing well. So I just want to start from the beginning. For those who don't know you, you're somebody who used to go on a channel that you would now consider kind of a cult community. Is that correct?
I would say it's incorrect that I was ever mistaken about who and what they are, as I watched for a couple months before I even bothered to infiltrate, you might say.
So would you consider yourself like a sociologist who went on the excursion into a cult pretending to be a member so that you could learn more about?
No, he's just a meth head that got in an argument with Paul the slave, and now he's trying to pretend that he's such a brilliant person exposing a cult. He's a fraud. Tommy's another fraud.
This group and study them from the inside out? Is that who you say you are?
No, I'd say I'm a person that is all about that responsible individual freedom thing, and I found them in that direction and quickly lost respect for them in that regards. And yes, I would say there's accidental cult aspects. I wouldn't accuse this guy of on purposefully doing anything that intellectual or layered.
Okay, well, I don't think that like all cults or really any cults necessarily are, well, I don't know actually what percentage of cults are started with the intent to create a cult. I think it's basically just the intent to create a community. But I just wanted to ask you about the behaviors that you saw. So when did you start talking to them? And were you originally just in the chats, or did you jump on panel initially?
Well, I originally found them through a YouTube channel called High Impact Flicks. It might not have been that channel at the time because the owner, Brian, has had like 3 different channels from YouTube strikes. But he advertised them based on some drama between him and, well, not him, Brian, but him, Paul. He had drama with Zach Hubbard, who has like a channel about gematria and stuff like that. But I'm not sure which one made Paul more famous. It was either trolling cops in Denver for no license, no registration, or it was the beef with Zachary. But one of those or both together is whether he knows it or not.
Trolling cop. Can you explain both of those situations, starting with the trolling cops thing for no license, no registration? Because so before we continue, I want Henry to show a video of Paul to get an essence of who he is, a quick clip. And then can we talk about, you're a person who's like for freedom, and you would consider yourself part of the, okay.
No, I wouldn't put myself, well, if you want to play the thing, you can roll the thing, but I don't consider myself the same as what you think of with the SOV type, you know?
Okay. Yeah. Do you think that the states are allowed to require driver's licenses?
I would go into a much deeper aspect of everything's allowed when you have a monopoly on force, you know, like technically you give Small Mustache a win and all that's allowed, you know, it's whoever has the monopoly on force. It's not morally right, but as far as
he always uses Small Mustache as the example, the Austrian painter with the funny mustache, but he's never bothered to research World War II. He's too lazy. What he learned was out of his history book in high school and what's on TV. He's lazy. He's intellectually lazy. He's clueless about history. He's a mainstream fool. He's the average American idiot. That's what he is. Methed up. Methed up.
Societies and systems and governments, it's can the peons do anything about it?
Okay, sure. I can understand that much more than I can understand where they believe that they could just do what they want because they think it's morally incorrect. Okay, go ahead, Henry.
Genuous, smiling while inside you're crumbling. Okay, you're quiet and desperate everywhere else, but out in public you got a big yap because you got a big ego, but there's nothing behind it, right?
So you don't think you have a big ego?
It doesn't matter. I have stuff behind it. Let's say I do. My ego's huge. I have stuff behind it. You don't.
So, I mean,
how could you have a big ego with nothing behind it? If I have something behind it, it makes sense why I might have a big ego. Because I got something to show, right? Get where I'm going with this?
Seems like you have to bring up my name a lot, though, to make.
No, I don't. No, I don't. Oh, the moose is here now.
Oh, what is up?
Look, dude, I'm here to say, just please, just stop, man.
Please, well, stop what? I haven't talked about you. You're going on her show on Monday, she says. I've been done with you for a week. You all keep talking about me, punk pussy.
Hi, Lauren.
You all keep talking about.
Yous all, listen to this. Listen to this Polly triggered. Listen to the Polly triggered. And Illumitami is all methed up. He's methed up. Methed up, Mike Tyson says he's methed up. He's methed up. Methed up. Hello, Salty Siren. Hello. This was Paulie from a couple years ago. Look at Paulie. Even his voice is different. Isn't that interesting? Similar to Axis Rat Blood. Paulie's voice is different 2 years ago.
Look, dude, I'm here to say, just please, just stop, man. Just
Please,
stop.
well, stop what? I haven't talked about you. You're going on her show on Monday, she says. I've been done with you for a week. You all keep talking about me, punk pussy.
Hi, Lauren.
You all keep talking about me. You deleted your whole channel yesterday.
Yes,
punk
I
Howard.
deleted my channel.
You never
because,
apologized
look,
to me
you
for everything
doxed
you
my
did
whole
and said.
family, you doxed
Get
me,
the
man.
fuck out of my face in life. Telling people public information is not doxing. Punk Howard, it's public record. If you don't like it, don't be a broadcaster, punk Howard.
I'm not going to be.
Then shut the
Broadcaster, listen to this. Look at triggered Polly. That's methed up.
fuck up and get out of my face. I ain't talking about you or to you anymore. You can't handle this life, punk pussy. Go back to bed and breakfast. Go back to bed and breakfast.
Look,
I'm doing you a favor. I'm helping you and your family. Go back to bed and.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay, so there's several things that I would like to.
And this is Illuma Tommy, trash can Tommy, trying to act like he's calm. This is good stuff, man. This is good stuff. Just a second. Oh, Demon Jesus just wanted to show up. Here's the GIF I wanted to share with you. Not this one. Just a sec. Trash can Tommy. Here he is. Here's Trash can Tommy. Trash can Tommy. He's getting his breakfast dumpster diving for trash. What a weirdo.
To point out about that. So I had a cult. Okay. Cult expert says people who refer to themselves as familial terms are cult leaders. He refers to himself as someone's daddy, even in that clip, well before the cult expert came on. He's screaming. He's talking about go back to your bed and breakfast. He's doxing somebody for for offering to go on my channel, which is against the cult rules, which is typical cults. So is this something that you've seen? Is this a pattern of behavior that you saw among him and his group?
Lauren, I'm responsible for what you just watched. I'm going to put the proper filter up there because that man will never see the Heath Ledger Batman movie again and not remember my ass, because Moose was his right-hand man. Like, he was his Harry. He was his producer. And when he finally figured out he needed to get out of that situation and raise his family, he respectfully said, you know, I got responsibilities. They showed him off with the proper, all right, man, go do your thing. And I just casually kind of pointed out that Moose had been talking all the poop about that's how he was going to take care of his family and climb this streets ladder. And I was like, you just going to let him walk away like that? And it started a fucking civil war among all these smaller channels that were involved.
Okay, so I just want to back up. So before this civil war began, what was this channel and how long did it last? And what was the concept?
Yeah, that's what put him on the map with like the channel I watched and why I came and checked it out. And, you know, I kind of partook in the parts you're talking about where what it was this discussion that you might want to have about where do we draw the line between what one hairless monkey can tell another hairless monkey to do with their lives, you know? And it's not that anymore. It has become a chat full of people that go to all these other shows and come running back like, oh, this show's live. We should go fuck with them. Oh, these guys are live. Like, half your chat. I don't know if Harry's going to monitor it. I would tell Harry with the chat today, if they want to say any poop talk, only the monetized chats are allowed to talk poop today. Because, yeah, it's just a troll fest now.
Let me just pause you. So you talked earlier about the trolling the Colorado cops. What was that? And how long ago was that?
I know some of it was during mask time. I just realized, like, I had found Paul and then eventually checked out his old videos before I had realized, Jesus Christ, all his claim to fames of getting in cops and employees' faces at places over licenses and masks and stuff. That was all where I lived. And I thought it would have been funny to come across that on the street. And
so what was he doing? Can you explain, like, what he was doing?
There's one video where he does, I actually like this and respect this, that he does get by with no driver's license, no insurance, no registration, and not just gets by with it, but the cop like agrees with him, because it really does come down to the individual cop doing the job at this point in American government as to whether you will or will.
So can you explain what happened in the video? Was he driving around and he got pulled over?
I assume. I mean, I can't remember the video verbatim, but I know he gets off with it. He's not the only one on YouTube that has successful videos of.
You're telling me that there's a video of Paul driving around without a license, and then he takes the time to film this, and in the film he explains to the cop that actually driver's licenses aren't required.
She has to explain it because Illumitami can't do it. He's been asked many times during this can you just explain what happened? And he can't do it. Look at him sitting there. Look at his face. He's just spaced out. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Just look at him. Look at him. Look at his face. Maybe some of you can't see. I'll help you out a little bit, because it is possible that some of you have difficulty with tiny screens, or some of you need to be shown and have it explained that this isn't normal. I know what kind of zombie realm I'm in. Some people might be lurking right now saying, well, he looks normal. He looks normal. And that's what zombies do. Everything's normal to these fucking zombies. Everything's normal. Right? Doesn't look normal to me, though. Not at all. And I'm going to show you. I took a screenshot, and I'm going to show you a bigger version right here. Does it look normal to you? Maybe it looks, maybe you'll be able to see better now. What does it look like to you? Do you like that? Do you see what's on the screen? Do you like that? I want to know if you like that. I want to know for the ones that were just quietly going, well, it looks normal. What is Steven talking about? Why is he concerned with Illuma Tommy sitting there? It looks totally normal to us. Because it isn't normal. Maybe that's the reason. There's a reason why I do things and why I try to slow down so that you start seeing. Maybe that isn't normal. To demons, they'd say it's normal. A demon would look at that and say, what's wrong with that? He looks perfectly normal. Goodbye for now, TG. Does he look normal to you? This was 2 years ago. You know, they even call him Zombie Tom. Look at that. It looks like meth and heroin and AIDS and demons combined. That's what it looks like. It looks evil. Okay, I'm gonna break it down for you, really simplify it for you. It looks evil because it is evil. Is that simple enough? Everybody should be able to understand this stuff. It shouldn't take you years and years and decades, and it's right on your screen. There's a reason why it looks evil. Because it is evil. It looks evil. Because it is. So instead of doing the mental gymnastics that the normies do and say, oh, it's because of this, or he just looks that way, or blah, blah, blah. It's because of the lighting. It's because he just quit drugs, or they'll do mental gymnastics and come up with, they'll imagine 1,000 different excuses. Maybe he looks evil because he is evil. You ever consider that? It looks like a creature because it is a creature.
Wired, and then the cop agrees with him and then lets him go on his merry way.
He could have, let me say this, unless you want to play that video, I have seen enough that...
Yeah, if anyone wants to has that video and wants to send that to Henry, the producer, we will absolutely play that video. You can email it to Henry, the producer, @gmail.com, or you could put it Illumatomi in back chat and we'll play it.
I don't know if this is the thing, like, I just don't want to quote anything I haven't watched because I do have a rock and roll background. I've seen a lot of I've seen as many videos of success as one probably can find. I don't want to blur my memories of each video. I think the last time I saw Paul's was when a channel called Welsh News Network was watching it.
Okay, yeah, Welsh News Network is a fan and a friend of the Lauren De Laguna channel. So, is this the video? Let's.
A video, please. What's that? Let me just start my video, please. Your video? Yeah, I'm just gonna record this interaction. Okay. I need your license. What makes you believe that I need that to travel from point A to point B? Because you have no license on your plates on your vehicle, sir. Would you like to see my paperwork? Yes, I would. I asked for it 2 seconds ago.
I think it's a little hostile of an approach.
I have here the definitions from the Motor Vehicle Code. I have the Supreme Court decisions and everything you need here to understand that I don't need a license, registration, or any documentation to travel from point A to point B. It is a right that has been preserved by the Supreme Court and the law of the land.
See, when I say it's up to the individual cop, and each time this isn't a good.
Keep playing the video. Keep playing the video. Keep playing the video, please, because I am
Yeah, we're doing
curious.
Mystery Science Theater, Henry. Come on, doing Mystery Science Theater. To this.
I just want to know: do we ever see?
Hold on a second. Here's another close-up of Zombie Tom just moments ago in this video. All I did was take a screenshot. That's it. That's a screenshot from this video. Here's what he looks like. With his mouth open and his head tilted, leaning back. Quite a creature. That's quite a creature. It's quite a creature there, isn't it? Look at how his face changed here. I find this stuff interesting. I don't know if people tuned in right now find it interesting, but I do. I do. I'm going to show you his face now. Just a second. I'll save that and I'm going to show you Zombie Tommy. Zombie Tommy. Up close. That's a screenshot from where he is right on the screen. Take a look and pay attention. Right on the screen there. All I did was take a screenshot and post it here so you can see better what he looks like. Now, I know a lot of you would just say, he looks normal. Well, maybe not a lot of you. Some of you tuned in, lurking, are saying, what's wrong with Steven? Tommy looks normal. You call everything normal that's evil in this realm. It's interesting. A lot of you humans you call yourselves humans, but you reveal what you are. You're more like this thing on the screen, where his face morphs in the same video within 20, 30 seconds. It changes that drastically. Look at that thing. That's a screenshot. So enjoy it. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like right on the fucking screen. Any of you fans of Zombie Tommy, you're following a creature. I don't care if you don't like it. I don't care if it hurts your feelings. A lot of you don't care about what's true. You just want to follow shit. You want to follow demons and pretend that you're not. But that's what it is. It's a fucking demon. It's a demon. And I'm showing you what it is right on your fucking screen. So you can't deny it. You can't say, oh, well, Steven just calls him a demon. No, it is a demon. It is a fucking demon. That's what it is. And I spotted it. It's a demon. That's what it is. And by the way, I've given a lot of you, thousands of you humans, as you call yourselves, a heads up and said you're going to be facing these things one day, even if you bury your fucking heads in the sand and plug your ears and pretend not to listen to me and say, well, he can't be right. You're going to be facing these creatures one day and they're going to eat your fucking faces off if you don't wake up. You're going to get the rude awakening. You're going to be locked in here, cannibalized by them if you don't start waking up. That's reality. I'm showing you what they are. I'm showing you what this realm is. And some of you just want to bury your heads in the sand and put your asses up in the air. Because you're cowards. That's the reality. You don't want the truth and you're cowards. And you stand with evil. You stand with demons. As for Polly, yes. Just say the magic words and they'll let you go. Uncle Polly says so. Uncle Polly says so. It's a fucking cult. And then he lets on that there aren't magic words. Yes, there are. That's what they're selling you, that if you say the magic words, that you don't need a license, you don't need a license plate, you don't need a driver's license, you don't need car insurance, you don't have to follow the laws, you don't have to do anything. That's what they're selling people on. I've exposed all of these creatures. If you pay attention, I've exposed the one on the screen, this fucking creature, this demon. I've exposed Polly. I've exposed Jack Talcott. I've exposed Flogay. I've exposed, fuck you name it. Go through the whole fucking panelverse and beyond the panelverse. Tony Sayers, Howdy McCoskey, Jason Braziers of Archaics, Movies Maddie, Forever Con Man. The list goes on and on and on. Nobody's exposed more than I have. And I don't care if you're stupid and you take that as boasting. It's the fact. Nobody on here is exposed more than I have. In terms of demons, in terms of grifters, in terms of what they're selling you, the fucking money involved, OTW and Erica Dubé, and fucking the list goes on and on and on. Some of you have great difficulty with memory. Congratulations, though. I don't think it's going to do you too well when you're on your way trying to get out of here, because you haven't paid attention on my channel, and that's what frustrates me. I show you these fucking creatures, and then by the next day or next week, some people have forgotten, or they've forgotten all I've done. I'm not doing this for pats in the back, but I'd like you to at least remember what I've done. And maybe, if you're really good at it, remember until your deathbed, and don't get confused thinking that Polly or Lumatomi fucking helped you with any of this, because they didn't. That's reality. Some of you get all mixed up. And you think, well, I thought I got that from another channel. Really? Can you show me the fucking channels that are doing what I'm doing? Some of you are that confused. I have to wonder at times, do you have early onset dementia? Early onset Alzheimer's? Do some of you have neurological problems? And I'm not joking. It might sound funny, but in a dark way, but I'm not poking fun at people that have those issues. But some of you might have some serious issues, because you just don't remember anything. Some of you have admitted to having memory issues. Now, I don't know exactly why you have those memory issues, but something is going on in this realm. And I wish you the best. I hope you learn how to pay attention and work on your memory and work on these things. Because if you're following creatures, the ones on the screen, into your grave, you're not getting out of here. I hate to break the news to you. Should be obvious. You're following fucking creatures.
See the cop car. Do you ever see?
Look at the hollowed, sunken cheeks and all of the changes of his face. Just demonic as fuck. And she'll just sit there like it's normal. And that's what most in this realm do. They treat it as though it's perfectly normal. Someone can turn completely demonic in front of their eyes and they don't even notice.
See lights and sirens, or do we just see some guy dressed as a cop talking to him?
Henry, as long as we're commenting, it can be played for commentary.
So driving is doing commerce where you're employed on the road.
Yeah, I think the whole thing might be fake. Paulie might have hired an actor to pretend to be a cop. I think the whole thing could have been staged. It could have even been him working with cops staging it, working with Freemason cops to stage this shit to get people to copy him and get themselves in jail. They pull all kinds of tricks and tactics. Demons do. And what do people do on YouTube? They follow shit like this. By the, in his case, tens of thousands, in other channels' cases, by the millions. And that's how stupid most humans are. They follow shit. They get duped by demons day after day after day.
I don't need to present ID unless I'm in the commission of a crime, sir. I have not committed any crime.
You violated traffic law in the state of Colorado.
The definitions are right there, sir. If you'd like to go to court, we can handle it.
I need your ID, okay? I need your license, insurance, registration. You're operating a motor vehicle.
Did you even look at my paperwork at all?
Sir, I'm looking at your paperwork.
Did you read the definitions? The motor vehicle code definition is in there. It says driving is doing commerce on the roadway. I am not doing commerce. I am not employed. If you could please get a supervisor out here, I'd appreciate it, sir.
Okay.
This must be the Paul that
Oh, I'm not
claims
going anywhere,
cops
sir.
love him and thank him all the.
Just say the magic words and they'll let you go. Uncle Polly says so. Uncle Polly says so. And then he denied it, saying, it's not about magic words, about getting off, getting out of tickets, or getting pulled over. Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. You're showing it right here on your video.
Okay. I need your license, insurance, registration. You're operating a motor vehicle.
Did you even look at my paperwork at all?
Sir, I'm looking at your paperwork.
Did you read the definitions? The motor vehicle code definition is in there. It says driving is doing commerce on the roadway. I am not doing commerce. I am not employed. If you could please get a supervisor out here, I'd appreciate it, sir.
Okay.
This must be the Paul that
Oh, I'm not
claims
going anywhere,
cops
sir.
love him and thank him all the time.
Am
Like,
I
'cause
obligated to turn my car off?
this is
I'm not
definitely
intending to
how
go
one
anywhere. I'd
would,
like to handle this matter and settle it right now. I have no reason to leave. Why would I do that?
Jump to that very end. Jump to the end. Jump to the end. Because I just want to see where the cop
Deliver them
says.
a message that touches their spirit, so that they can open their mind and heart to the truth that we're all supposed to be experiencing.
hitting him with that Jack Calcott shit at the end.
Well, I appreciate you talking to me about it and stuff like that. I appreciate you having a care in your heart, man. There's not many people nowadays who care for anything, let alone truth and what's right. It's a crazy world right now.
Oh, there's people with cams for
Absolutely,
things.
and that's why we need to
sick
do
of
our
it.
due
It's almost
diligence and we
sick
need
of
to
it.
be vigilant as far as serving truth, because we can serve our belief system.
At any point, I don't want to watch the full film because it's 32
No,
minutes long.
who wants to, man? It's such a
Nobody has
drama.
time for that. But
Listen, if you want me to say his title's a lie, then fucking yeah. If he didn't have the full footage of it,
does he get a ticket during that encounter? Does he get a ticket?
I don't know. Did it show the whole stop?
I don't know. Henry, can you just scrub through it and see if he gets a ticket and put it in back chat for us? Because if we just ain't got time for that.
So Tommy went on the show and he doesn't even seem familiar with the actual video that they're talking about. Tommy didn't do his homework. Here's Tommy just a moment ago from this video. Do you like that? Do you like the way he looks here? What do you think? What are you thinking? Do you like the way he looks? Does he look good? He calls himself a Christian, an outdoorsman. He doesn't call himself homeless, or a thief, or a drug addict, or a liar, or a demon. He's a demon. Take a good look. And those that want to stay in this realm, you're going to be surrounded by creatures like this and much worse. You're going to see what I mean firsthand. You're going to have nowhere to bury your head in the sand. You're going to be facing this. A realm full of this, openly cannibalizing you. I don't care if you don't like it. You're going to face it. Denial won't save you. Denial won't save you. Ignorance won't save you. Laziness won't save you. You're going to face this. Maybe you'll be sealed in when you face it. You ever consider that? Play your little demon games now and pretend. You're going to have to face it eventually. Maybe by then you'll be sealed in here with them because you refused to face the truth and start caring about the truth and speaking the truth and treating the truth with care and respect and reverence for a truth that is sacred, instead of shitting all over it like the fucking demons are do in this realm. Like that's what they're like, and that's what many do in this realm. They don't give a fuck about what's true. They just, everything's a joke to them. They're shown demons and they just laugh about it. He's not a demon. He's not a demon. It's normal. You're liars, and I see through you. And you're gonna face a fucking hell realm you can't even imagine. You stupid fucks that lurk here.
Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
For that. But the point is, you have to drive with a license, and I'm sure he got ticketed for that. I'm sure he didn't just get away scot-free. Someone in chat say something. NJ Jeep Girl says, no, he doesn't. There's no way he didn't get
No Jeep, New Jersey Jeep Girl says, no, he doesn't, because that bitch has called herself the girlfriend of a married man. That's the shit you gotta have the pay for, Robin.
Every single person, man, woman, or troll needs to be respected in chat, please. However, so let's talk about it. So he had the thing with the trolling of the cops. He eventually stopped doing that, didn't he? I wonder why. I wonder why he stopped filming doing that. Anywho, and I don't think that's much of a ticket. I don't know. I don't know what the fine is. So I don't know what he faced or if he got charged or what. However, you do need a driver's license. Okay. Even if you think it should be unconstitutional, as you said, the powers that
Wait,
be
are
do
you
exist.
telling me though? Did you bring me here to tell me I need to have a license?
No, I'm just saying that as a liability in case somebody watches this, and I'm trying to become an attorney, and so I don't want someone to later watch this and say,
Good, because I am pro, when you say liability, I am pro mandatory insurance coverage. And I can get down with no license and no registration unless you're maybe a geezer that needs checked out yearly for your condition in driving. But
then don't you also agree, like children, and there should be some sort of person checking to make sure that they have the
don't
capacity.
quote me on the case because I don't give a fuck, but you should find out as an attorney. One of the earliest cases of no license.
So almost 18 minutes into it, they really haven't gotten into anything. Do they actually get into something here?
Where there were no mods in the chat and he controlled.
See you later, Salty Siren. It's always good to see you.
Who was muted, who was kicked. All the basic power grab stuff you get from small genitaled individuals.
Okay, so this comment, can we address this comment here? Okay,
if you play basketball,
can we
fucking
address
Aryans, I swear. They're always assuming things.
Sorry, what?
The left. The racist, like when I say you should treat the cop like your basketball coach, meaning respectful, and if you play basketball, but the left will say I'm racist, dog whistling, because they are racist.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna. Okay, so this comment. comment. Can we address this comment here? Gino Radio Guru.
Oh, you mean I gotta read that one?
Okay. So this comment, can we address this comment here?
Hold on, everyone. I noticed something and I wanted to slow it down so that I could get a screenshot of it to share with you. I'd like to show you something today, and I hope you learn something. I hope it opens your eyes a little bit wider to what surrounds you in this realm. Because I suspect a lot of you walk around day to day and you don't notice this stuff. They're right in front of you. You're in a demonic realm. You're in a demonic realm. Now, why would he make a face like that when she says about a comment in the chat room? She'd like him to take a look at a comment. Here's his reaction. That's quite a face, isn't it? I would call it a demonic face. I don't know what some of you would call it, but it seems like very few in this realm have the eyes to see anything at all, even when it's shown to them. I hope you learn how to see. But if you can't see this at this point, I'm not sure what I can do for you. I've tried to help you. I've tried to break it down and show you. And this is what I notice they look like. This is the way I see them. Right on your screen. Now, if you can't see what that is, maybe you're so spiritually different from what I am that you'll never see what they are. Maybe this is your home for some lurkers here. Maybe this is your home. Maybe you can spend eternity with them, because that's what is going to happen when they're sealed in here. Eternity with these creatures. I'm not staying here with this shit. You see the shit on the screen, the demon? That's what they are. And it's not just Illumitami. And I've been trying to expose this whole realm in ways that these channels that people, you watch and you applaud and you send them money, and Lolita and Tony Sayers and Anne-Marie Uber and fucking Eric Dubay, you watch these surface level fucking shitheads begging for shekels, and they don't show you where you are. I do. I show you what this realm is in ways they never will, unless they're copying from me. That's the reality. And they'll copy from me to write books, to make books and videos behind paywalls, members only videos and members only content and Patreon videos and all the rest. Take a good look. This represents the realm you're in. You're in a demonic realm. And I'm showing you. I'm not just calling it a demonic realm. I'm putting it on your screen and saying, here, take a good look. Take a good look. Take a real good look till you understand something. I'm not showing you to scare you. I'm showing you so that you have a chance to understand where you are. You're in a demonic realm with demons like the ones on the screen. He goes from looking like this to totally demonic in just a couple seconds.
Okay. So this comment, can we address this comment here?
And there it is. Why does it look so strange and demonic? Because it is strange and demonic. Instead of doing the mental gymnastics that people do and going into denial mode, what you should do is just face reality. For those that are tuned in doing mental gymnastics, you're only harming yourself in the end. You're not hurting me. You can mock what I'm doing, laugh it off. You're only hurting yourself in the end. Because in the end, your final destination is going to be with these creatures, and they'll be eating you alive. And I warned you, and I showed you, and I tried to teach you, and I put in thousands of hours, countless days and nights. And I think most in this realm are lost causes. You show me that.
Do you know Radio Guru?
Oh, you mean I gotta read? That won't fly on the Unslaved channel. Don't make them read. Just have pictures.
Oh, I'll read for you. Tommy's here for revenge.
Oh, I see it. I see it. Yeah, this is what I told you. This is what I told you, man. The chat. I even warned Henry. Every email was like, "Trust me, dude." I told 5 different channels in the Civil War and my own Snapchat that I never talk about. I knew people would be here for the what they think is going to be a shit show. I think it's pretty successful so far. This is the message I'd like to get out. I hope I'm not ruining your Oprah better than show.
No, I am a free speech channel, and I want people, including Paul, if he so chooses, to be able to express their opinion. I just think that Paul has been a little bit creepy and territorial over people and possessive. And
So why did he just cover his one eye there in a very overt, intentional way? What's he doing? Why do you think this creature can't stand me? Because I expose him. That's why I expose him and his fucking group of demons. I expose all of them. The whole panel verse, the whole truther verse. It's all fake. It's all fucking demonic. That's what it is. And I don't ask you to believe me. Just use your own fucking eyes and ears. And work on your discernment if you can't see it yet. Work on your spirit. Some of you must be blind because you're just spiritually fucked by demons. You're possessed. You're influenced by demons. It's obvious. Very intentional. He covered his whole side of his face with his hand. And then look at the other hand inside the vest. He's doing an Illuminati sign right there. Hidden hand and then one eye covered. Complete fucking demon. Look at the hidden hand inside of this is completely unnatural. Hidden hand pose with the one eye covered. Is he a Freemason? I don't know. Is he working with Freemasons or some other dark occult group? He is a demon, though. But what is he doing here? Why would he do this on his interview? Think about it. Wake up. Wake up. Start seeing what these things are. They show you what they 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 are. Maybe I need the air horns. Maybe that'll help wake people up that are falling asleep. Tried everything I can. I don't know what else I can do. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. They show you what they are. Wake up. Wake up. They show you what they are. Wake up. I'm trying to get your attention. Pay attention. Wake up. They show you what they are. One eye covered and the other hand, hidden hand inside of his vest. They show you what they are. They show you what they are. Wake up. Wake up. They show you what they are. 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 Wake up.
Creepy and territorial over people and possessive
I agree.
creepy and territorial over creepy and territorial over people and possessive creepy and territorial over people and possessive creepy and territorial over people and possessive creepy and territorial over people and possessive
I
and
agree.
punish people for disagreeing with him or for not doing as he wants. We can have Henry whenever he wants to pull up a clip of Paul freaking out or wants to show. Do you know what it was? Yeah, I want to get back to the Jack Talcott stuff. What was it? How long was Jack Talcott on good terms with Paul? And then what was it that set Jack Talcott off? Like Paul off on Jack Talcott.
I would translate that as when did Jack actually start just taking up for himself? Because from the first time I saw Jack's appearance, I mean, I know the subtleties. I already knew when I started watching what I saw advertised between him and Zach Hubbard, and how that's occasionally rewatched for content to rebask in the Uncle Rico moment of that time you went to state and beat Jack Talcott, and how much you want to bet Paul can throw his registration over them mountains. Like, yeah, they definitely do that shit. Jack is a guy that was on YouTube 5 years ago. Jack's been on YouTube longer than Paul has been on YouTube. Jack's been on YouTube since before Paul was probably out of an institution. He's been here 5 years. I don't know how to gauge that. But yeah, just one day, maybe after a little side coaching over a platform we wouldn't be heard on, maybe Jack did find a new confidence in the situation through knowledge is power, through the same awareness I've given others who are currently my unspoken league of channels that hate Paul. It's real Games of Thrones shit, man. I developed this over lockdowns. I found the joy of being smarter than scammers and schemers, and that crossed over to, oh my God, YouTubers are doing Zoom calls? Jesus Christ, I'm gonna go fuck with this shit. But you have to be, I wouldn't fuck with a channel that's trying to find a cure to cancer, Lauren. You have to be a shit show for me to fucking try and put a wrench in that.
Yeah, okay, let me,
No, we're being targeted. That's his Wi-Fi issue. We're being targeted.
So,
I made a name for myself in the government and the streets. This is what little military police training this is.
Our government is not within our country, so.
What's that?
Henry
Oh,
didn't
yes, yes. I know about your scheme, Lauren. You should just tell your grandmother that you live with your boyfriend rather than try and say he's your overseas producer. Come on.
Is not within our country, so.
I made a name for myself in the government and the streets. This is what I made a name for myself in the government and the streets.
Is not within our country, so.
What's that? Oh,
Henry
yes, yes. I know about your scheme. I made a name for myself in the government and the streets. This is what little military police training this is.
Our government is not within our country, so.
What's that? Oh,
Henry
yes, yes. I know about your scheme, Lauren. You should just tell your grandmother that you live with your boyfriend rather than try and say he's your overseas producer. Come on, Lauren. I'm kidding.
Are you
Go
serious?
on. Yeah, I'm just.
Oh. Yeah, he definitely does not live in the United States.
I know. I've watched the email back and forth. I recognize the time zone difference, and that's because we're on a globe, Lauren. Time zones are a globe thing.
Listen to this, Tard. Time zones are a globe thing, as though you couldn't have time zones on in a realm that isn't a fucking floating, spinning ball. Listen to this. What a lying demon.
Fuck you.
That
dude.
is true. Are you?
Time zones are a globe thing. I know. I've watched the email back and forth.
Is that upsetting you?
I know. I've watched the email back and forth. I recognize the time zone. Time zones are a globe thing. Time zones are a globe thing.
What a demon tard he is. What a demon tard.
Fuck you.
That
dude.
is true. Are you looking at the chat and is that upsetting you a little bit?
I have no regard for the chat because I respect a platform that is there, that says they're there to hear what I have to say about something, and they do that. To reference the chat, you do it fine, I guess. But when I spent that time living among monkeys, the chat, this is what you're looking for, Lauren. He only will use, on behalf of himself, the chat that is for him, that bends the knee, that glorifies, that assures him that thing is bigger than I think it is. And then if the chat is negative me, oh man, it's up on the screen all the time. But any rational adult person with a family that finds themselves speaking in that chat to maybe question the man who claims he wants his bullshit called, that's fuck the chat. Once that stuff happens, oh yeah, the chat is trash. F the chat.
So I've been getting this sort of stuff. So I want to address this really quickly.
This
So
guy,
we
oh
have
no, Lauren, we got to address the comments. Yeah, I recognize Fatu Snacks.
Address this because I do have a free speech channel. I have somebody who's accused of being his wife, a dog on my channel. We have flat earthers on this channel. We have sovereign citizens on this channel. We
That's what
plenty
comes
of
with the free speech, Lauren. You gotta have the Discworlders if you're gonna have the free speech. I agree, it sucks.
right. So anyway, so literally, so I'm trying to give you a free space to speak, and I will not talk over you. And that's a really annoying thing when you get accused of something on YouTube. You always get talked over as you're getting peppered questions about it. So would you like to explain the accusation that you are either a meth head or the accusation that you have threatened children? Because I don't even know what that accusation's about.
In the sense of people who obviously have never seen Game of Thrones, as they're being little fingered or drinking little guide all the time. Even right now, they're tossing me these underhand balls, man. Yes, Lauren, because we already ate mild among monkeys, and then I handed them the mic for their turn, and they repeat what I said in my freestyle turn back to me and raise their hands in victory. Yeah, Lauren, I'm Gen X. I'm killing, man. Yes, Lauren, man. Yes, Lauren, man. Yes, Lauren, because we already ate mild among monkeys, and then I handed them the mic for their turn, and they repeat what I said in my freestyle turn back to me and raise their hands in victory. Yeah, Lauren, I'm Gen X. I'm tail end of Gen X. I'm 43 years old.
You're Gen X. You weren't asked about that. Are you a meth head? And do you like? Have you? What you gave a meth head answer? I mean, you're all over the place. I think you just confirmed you are a meth head.
And I spent in total, not even as a string, but I would say I spent all together in sections probably 3 years of my 43 years using Breaking Bad methamphetamines, despite 7 years of my life only assisting those not blessed with things in their skulls. In sections, probably 3 years of my 43 years using Breaking Bad methamphetamine. In sections, probably 3 years of my 43 years using Breaking Bad methamphetamines, despite 7 years of my life only assisting those not blessed with things in their skulls, wiping asses of men who had the eyes of Jesus as their only communication their entire life is trying to play 20 questions, wiping asses of men who had the eyes of Jesus as their only communication their entire life is trying to play 20 questions, yes or no, with the people who get frustrated carrying them into showers. Yes, 7 years of that over 3 years of meth. I'll take that in front of any religious deity and take whatever they got for me over it.
You had tried meth previously, but you don't anymore. Is that what you're saying?
I had been tricked into trying meth by an alphabet community who had a thing for lying biblically with straight men, and you don't find a lot of them that do that. So, yeah, I had taken a mystery cocktail by a guy I had known for 5+ years that had money transactions with the guy.
Oh, so a gay guy gave you drugs, a guy that you were sleeping with? Is that what you're saying, Tommy? Are you coming out of the closet?
Virtually a free car when my car broke down, free Audi. And those all sound like, yeah, obviously he's trying to groom him. But I disagree. I think things don't go down as long-term like flat earthers think of, like long-term big group conspiracy shit over. Yes, go on. You have to stop me, Lauren. It all interconnects.
I'm sorry.
What have I
Like, you
heard
don't.
before?
Robert Redmond once. Did you say something about carrying kids in showers?
No, I said something about palsied grown men who have never known the freedom of walking down a field. And my particular couldn't reach the joystick of his electric chair. You just analog game controllered him around malls and Walmarts while you walked beside him. yeah, we didn't. There's a different way that I think children get that. That's the type of shit that I'm like, make these lowbrow motherfuckers pay at least fiat to your cause for this shit. I didn't read what Henry respectively had said because I was on.
Oh, he just said that his Wi-Fi is down and that he's British.
All right, everyone. I'm going to shift gears, take a break from that. It gets to be a bit much after a while. Let's go over to Martin Leidke. Martin Leidke. Here's Martin. Remember this guy? He's really close friends with Jason Braziers from our Archaics channel. They're very close. They're very close.
And move on. There's only ever the now anyway. Okay. Okay. Joe's in the house. She's hippie shaking. Price is in the house. And 7 is in the house. Leslie's in the house. Okay. We all feeling groovy. We're going to have a little giggle all the way through, actually. And not take life too seriously, because we have to realize that it's a game. It's just a ride. It's just a ride. And that they want you to worry about all these different things like possessions that possess you, when the reality is there is no lighter. Tricky, I know, but the reality. So Marticus, hope you spent the day down. No, I couldn't, Bethany, because I had to do flat day work things, which is what happens. It takes all day to get this stuff together, you know, and then all night as well, because I'm thinking about it all night until I get up in the morning and then straight into it. So, all of it. Pasture of Castles, fantastic. Good to see you. So, yeah, everyone's feeling groovy. Mrs. Red's feeling groovy. So, I like to hear all them fuzzy feelings. Max Maximus, no, I never took your name, Max Maximus. It was my own thoughts that made that. And now I see yours. I think, oh, maybe I got it from there. I don't know. The only demon is me. The only angel is me. And I'm having dialogue upon the mountainside, says Joe. No shit. Okay, so yeah, we're going to talk about demons. We're going to talk about jinn. Okay, because they're an interesting technology. I think they've got like an improbability drive, because they just you get 3 wishes and you choose something out of the field of infinite probabilities. But you have to get it right, otherwise you end up with a nightmare shit show, especially with genies and wishes. That's a tricky one. We're going to talk about all that later. We're going to talk about God technologies or demons technologies. We're going to talk about rubies, not the geological rubies, the other crystal rubies that are in some royal devices. Let's just call them devices and crowns. And we're going to think of them as a form of technology because they are infused with the essence of demon blood. You heard me right. We're going to talk about that later. Demon, my ex-husband, TW, thank them for you to learn. All of them, just thank them and move on. There's only ever the now anyway. Manipulation is quantum lattice. Yes, boy, hold on. And just don't get your knickers in a twist just yet. Jesus Flame. Yeah, so they got an army. They got a heavenly army. Yeah. And then when I've downloaded like 100 images of angels and stuff, they all got swords and they're all like beating people up or killing stuff or killing everybody. And they seem to be having a really pissy attitude, but I know why. And we're all to blame, and I will explain why. I do think that there are other densities to this realm, and I do think, you know, through the whole process of having to go through this schoolroom that we are, salmon sushi, Army of Me. I love that, Jamie Vicious, and I love that song by Bjork. It was an amazing song. Okay, took it up. Okay, it's 4:20, and it is peace and love is the main ethos of the day. Gilgamesh 2. See, I can't verify any of that, Mr. Roots. It is really lovely to listen to and stuff, but I'm really like skeptical of controlling information just lately. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's just a new level of truth that I'm going through, or many people are going through. RJD, sorcerers. And we're going to talk about sorcerers because sorcerers are connecting to source, aren't they? This is why it's called sorcery. And summoning. So they summon demons. Well, let's have a look at the word summoning. Summoning, like in a sermon. A sermon is a summon. They're summoning when they're doing sermons. No shit. And then you got the parish, which is the parish, the diocese. The diocese? What? It just goes, especially in the etymology, just gives the whole game away. It all comes undone. It's all wrapped around Phoenician maritime law, as you know, Tony, and hand in hand with what they're doing with their specific type of magic. Once they get you in an antiquitech device, as I will be explaining, a specific rituals. Some of it is called baptism. Some of it is called christening, and a specific invocation of words. Spells, the English language is spells. Summon to court, exactly right, Jamie Vicious. You get summoned to court, or you get summonses through the door, don't you? Court summons, exactly, Bob, brother. Good to see you, my friend. So it's all tied into magic, isn't it? What they say with demonology, all of the phrases, even illegality as well. So, you know, they summon you to court. Okay, well, we're going to hold them accountable, all of them. In fact, Flat Earth British, Martin Leaker, in this special post tonight, okay, is holding heaven and hell accountable for extracting all of humanity's energy unwittingly for their own purposes, which is us giving them eternal life, I'm afraid. Well, having ours extracted away. Semen. Oh, I didn't think of that, Sylvia. Very good, very good. Indeed, indeed. Okay, let's get stuck in. Have you ever heard of the energy conversion matrix? The energy conversion matrix. Have you heard of it? Okay, well, the Vatican and all of world religions have certainly heard of the energy conversion matrix, and they use it for the lost souls that walk through them doors into that antiquitech field, not knowing exactly what is going on. Now remember, the antiquitech machines, the churches, okay, weren't always in the hands of the church. They were in the hands of Tatarians, and them churches were used for healing and all good things in manifestation. Church, however, have managed to possess billions of people worldwide. How do I know? Oh, because they'll all be screaming and going, wow, 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 later in my comments. First response of a deep mind control program is anger, defense, defend it. Anger is a biggie. And anything else that they, you know, feel at that time, which would be anger mostly. So, yeah. So I was christened at 8-year-old, but I was incredibly naughty at the time, so I don't think it would have worked. I heard Catholic today. Well, we're going to talk about Jesus, because Jesus saves, all right. He saves all of your data and your energy. Okay, that's your salvation right there. His salvation, or their salvation, their eternity, their immortality by taking ours. Would you believe that? No, would you believe that? That we are immortal beings and that we've had our energy siphoned away through mind control programs wrapped up around religion. Would you believe that? 111, tombs and temples, rarely catch alive, grateful for these comfy jaunts, lead us to uncover all aspects of this weird place. You are so fucking hilarious. Well, we'll have a little giggle at possession and different stuff later, because I'm not going to take life too seriously, because I see it for what it is. I see it for a technology that has been used on an unwitting public. You've got to admit, a lot of the people that go to the church is because there's something fucked up looping with them, and they go to the church because I got these thoughts, you see. It's like, oh, come into confession, tell me what you're thinking. It's like, well, we can't really. It's really, really embarrassing. Oh, come on, tell me. And then they tell them they're like probably weird sexual thing going on. It's got a sexual demon attached to them. And all sorts of different types of demons, the greedy demon. And you can literally see these things, these thought forms, these energy beings attaching to people, like in the film Odd Thomas. And I think it is a thing, but you can, in fact, shield yourself by not leaking your energy, keeping it for you, and then miracles start to happen.
Yeah.
Brits.
Well, you wouldn't have the females running their shows without leaving the British, you know? So it's everything's good, Lauren. Everything that's ever happened has been required for any good that's come in your life. It's all butterfly effect.
He's British.
Yeah.
Brits.
Well, you wouldn't have the females running their shows without leaving the British, you know? So it's everything's good, Lauren. Everything that's ever happened has been required for any good that's come in your life. It's all butterfly effect. It all sounds crazy until someone's on a substance or their deathbed thinking about it.
Yeah, I was actually wanting to ask you about, can you explain a little bit more about that situation? So you knew this person on YouTube for 5 years, and did they send you this
You mean
mystery
Jack?
concoction?
You mean Jack?
You just said that you had tried meth accidentally with a mystery concoction, and I was just wondering who sent that to you and how the alphabet community and how that happened.
I don't want to say the alphabet community because I also know gay dudes that they're offended by how far that alphabet is getting. Like, they just wanted to be gay dudes being gay dudes, and now they're expected to take up for letters who haven't decided what their rules are yet, you know, and I respect that. What you're asking? No, this was a guy I knew personally. I had met him through veterans of America's current wars that I trusted, that I knew before I met this guy. And I mean, to say you got no issue with alphabet people, I have to say, yes, I did all the typical things you do with regular friends with this dude, including partying. And it's not that, like, I was the one that had already done drugs and agreed to do drugs. It's just I know from the way this dude talked that he would say, you know, I know some straight guys that are only straight till they do shit like this. And he'd say stuff like that. And I was in my gym prime with my veteran friends back when GNC would turn into an illegal product after you consume their legal product. I make no mistake that this dude was probably trying to party me into a little good time.
So are you,
Lauren, I'm a straight man. I know about the marks on the headrest. I know why dudes scratch marks on the headrest. That's egoic. I stopped counting long ago.
So are you saying that gay people are the reason that you tried meth?
No, but a gay man is the reason I tried it against my will for the first. Every time I did it after that, that was my choice. But I was never going to try it until he mystery.
How many times you've tried it since?
How many times have I tried it since? I said.
He said 3 years. You weren't paying attention. 3 years. He was a meth addict for 3 years, but I think he's lying. He's still addicted.
For a scattered 3 years of my life, I probably did it on and off. No, but a gay man is the reason I tried it against my will for the first. Every time I did it after that, that was my choice. But I was never going to try it until he mystery.
How many times you've tried it since?
How many times have I tried it since? I said for a scattered 3 years of my life, I probably did it on and off.
What got you clean?
And people like to throw, like, as soon as people hear that, they'll throw addiction. For the rest of the time they ever talk about me, they'll add in addiction. And it's also a case of build 1,000 bridges and suck one cock, you'll always be a cocksucker. Because I've also achieved in this world of strawman number of build 1,000 bridges and suck one cock, you'll always be a cocksucker. Because I've also of build 1,000 bridges and suck one cock, you'll always be a cocksucker. Because I've also achieved.
How many of you sucked, Tommy? Because straight men don't suck off other guys. How many of you sucked? I think you're in the closet. Tommy's in the closet.
In this world of strawman number cards that keep our accounts of electronic money that's soon to be tokenized, I've beaten these people on all fronts. But because they know that I used to do a little Adderall, a little illegal Adderall, that's forever what I am to them. And the fucks I could give, man. The fucks I could give.
Have you tried sucking a penis before?
You mean like a fake penis or a real penis?
Either, I suppose.
No, Lauren, but if I did, I would, that's forever what I am to them. And the fucks I could give, Lauren. The fucks I could give.
Have you tried sucking a penis before?
You mean like a fake penis or a real penis? That's forever what I am to them. And the fucks I could give, Lauren. The fucks I could give.
Have you tried sucking a penis before?
You mean like a fake penis or a real penis?
Either, I suppose.
No, Lauren, but if I did, I would I wouldn't tell you that now, and I'd hit up the guy that tried to party me into that time, and I'd say the nerve of these fucking white girls. You know what I'm talking about, man? Like, did you see her? Like, no, forget that shit I said about, I guess, like, you don't have to worry about me because somebody stabbed you up anyway. But no, I think I was his friend, that I just see there was way too much effort in the way that I've seen straight guys, like things old Huxtables were accused of one way or the other. It's like, it's just people, man. I'm not saying gay dudes do that. I'm saying dudes do that, and some dudes are gay.
Okay, so going back to the 3 years that you were struggling.
I was never struggling. Let me stop you, Lauren. Never struggling. The years I was doing meth, God damn it, I can only say this shit because I never have to be in an interview again, Lauren. The years I was doing meth, I had a college degree job in science, which made me a project manager for a low voltage system that was invented over the act of 9/11 happening. And meth got me $1 an hour raise like it was nothing. A pat on the back by technicians and like, good job. Whatever kids are prescribed Adderall for, I might be misdiagnosed, finding my stride in the Breaking Bad, you know? Because there's others like me out there that I've come being open about things that I'm not ashamed of, because why be ashamed of something that didn't hold you back, if not questionably boosted you?
So for the 3 years that you were smoking meth, how often were you smoking meth? Was it every day, every week?
I would probably say the technique was like microdosing according to how I felt when I thought I was going to use it, because I had a specific regimen to use it, probably like you would do if you were the small mustache that came the closest of conquering the entire planet. That anyone, not a fan, not a fan. Don't let this look fool you. Not a fan. But that dude was using.
He's at the level of a normie. Calls it a planet. Small mustache. He believes the propaganda. You're such a normie fool. You're a dummy. You're a dum-dum. You're a dum-dum.
Using it. His military was using it. And it's the claim to fame for these stars and stripes. God fucking bless us. Yeah, man. So what do you want? It's all, everything is the individual. I'm not telling anybody.
So you said you stopped 3 years ago, right? And how did you go to rehab?
No, I was never addicted. I don't get addicted to things, Lauren. Do you know what people get? Like, usually if you think of addiction.
Wow, he denies being addicted to meth for using it for 3 years. He claims he was never addicted. Oh my goodness, what a liar.
Heroin? I never was into heroin. I don't do heroin. Maybe we could talk about Paul about heroin. But whenever I went to heroin people to get meth, yeah, dude, that's not as much addiction as running from a sickness that is indefinitely coming for you when you stop shooting that shit. That's what they're trying to avoid. I can get through any after effects of any drug because none of it compares to like
So what made you
West
stop?
Virginia dad discipline beats any drug that could try and craft mine.
What made you like stop using meth?
I don't know. I'm trying to gauge it. See, I don't really watch the dates unless I'm in paycheck desperation cooking. So I don't really follow dates unless it's for stock market, holidays, whatever. I'm trying to think of how to.
When was the last?
Here, the lockdowns or not lockdowns. I don't know. What's the significance, and I'll narrow it down.
When was the last time you, even if it's just a one-time thing, when was the last time you used?
It was probably in the apartments I was at before these, and it was just to show a user there that I could hit his stuff. Like, he believed me that I was done and didn't have any. I hit his pipe once, and I said, I'm going to come back and see you every day till I move, and never asked for that pipe. I just sat there and had one good session with him. So what?
How long ago was that?
It was sometime during lockdowns because I moved to here during lockdowns because I was sick of Lives That Matter shooting my building and leaving the bags they stole from places all strung out with what they didn't want left in my hallways and shit. Takes a village, to tell you what.
Okay. Did you experience any dental issues while you were trying meth for 3 years?
None whatsoever, because the gay dude that offered or got me on it when I didn't know what it was, he was a big enough man to, like, the same way I'll sit here and say kids don't try that because your parents already prescribed it to you anyway. Same way I'll tell people don't try it expecting my results. That dude was very clear, like, you know, you just keep up on regular hygiene and it doesn't do anything. And I agree. I haven't had any teeth problems. You know who does? Meth users on the street that don't have a toothbrush and don't worry about that shit. They look all skinny and scabby because they don't eat food because meth takes hunger away. And then meth is probably as cheap as their food. So the conditions of what you think of as a zombie or a malnourished, decaying person, a lot of that is living through this climate change out on these real streets, not these YouTube streets. Like, the reason meth has a show that is so famous, the reason it's got a...
He believes in climate change. Is Tommy a meth expert? Is he the meth expert of the Panelverse?
grip so deep in society is because you can use it under the radar and excel/progress.
So the last time you hit a meth pipe was during lockdowns, but have you
To show an addict that it's as easy as sitting down a bag of bricks. It's just all up here, man. There is, don't get me wrong, there is a short one with meth. It's not like running from that train spotting style sickness. I've never had anything like that off meth. But if you do meth for a long time, not eating and not sleeping right, when you come off of it, you're going to feel that. I've never gotten a real hard crash from the substance because it's one molecule different than Breaking or than Adderall. Adderall and Breaking Bad, one molecule different. Sometimes that'll kill you, Lauren. H2O, fine. H2O2, last thing you ever drank. But in the case of
took a pill.
What?
When was the last time you took a pill?
What do you mean a pill? Oh, you mean like Adderall or Ritalin? I've only taken each once or twice from people that had prescriptions, and it was only after I had done meth that whenever I heard how closely they were related in a chemistry sense, I was like, well, let's go find out for ourselves so we can spread the message on Oprah's show that, yeah, you prescribe that. You prescribe it to your kids. And I've done all three, same show. Same show, Lauren.
Have you tried heroin before?
What?
Have you tried heroin?
No, I've never shot any drugs except for one cycle of steroids, and I got that from our veterans, God bless them, because they're the only ones. I mean, I don't care how straight edge or unpatriotic one is. If you knock heavily geared men who want to pull each other out of life or death situations, juice away, my friend. God bless you for taking that onto yourself the same way I'm taking this Breaking Bad message on myself.
Hold on, I think I have a t-shirt for Tommy. Here's one. I love meth. Tommy, you love meth. Tommy, you love meth. You love meth. You're gonna get wrecked, homie. You're messing with the wrong one, bitch. You're a little bitch. You're a scrawny little meth head.
Ooh, one guy has to be known for doing meth, but now everybody that ever sees me knows. Prescription Adderall to kids and college students because you didn't want to maybe discipline them. Yeah, that's same show as what I used to have a grinder account as a straight man specifically to find meth dealers. When you ask,
you're not a straight man. You had a grinder account because you're gay. Look at him. Look at her face. She's not buying it. Look at this. He's talking. I got to play that again. This is hilarious stuff. I mean, this meth head gets on a roll. This meth demon. This demon tard.
College students because you didn't want to maybe discipline them. Yeah, that's same show as what I used to have a grinder account as a straight man specifically to find meth dealers. When you asked me about that story about how I ended up trying it, that's how I knew where I could find it. Hey, if my gay friend is willing to get me on it to see, that's how you're getting all these piggy parties from the willing, is a lot of that community, they get the best Breaking Bad.
What was the last substance you took?
Marijuana, sitting here on your show.
You didn't take anything else that morning? You didn't drink your toilet water and drink your piss? I mean, you're fucked up, dude. You're on stuff. You must be on something, or you fried your brain on meth. Something happened to you. Like, you're fucked up. You're methed up, as Mike Tyson would say. You're methed up, Tommy, methed up.
Okay.
Can I make a disclaimer to the to both our alphabet community that I support the freedom of, as long as not making a beeline for children's education? Can I give a positive spin to that? 10 years ago, before it would ever get shot up, I was a bouncer at Club Q in Colorado Springs. Made a lot of friends. Still met a lot of straight girls. Straight girls party at gay clubs, dude. But yeah, I don't have a lot of bad stories about Club Q, except the manager who was my age, who I butted heads with. Still love the dude. Still respect him as who would have been in school with me. I respect the guy, but I was right about.
So he hangs out with gays. He had a gay best friend. He worked at a gay club. He was on Grindr. I think that's a gay dating or hookup site, something like that. I don't know if he paid to be on there. I don't know. And he does meth with gay people, but he claims not to be gay. And he said his first time using meth was with a gay guy. That's how he. Okay. Tommy, you're gay. Okay, you're gay. You're gayer than gay. That's methed up. That's methed up. That's methed up, homie. That's methed up, homie. That's methed up, homie.
How I was wrong. Read between the lines, Paul Enslaved.
Yeah, going back to Paul Enslaved, how long have you been following Paul?
Counting the pre-game time of seeing just what a basic bitch he is, altogether, up till now, where the cat has been out of the bag, even though I've said it over and over again. They finally starting to believe that maybe I've been fucking with them. Maybe this is me still acting eccentric for my the release show, where it's like, okay, move on whenever I hear this shit after this. Repeat the question, please. It wasn't going to be too much about Paul, even though they all thought it was going to be about Paul.
Following him, so like around approximately. Long following him, so like long.
The cat has been out of the bag, even though I've said it over and over again. They finally starting to believe that maybe I've been fucking with them. Maybe this is me still acting eccentric for my the release show, where it's like, okay, move on whenever I hear this shit after this. Repeat the question, please. It wasn't going to be too much about Paul, even though they all thought it was going to be about Paul.
Following him, so like around approximately 2 to 3 years.
No, just Harry, look for High Impact Flick, or Paul has the video on his channel on Paul Enslaved. Whichever one Paul finds of Brian from High Impact Flicks. I waited a little. I watched a little bit after the date of that video. Like, that's how I found him, among other people.
You want me to look for?
You don't have to if you're not into the whole exact date thing that I'm definitely only about if I'm in one of those maritime courts. I might use that to my advantage. But man, if you're really hung up on it, it was I started studying him around that time.
Okay, so let me pull up his. Okay, so you can see his screen.
Be careful when you're telling the kids to pull up. That means new shit these days. Remember when I said we're using the same words and they mean different things? Now, pull up, that's street talk, not YouTube street. Because I'm telling these monkeys to pull up. I'm very describable and findable. You don't have to tell me you're coming.
So which videos are you talking about?
Back there where it was yellow. That might, if it says Brian's coverage, but it's like when Brian dropped that video, which was in Paul's case probably the same day Paul started fronting it. What date does that say? Is it like 6 or 7 months?
1 year ago.
It might be doing that.
When I was younger.
All right. Anyway, hello to Ren. It's good to see you. I wanted to say hi this way, even though I did type it in the chat. And here's a shirt for Lumatami. I think I'm going to ask him if he wants one of these. I'll send him a t-shirt. I'll send him a shirt like the one that's on the screen. I heart meth, as Mike Tyson would say. Tommy's all methed up. Tommy's all methed up. He's methed up. He's methed up. That's Mike Tyson. Thank you, Mike. And you weren't here earlier, Ren, but I want to cover a couple things for you and for others that have joined, not just for Ren, but I was showing Illuma Tommy earlier. I took a few screenshots from this video, and this video playing is an interview Tommy did 2 years ago with this chick. This is one of the screenshots. Looks like a corpse. He looks like something in a coffin. I've seen people look more alive in a coffin. All right. So there's picture number 1. For those just joining, we have 19 people watching right now. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. So that was the first screenshot. And then I took another one here. All right. This one with his mouth open. He's kind of leaning back. There's more. Hold on. I took a few screenshots here. This is close up. His face kind of morphed into this with the cheeks extremely sunken. Look at this. Look at the look. Look at the nose. Look at the eyes. Look at this thing. Totally demonic. Morphed into this demonic thing. Same interview that we're watching. This was earlier. I took these screenshots. And then this one here. It's this one. You can see the screen behind him coming up in this one. And his face. His demonic face. That's a diamond. Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes of that thing. Look at them. Just look at them. Look at that thing. They show you what they are. And I know I'm rushing through this a bit, but because I want to play more and I've got a few things I have to do today, but I want to cover as much as I can while I'm live here. Here he is. I caught this in slow motion, him turning to the side and kind of cackling to himself as she asked him a question or asked him to take a look at something. Look at the demonic look. Look at the teeth. Look at the mouth area. Look at the teeth. Look at the eyes. Total demon. Just changed into a fucking demon. That's the true face of that thing. They show you what they are. They show you what they are in this realm. And it isn't just Tommy. It isn't just him. Okay, I think there's one more, is there? Yeah, okay. Here we go. Hold on. One more. He did this, and he held this pose, hidden hand, his hand inside of his shirt or his vest or whatever that is. It's like a shirt over top of his blue T-shirt or whatever it is. He put the hidden hand and the one eye covered by his other hand. Total Freemasonic move right there. Sorry, I didn't mean to take that off the screen. I was checking something. Hello to Footprints. Hello to everyone who's just joined. Hello to Dorado. Not sure who Dorado is. Can somebody check that out? I don't know who that is. But Tommy is, he did this pose and he held it for about 2 or 3 seconds. Yes, he does have the red and blue on as well. Good point. He's got the red and blue. And look at the move that he's doing here. Red and blue, and he's doing a Freemasonic move. Now, is he a low-level Freemason? Is he a high level? I don't think he's high level, but I think he's probably been recruited by them to, we'll say, infiltrate YouTube, the Panelverse. Oh, is it a new account? It's a new account. Who are you, Dorado89? Who are you?
It's the one where he showcases the beef with him and Zach Hubbard from Gematria. Because maybe Brian covered the no license one first, and I didn't. If this is the no license one, it might not be that. If it's
Bro, talk to me as if I know the entire history of Paul Enslaved, but you're supposed to be the Paul Enslaved expert.
I only know what I know since I got there, which what I've seen transpire. It's like, who cares before me? I'm just talking about, yeah, I saw him from a show I already liked. I thought I was going to dig him, and I started seeing the stuff early on that these people have obviously stopped commenting too much about when they saw how that was going to go. But this is their chance, Lauren. You can have the tea. I'm okay to drop names. I'm okay to admit to the shit they think they're calling me on. They're free to drop the tea. Just give this lady $2. Even when I was mad at Paul, I dropped it $2 to make sure he heard. And it added up over time like $160-something every time I just wanted that dude to have to see what I was saying. He's free to have it. I know he used it on guns when he was acting like he was hard up for a place to live and paying rent and shit. And then he's, after my eventual donations of hate money, yeah, then he's like showing off the Beretta he bought with it. I'm a Beretta owner. I didn't even take it as a slap in the face. I just said it's typical of scammy people, of shysters, of the schemers. They think they're scheming, Lauren.
I agree. Okay, so
everyone's mom that's met me is going to tell you to hit the like. I tell you that much.
Yes, everybody's mom is going to tell us to hit the like because moms are good people and they tell us what to do. So, okay, I kind of want
Lauren,
to...
I meant because the moms remember me and they hit the like. That's what I meant, Lauren. You're using different words than what I'm saying. Now, whenever I was growing up I went to 2 different private religious schools despite always living in the same house. That's when all moms loved me. Like the mow your lawn and praise Jesus way. They loved me. Every mom.
Got it going on. Those types of people. Can you read this from Radio Guru?
Okay, there's one residual PTSD from living among monkeys for 7 or 8 months. I think you're telling me this looks like bring it down, Tom. They're always telling me to bring it down. Ask about the hook.
You're being exposed, Tommy. You're exposed. You've been exposed. Kaboom! You've been exposed, Tommy. You've been exposed. Creepy creature. Trash can Tommy. Trash can Tommy has been exposed. Oh yeah. She's not clean either. None of them are. You can't seem to answer the questions, can you, Dorado? Well, good riddance. I don't want you here. Go away. You stink. You stink of a phony. You're probably someone that's been banned here multiple times.
Poker on heroin.
What do you mean by living among monkeys?
What's that?
What do you mean by living among monkeys? Did you live among monkeys?
Lauren, you got to keep up. We've referenced I asked you for the lady's name. I think I heard a Jane thing. We kicked off with an analogy for the lady back in the 80s that made her claim to fame from living among gorillas for like a year or two or something. That's what I equate my stay on the channel you want to bash on, get the tea on. That was me. I'm a college graduate who was trained in military, police, AIT. I was fucking with people, Lauren. I'm even fucking with you respectably right now. I'm just kind of, I'm having fun with you, but telling the truth.
Where did you go to college?
Well, I went to, it was a subsidiary of Virginia College in Alabama, but it was out here, Ecotech Institute in Saudi Aurora. That was just a straight shot from the Batman shooting. I'm like 2 degrees of, I'd say 1 degree of Kevin Bacon away from a girl that kind of, I'm having fun with you, but telling the truth.
Where did you go to college?
That's what I equate my stay on the channel you want to bash on, get the tea on. That was me. I'm a college graduate who was trained in military, police, AIT. I was fucking with people, Lauren. I'm even fucking with you respectably right now. I'm just kind of, I'm having fun with you, but telling the truth.
Where did you go to college?
Well, I went to, it was a subsidiary of Virginia College in Alabama, but it was out here, Ecotech Institute in Saudi Aurora. That was just a straight shot from the Batman shooting. I'm like 2 degrees of, I'd say 1 degree of Kevin Bacon away from a girl that survived that shooting.
Wow.
Yeah, man, this doesn't have to be about Paul, Lauren. I'm a fucking treasure trove of real fucking shit that man makes his claim that none of it's true. Yeah. Let's do a little tea on Paul. Let's shrink that ego. And then just a lot of cool shit that people don't believe about me because they're remedial
People
fans of
also keep repeatedly asking about this. Now, snaps, you can email me. Henry, the producer, is having Wi-Fi issues, but if you message me at Instagram, or you could message me on Discord, there's plenty of ways.
Henry, you're getting DDoS attacked, bro. It's just the plebs are mad that you're not interrupting me, that you're letting me talk. You're probably getting bogged down by hate and denial and lack of awareness coming through in email and chat form.
Anyway, do you know what Paul does with his donations?
Oh God, no. It's hard to tell.
Do you know about how much he makes?
No, but if the things I've only heard rumored through his fan club, as in the knee pad wearers, the things I've heard he might make are absolutely offensive. Not that one can make that much, but that what he's doing would make that much. I'm offended. When you talk value, listen, I'm a stonk. I made my fortune in the stonk market while I was doing Breaking Bad. Watch Wolf of Wall Street if you think that's a lie. They just used shit they were more preferable of. Yeah, man, I still have a value to what I'd pay thing. There's 6,000 a month condos in downtown Denver. I could win Powerball. I'm never paying $6,000 a month for a condo, and I would never pay what I've heard Paul might make for what Paul does.
Yeah, I just gotta read the super chat. Ben.
Oh yeah, that's one. I love it. So
yeah,
speaking of the legitimacy of the Paul Enslaved show, one of their common come at me's and Henry, get your Google going. You go ahead and Google. No, Henry.
Again, Henry ain't here. You just pretend.
Okay.
I love.
Have the if we could.
You exposed yourself completely, Tommy. He's a diamond. He's a diamond.
what I've heard Paul might make for what Paul does.
Yeah. I just got to read the super chat. Ben
Oh
just
yeah,
says
it's a
meth.
meth one. I love it. So
Yeah,
speaking of the legitimacy of the Paul Enslaved show, one of their common come at me's, and Henry, get your Google going. You go ahead and Google. No, Henry.
Again, Henry ain't here. You just pretend
Okay,
I love
have the
you, but
if we could
he's gone.
Google
Okay, let's get the Google
no
machine.
no man behind the curtain reference.
There's no man behind. I am the man behind the curtain today.
But I thought
So
you were. Hey, I got hands free. Don't worry about it. I got a guy that's not living with me with Gam Gams watching.
What
You
would
want
you
to
like me to
Google?
Google?
Oh, he's got the Wi-Fi issues. Okay, I got you. Google
Yeah.
Jesus of Bethlehem. Maybe add mugshots. And then while you do that, I'm going to tell you the story. Yeah. So the first night I really leaned into setting up this tweaky counter character is Paul did his common tactic of taking, long story short, they try to say I literally, do the wanted. It's the wanted sign. Let's go full screen with the wanted. They try to say I'm literally that guy. You want to side to side screen me? Or I could bring a picture up on this TV of me when my hair and facial hair was like that. Him and the great Bible citing El Perro channel, they've been trying to sell that as literally me. And I think all it was a clever chatter had called me Jesus of Bethlehem one time. And then, oh no, okay. So the first time I came out, they did the give the guy we want to fuck with the full screen and see how long it takes him to get awkward. And dude, I was having a good old time partying and shit. I sat on that camera for the rest of the night. I think they might have gave me till 2 or 3 a.m. I was freestyling. I was reading the chat and hating back at them. And we were me and some of the chat were having a good time, throwing zingers back and forth. But I took the rest of the night of his little Zoom call, just had a good time with my fellow man, which is what I missed over lockdowns. Drove me to fuck yeah. Notice the broken nose and cheekbones ever since small town Taekwondo redheaded boys that were more abused by their fathers than me. That is not me. That is not me. But they're willing to put the names of their channel on it, say that's that dude we don't like, Jesus of Bethlehem. And this was the day after I sat on his camera. He could have turned his show off all night. And I mean, just sat on it, man. It's something I can always reference somebody to, and look for this one. Watch for when I do this. Just looking back a little bit for this that I was never really going to do, and unless you wanted to do this. God, there's even so much I've forgotten about that I've been watching. Finding out Jack was there first, that the Ohio guy was there first, and he's got a gleaming white kitchen background only because I told him I knew he was in Ohio because I see that 70s dinge and you got that house from your grandmother and you ain't never getting that dinge out of those 70s model fucking, but he got it out, didn't he? He got that shit out. God bless chemistry. Science.
Well, that is a lot to unpack right there. I'm sorry that I accuse you of being the Jesus of Bethlehem.
No, don't be sorry. It's funny, Lauren. I knew it wasn't me, but when I woke up the next morning, when I woke up the next morning, he's on his show raging that he hadn't slept the whole night before.
I'm sorry.
That somebody too, and look for this one. Watch for when I do this. Just looking back a little bit for this that I was never really gonna do, and unless you wanted to do this. God, there's even so much I've forgotten about that I've been watching. Finding out Jack was there first, that the Ohio guy was there first, and he's got a gleaming white kitchen background only because I told him I knew he was in Ohio because I see that 70s dinge and you got that house from your grandmother and you ain't never getting that dinge out of those 70s model fucking, but he got it out, didn't he? He got that shit out. God bless chemistry. Science.
Well, that is a lot to unpack right there. I'm
is.
sorry to accuse you of being the Jesus of Bethlehem.
No, don't be sorry. It's funny, Lauren. I knew it wasn't me, but when I woke up the next morning, when I woke up the next morning, he's on his show raging that he hadn't slept the whole night before. He's got a pounding headache, and he's tired of these meth junkie grifters that are living in a van down by the river, effing up his show. And that was the day I said, personal responsibility, bitch, I gotcha. Because you could have turned it off at any time. You could have said, we don't support these meth using down by the river van junkie. And he was the one living in his car at the time in somebody's mystery garage. I have the same Denver ghetto place with an extra fucking bedroom for my dog that I had when I was doing as much meth as I did. Well, I haven't done meth here. I did it at the old place before I moved. Yeah. So even before I was here, I still have apartments. And when I was homeless for 1 year in an RV on the streets, that had nothing to do. That was 2016, because that's when my accident was. This is when I had a badass job and my life was great and I was sober. Even after I had done meth at this high-ass job, I'd still quit after I got all comfortable, and I only used it for like overnight jobs that got me fucking bonuses and shit for how I pulled off these night jobs with crews because I was focused and on my shit. My life only went to shit because of an SUV fight I took a motorcycle to and legally safely driving, and it crashed my life around me to have surgery and have to have my job be like, dude, are you coming back anytime soon? And like the surgeon even said, thanks for showing up, King Stephen. I needed to ban you because I can't handle you, right? Faggot. He thought he was going to come up here and bash on Jack. King Stephen, I will no longer watch your stuff. You're irrelevant. Even your comments and your chats are trying to tell you, why do you pay any attention to these characters? And you, like a part of this community, tell them that I do this. I watch them. I comment. Yeah, man, you're a fucking loser. And I'm not even going to get into it because I'm done with you. Talk about how much we all watch your stuff because your numbers and your participation are dropping. You don't even have your old hens anymore showing up. Fucking loser. And I'm not saying you ever claimed you were out here to make some career. I know I'm not. I'm just shining light on losers and liars and narcissists. And you all think that you can...
You're not a man, Tommy. You banned me just to talk about me. You saw me there. You can't confront me. You can't have me on your show. You're a coward. You're a loser. You banned me just to ramble about me because you're not a man. You're not a man.
Just flip it, saying, no, Tom's a narcissist. Idiots. Dude, a narcissist would not share their outdoor...
You're a coward. You're a loser. You need attention. You do this for attention and for shekels. You're a broke-ass loser in need of attention. You're insecure.
Life. And if this was against my will, RT, Paul Unslaved...
You're a homeless bum. You're not an outdoorsman.
Taylor Briggs. If this was against my will and like a tragedy, do you think I'd share it on YouTube? And we've looped that one.
You're worried about what everyone else thinks of you, just like a narcissist. Insecure. Loser.
I've looped that one so many times, and you guys just keep your fucking narrative. But that's good, because I can point out that Jack will have you all up and break bread with you. I'm sick of all your shit. I've been the only thing standing in the way of God handling you, and that's about to end. It's always for the viewers and the people. I don't desire to interact with Jack. He's just so easy.
Crazy Tommy. Homeless bum living in filth under a bridge. He's a loser. He's a loser. That's all that he is.
Here is the misunderstanding about the devil. He cannot touch you or me unless he gets permission from God. The devil can't touch us unless he gets permission from God. He can't touch us. He cannot harm us without permission. You got that?
Wait a minute. Jamie, your God is not good. Screw your evil God. I'm going to drop a link for that short video in the chat. Stephen Hawking had to come on to set him straight. I thought it would be unfair if I responded, so I got the ghost of Stephen Hawking in his wheelchair to oppose that Jamie Carrington guy. To make it more fair, Stephen Hawking had to go on there. I'm going to shift gears here. Yes, he's already touched Jamie. Absolutely. Jamie thanks God for his disease. Jamie is a Stockholm Syndrome slave.
We are here today. It's obviously a little bit of a different backdrop than where I usually am. I'm currently in Return to the Land project with Eric Orwell.
That's
Am I
right.
saying that right?
Mm-hmm.
Eric Orwell himself. He's obviously one of the co-founders of the Return to the Land project. And yeah, today we're just going to talk about your story, how you started here, how you started realizing some of these things, what made you come to this point to actually start an all-white community. So, well, thanks for letting me interview you.
Yeah, of course. You're welcome here anytime.
Yeah, so I mean, I took a tour of this place. Obviously, the media tried to convince me that you guys were a bunch of, racists. I thought there's going to be like Nazi flags here. I thought you guys were, I don't know, going to be lynching people, something like that. But, I come here as just some normal people, gardening. There's some families around here. Seemed like cool guys. So, yeah, I'm not sure what that is all about. But yeah, before I guess we get into what Return to the Land is all about, tell us a little bit about yourself. Maybe a little bit about your childhood, your upbringing. Yeah.
Well, sure. Yeah, I was raised in Southern California. Middle class, lower middle class family. I had a lot of friends who were not white. Filipino friends, Vietnamese friends, Mexican friends, and I really didn't understand what it was like as a kid to be around people who looked like me, who kind of communicated in the same way that I would. So finally, when I...
Wow, I never would have guessed this guy's from Southern California. That's crazy.
went to college, I went to college for classical music, and I was around a lot of other people of European descent who also cared about the European tradition, specifically classical music, and I made friendships really quickly that went a lot deeper than most of my friendships growing up. I appreciated my Filipino friends. I still have fond memories of those times back then. But there was a limit, you know, when they would invite me to their family get-togethers. You know, they were very friendly with me, but I wasn't part of their family. But the other Filipino kids were. Even if they weren't cousins, they were effectively cousins. And that's how it is in other communities. You know, in the Mexican community, they're all kin. They see each other as related, and they act a certain way towards each other. They would never act in that way towards me. So I felt kind of on the outside. I was a minority, but I didn't understand the basis of a lot of those feelings until I actually was surrounded by white people. And then once I graduated college, I knew that I had to replicate that kind of community again. I lived in co-housing straight out of college, and I liked the idea of intentional communities back then. You know, I didn't have all of my current ideas. I was lost in a lot of ways and made a bunch of mistakes. And but still, like, I knew that my life would be better if I could find a community of people that would be there throughout my life. You know, I was tired of knowing people and then moving and losing touch, and I just felt so, like, unmoored. You know, I think we're meant to have community that sticks with us, who, you know, your kids will know their kids and grandkids, and you'll have stories of this, like, big extended family that's, you know, I never experienced it, but that's how life was for our grandparents, great-grandparents. So yeah, that's kind of early in life what got me wanting something like this. And then just over the last few years, you know, things started coming together, the right people started getting in touch, and this idea was born.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, you've been blowing up these past couple of months. I think that's absolutely amazing that, you know, people are starting to realize, and you honestly get overwhelming support, to be honest. There's not too many haters. Obviously, there's some, and, you know, the media tries to spin things into bigger than what they are. But obviously, people like what you're doing. They clearly, you know, if they wanted to donate, you've gained a lot of support that way. Obviously, I've seen positive things on social media. But so would you say this was just more intrinsic to you? You wanted to be around your own people? Like, you wouldn't say there was a certain moment in time that maybe flipped a switch in your brain? It was just intrinsic?
Yeah, it's something that I always wanted. I wasn't always conscious of it. It was really going to college, being around other white people who cared about classical European music and sharing that in common. You know, not everyone here is into classical music. Some of the people are, and that's neat. But we're all into European history. We have been exposed to the same stuff online. I really love the conversations we have here. So yeah, I've always wanted to feel connected to a community that would last throughout my lifetime.
Yeah, I feel like that's missing a lot nowadays. A lot of young men, especially with social media, they grew up with, you know, phones, things like that. So that's kind of lost in, I guess, just a lot of young people in general. They feel kind of isolated, or, you know, things are just blown out of proportion since they're not even living in the real world. What can you say to some, I guess, of those younger guys who maybe they can't move here right now? Maybe they like what you're doing. Obviously, you're trying to build exactly that, a community where people, like-minded people who share the similar values and, you know, culture, tradition, can come together. But what can you say to some of these young guys who, you know, might be listening? They can't really come here right now.
Well, the goal is to have these communities all over the country. We do have to concentrate to some extent. You know, it's not realistic to expect a community like this in your backyard. You'll probably have to move closer to like-minded people. You know, we can't all remain exactly where we are because we're too scattered. There aren't enough of us who have these strong identitarian sentiments, who have a strong desire for community at that level. I think a lot of white people have it, but they don't recognize what it is. They feel an absence in their life, but you know, these ideas are very taboo. They've been demonized, and what we're doing is currently being demonized. But you're right, it's not really working. A lot of people online, like in the comment section, really do support it. So the goal is, though, to spread and have options for people wherever you are in the country. At least, you know, 2 hours away, hopefully there will be some RTTL affiliated project or other communities. You know, the active club movement is a really positive thing. If you're not involved in your local active club, I'm sure there's one relatively close to you. Maybe it takes a couple hours to drive there. And yeah, that's gas money. And, you know, when things are tight, it can be hard to justify those expenses. But it is ultimately worth it to live according to your values. And if you believe in the future of your people and you want to contribute to the future of your people, you have to be with your people, even if it takes sacrifice. I mean, here, you don't necessarily have to be in a position where you can buy a share with us and start building your dream home. Most likely, if you're in your early 20s, you don't have that kind of resources. But we do have work that needs to be done here, and guys have come down for months at a time and camped or found low-cost housing, you know, at an Airbnb that they shared. And we want to help people in that kind of situation. We need workers, and we want to build a lot of these communities. So, yeah, I mean, working with a hammer and nails and doing flooring and roofing, it's not the most glamorous work, and it's not something you want to be doing for your whole life, but it is something that you should do if you ever want resources, because you want to be able to own your own home and work on your own home. You don't want to be dependent on contractors constantly. Your wife wants to see that you know how to do some basic work. I mean, trust me on that if you've not been in a relationship yet of that kind. So it's something that young guys should learn how to do. You can come down here, gain skills, even if it's just for a month. You know, come visit with us, and we'll try to get you connected. And people have got.
I agree with this guy. I'm trying to remember his name. Sorry, Eric. I agree with this guy, Eric. You should learn those skills as a young man or whatever age. I don't care if you're 21, 31, 35. Learn how to do things. Learn how to swing a hammer. Learn how to do framing. Learn how to do drywall. Learn how to do flooring. Hardwood floor, for example, with a nail gun, all right? Learn how to use a screwdriver, a hammer, saws, a circular saw. Learn how to frame a house. Learn how to build a deck. Learn how to cut lumber. Learn how to chop wood and start a fire and stack up firewood and learn how to survive. Okay. Learn how to build, learn how to repair things, learn how to survive, learn some skills. And it might sound like I'm being a bit aggressive, but young men these days are way too soft. They don't know how to do anything for the most part because a lot of times their fathers haven't taught them anything. You should know how to use tools, screwdrivers, hammers, hand saws, and power tools as well. But not just power tools. You should be able to do it by hand. It's important. And it will give you a sense of accomplishment. And it will also show women that, hey, this guy knows how to do things on his own and take care of a house and a family.
Gotten connected here and found better employment in other areas. Active clubs, networks like Patriot Front, like it's not just a sacrifice, it's also a place where you're going to meet people who will automatically have some sympathy with you and are going to want your best interests, you know? So you might meet people who change your life and these sorts of things.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's a valuable skill to learn, whatever it might be. Flooring, building, like you said. I mean, even when AI comes, they're obviously going to take the low-skill jobs, but I think it's going to be a while until they take, you know, the building, like manual labor jobs. And also, you could grow your own food. You know, whatever might happen in the future, you can at least live by self-sustain yourself. So, yeah, that's great. What you guys are doing there. What do you want to say to the people on on Twitter or on any social media, to be honest, who criticize you for what you're doing? You know, we need to take back the cities. We can't run away and hide in Arkansas. What do you want to say to these people? Usually they're anonymous. Usually their real names are not out there. And yeah.
Yeah, I think the media reception speaks for itself. What we're doing is standing.
I don't think he's running away. If he was running away, he'd be leaving America entirely. I don't think this guy and the families there are running away. I think they're building something. That's my understanding of it at this point. If I'm wrong in the future, a year from now or 5 years from now, then I'll say it. But at this point, that's what I see. I think they're building something. I don't see it as running away. Do I think it's the solution to everything in Hell Realm? No, I don't. I don't think there's anywhere in Hell Realm that you can go where you're quote unquote free. You're still in a Hell Realm. But do I think that his quality of life and the people that live there are better on their own away from people who hate them? Yes. Yes, I do. And that's why I do support them doing that. That's why I've said to people on my channel, and I don't want to go over it too much and take too long on this, but people have said that they know it's not, there's nowhere to go, but they'd like to own some land and have a tiny house or have this or that. I encourage people to do that, to do what you can. Now, I don't encourage people to be delusional. Okay? I don't encourage people, I'll say it again, I don't encourage people to be delusional. And the delusional ones are, I'm not talking about anyone on my channel, but some in the past came to my channel and they were homesteaders and preppers and just said, hey, move here. Hey, do this. You're still in a hell realm. I can't unsee what I've seen or unhear what I've heard and unknow what I know. I know what this place is. I could move to the fucking Philippines. I could move to Thailand or Vietnam or wherever, Eastern Europe, or pick a fucking place. I could buy land in Australia, or I could buy some isolated place, whatever. But I'm still in a hell realm. But a lot of homesteaders and preppers think, well, just buy 40 acres or 100 acres somewhere or 10 acres and then you're free. You'll never be free in this place. Now, that's the truth. Do I want it that way? No. There's nowhere that you can be free. Can you be freer? Freer certain places. Better quality of life certain places. Yes. Yes, you can. But no matter where you go in this realm, wilderness, country, different countries, across the ocean, wherever, you're still in the same hell realm. You're still in the same matrix. Okay? So no matter how much money you have, how much land, you could buy a private island, you could have a fucking helicopter, a place that you could only get there by boat and by helicopter, and you could have a yacht and sailboats and a helicopter. You're still in a hell realm, though. And you're still going to face mortality and dying and all the things I talk about here. There's no way of buying your way out of it. There's no way of prepping your way out of it, homesteading your way out of it. You can have your own cows for organic milk and make your own cheese, and you can have your own farm animals. You're still in a hell realm. And I know that's what some people want to avoid facing. And they came to my channel, a lot of homesteaders and preppers that are preparing for a reset. They want to outlive a reset and they want to do whatever. If you can improve your quality of life while you're here, good for you, more power to you, double thumbs up. And I'm not doing this mockingly. If you can do that for yourself, great. But I'd caution you not to get to the level of delusion, believing that you're free from the hell realm or quote unquote out of the matrix because you bought land somewhere out in the country or in another country and you left America or you left Canada. You're still in a newsflash. You're still in a hell realm. You're still in the sewer matrix. And you're still going to be subjected to all the shit here, and you're still in the place where there's horrors. So you can't just buy your way out or move your way out. But again, I'll reemphasize it in case you didn't pay attention. One more time, if you can do things to improve your quality of life and your family, that's great. I support that. So long as you don't come here trying to lie to me saying that you're out of the matrix. Because then I think you're a delusional fool and a liar. Point blank. And some of you are. Some of you will try that. You will, and some already have on my channel. So I'm not going to respect you if you lie to me and say you're out of the matrix like Ian He's out of the matrix because he doesn't live in a city anymore. No, you're still in the matrix. Okay, so I don't support liars. But in terms of improving your quality of life for yourself and your family, I do support that. Whatever steps you take or can take to do that, I encourage that and support that. Just don't lie to me and say that you're out of the matrix and all that kind of stuff. Because then I'm going to look at you like you're a liar. Because at that point you would be. If these two guys said they're totally free because they're living in America, but they bought land and they have an all-white community, you're not totally free. You're still in America. And you're still in the hell realm. You see how that works?
Our ground and asking really the least that most people will agree with, rather than immediately demanding we take back the cities on behalf of white Americans. And like, legally, how are you going to do that? You can't actually kick non-whites out of your neighborhood, and you don't have billions and billions of dollars to buy up city blocks in Manhattan or Chicago. Like, you can live by yourself in the city and rent an apartment and pay your money to landlords who probably aren't on your side, and work for a system that is really not on your side. But that's not taking back the cities. That's working for the system. And, you know, some people, that might benefit them, and it might benefit us to have people in those key positions, but that's not most people. What we're doing is getting leverage to then begin reasserting ourselves as a voting bloc, as a political force in this country. We haven't even stood up for that basic right to self-determine and have our own communities. Other groups have. So we're behind on that. Other groups organize. They have a congressional black caucus. They have a congressional caucus for all these different Asian ethnicities. And they lobby for their interests. We don't have that yet. And it's because there's this huge taboo about having white organizations. And a lot of the same people who say we should all be in the cities are terrified of attaching their name with any explicitly pro-white group. Now, a lot of people said it was a bad idea to ever talk to the media about what we're doing here, and they thought it would go poorly for us. Well, it turns out that was wrong, and when this stuff came to light, and when the public saw what we were doing, most of them, even if they wouldn't live that way themselves, they said we should have the right to do it. Most of the people that I meet in person say we should have the right to do this. Even if they think that we're racists and we're terrible people for wanting this, still they say we should have the right. And that's where you get that foot in the door. And from there, then we actually do have white organizations. Then we can build up and begin asking for bigger things.
Yeah, it's a start. Again, people who are actually out there doing things in the real world, whatever it might be, how imperfect it is. Well, like, I think you're doing a great job, but that's besides the point. It's moving the needle 1,000 times more than someone online regurgitating the same nonsense to their 10 followers. That's not doing anything. But I know you wanted to start communities in the past before. What do you think changed? Why do you think this one is, I guess, starting to gain traction? Why is it starting to get so much attention? Why does it seem to be going successful thus far? Like, do you think it's the times are changing, or do you think there's something you did differently? Maybe you learned from your mistakes.
Yeah, I think it's a little of both. You know, and I have to give credit where it's due. Like, this would not have come together if it was just me. What I had planned was to buy land and subdivide it and live near other people informally, you know, not an intentional community like this. And it would not have lasted forever because people don't live in the same place their whole lives. Some people would have moved away. Those properties would have been available on the open market. It wouldn't have been within an association like this, and it would have fizzled out eventually. Peter Siri had intentional communities in South America before he came up here. And he looked into the legal structure that we're now using. He was the one, actually, I think he found it on some 4chan thread at some point. But, you know, he did further digging, and it's been refined since those early stages. But the legal framework is a novel way of having a real stake in a collective enterprise where it's not communism, we're not just sharing everything, we have individual property and we can individually homestead and be responsible for ourselves, and yet we also have the ability to maintain our community and our values over time and through the generations. It's something that's not going to go away. So the structure was appealing to people, but also, yes, the tide has turned, and 10 years ago, hardly anyone would consider this. A very small minority of people. So our side overall numerically has grown, and then the proportion of those people on our side who are willing to consider this kind of living situation has also grown a lot. So, I mean, it's orders of magnitude more people are in favor of doing this sort of thing, to the point where now we have hundreds of people applying on a regular basis to this private association. And we've not taken out ads. We're not going out of our way to broadcast it. It's just people ask us what we're doing. The media has asked us what we're doing, and we talk to them. And it's always been my policy, I'll talk to anyone. I'll talk to people who oppose us. I'll talk to people who are for us. I'll talk to people about my own philosophy. I think discourse is good, and we should actually talk to each other instead of siloing off in echo chambers and having this feedback loop in how we think and how we communicate. So yeah, it's opened up. This is very appealing to people. I think since COVID too, COVID came and proved that, the government is a threat to our liberty still. It really is. I mean, they had us locked up. We couldn't go to the beach. We couldn't do simple things. And, there's no guarantee that the government is not going to do that in the future. So here, we're on our own private land. No one's going to shut us down from talking to each other, from getting together and sharing meals, from growing our own food. And if we don't defend our liberty in the ways that we can, then if and when the government decides to crack down on us, we're just going to be out of luck.
How important has the support been from the overall community, and obviously the donations? I know you raised a decent amount of money on GiveSendGo or whichever platform it was. Like, how important and how crucial has that been to making this all possible?
The support really came relatively late, and it's going to be huge. Our legal budget is far larger than it was before. So we're able to hire multiple specialized lawyers to make our framework even more airtight. The Attorney General of Arkansas.
I should have longer.
You said this
had nothing to do with drugs.
You said this was in 2016, right?
Focused and on my shit. It was, this is when I had a badass job and my life was great and I was sober. Even after I had done meth at this high-ass job, I'd still quit after I got all comfortable, and I only used it for like overnight jobs that got me fucking bonuses and shit for how I pulled off these night jobs with crews because I was focused and on my shit. My life only went to shit because of an SUV fight I took a motorcycle to and legally safely driving, and it crashed my life around me to have surgery and have to have my job be like, dude, are you coming back anytime soon? And like the surgeon even said I should have longer.
You said this
had nothing to do with drugs.
You said this was in 2016, right? And so that
approximately.
Would be, okay, so that'd be 7 years ago. But you said this was after you've done meth. But you said you've only done meth for 3 years and you quit 2 to 3 years ago.
I estimate, Lauren, if you're going to compete with flight log African-American women, if you're going to get to that tier, you have to pay attention. I said if I added up all the segments, it would probably add up to 3 years. But I've never just straight chiefed or anything every day gets old, Lauren. Jesus.
So wait, when was the first time you tried meth?
Sometime when I lived in Colorado Springs.
I used to live in Colorado Springs too. Yeah, that seems like a place to try meth. I'll tell you what.
Well, I think it's a place where the alphabet community is forced to feel more alienated and degenerate, because when I bounced at Club Q, it was the only full-time, this is definitely a place for alphabet place, where they were their house and you were a guest. Because I'm the bouncer saying, hey, other cis guys like me, you're fucking guests here. Don't be fucking with my alphabet when I'm working this fucking door, you know? I'm a man of my word, and you pay me to do a job, I'll fucking do it. I'm one of the best bouncers off logic and rational to drunks that you will ever find. And at Cowboys, so you know Cowboys, right? When Cowboys was 3 stories, the top on a fucking bowling alley, and that shit was kicking. That's when I worked there with war veterans. That was years before I'd be tricked into doing meth. I was in my prime of the gym, man. Those were good times. But yeah, man, fucking Club Q in Colorado Springs, this is...
Meth is a hell of a drug, isn't it, Tommy? It's a hell of a drug.
Also the place where the guy with the biggest church is on TV talking about no homos, no cocaine and homos by any means. And we got him in the hotel room, Lauren. People like you, when they get on the streets and they do the on the site shit, they got him in the hotel room. And that was a win for hypocrisy. If you're out against hypocrisy, that was a win for you that day.
I am against hypocrisy, and it's always fun finding out that religious leaders are gay, drug addicts, and that's always interesting.
But here's how we bring it back to Paul. My only problem with that, hey man, if consensual of age men want to do substances in hotel rooms, expensive or seedy, it's their God-given, well, maybe not God, it's their goddamn right as a fellow hairless monkey that's not making a victim or damaging a person. That's their right. But when you go on TV as a Sky Daddy advocate and you say, brr, 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 gay sex and coke, and then we catch you with it, oh, no, man, no, fuck that guy. Take the building. Tar and feather this man. Exile him into the other city. He'll go do the same thing in.
Okay, let me read the super chat really quick. Tonic sexually assaults women and ASMR, following women around, and meth and stuff. All right.
Truth Finder from the UK. Oh, he doesn't like to hear all this freedom of the individual shit. That's how we started this stuff, was separation of those fops. I mean, big shout to Welsh News Network. Those are rational, logical people you can disagree with, just like you, Lauren. Everybody go give that chance. Don't watch it for this kind of hype, but watch it when you want to see rational adults kind of make jabs at these YouTube streets that think they're building a career, you know? They don't have your structure, Lauren. They don't let everyone know what they're showing up for. They're going for gotcha moments. They just want to take every little thing you say and cut it up real nice, put it in the slap chop, say you're going to love their nuts, and reform it the way they want to make fun of you. It's all petty bullshit. It's nothing you didn't see in high school.
Well, you do
have whoever's donating the rumor amounts. If you people are Patreoning that much a month for this fucking garbage, Tommy, honey baby. Oh, no, fuck that guy. He doesn't realize I accidentally acknowledged him. That guy brings the most nothing to the chat.
So, okay, I just want to end it on this. I feel like I've tried a couple of times.
End it, Lauren? I got Moose shit. I got other channel shit. It's like you don't want your future kids watching this crap, Lauren. You did your own research and you didn't get that underage kid. You don't have a clip of the underage kid on Ball Enslaved that they're treating him like he's not a kid with the proportions of a child in a child's bed with his phone, laughing at words that sound funny to him. They ask him if his parents are around. He talks about a disheveled family life, and they're so sad because he's in the UK and they can't do anything to help. And then when he gets busted on the age, his coverage, hey, he said he was 18, right? Said he was 18, right? Dude, do you ever sell cigarettes? Like, bro, do you even liquor store? Come on.
He says,
Truth Finder, it's cool, man. It's what do you say? I wasn't insulting you. I was doing someone else. Oh, okay. Truth Finder, you got to understand what I have assumed to what's coming. I'm kind of like, you came into a Mexican standoff room and I'm like, hey, who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? Now I don't have enough guns to point around, you know? Sorry, it's cool, Truth. But dude,
Yeah.
he signed. No, listen, you want to talk about policy and enforcement? Whenever he made a channel for both YouTube and fucking StreamYard, yeah, I don't know how to do this networking shit for myself, like growing food. So if you're gonna agree with YouTube or StreamYard to put your stupid gorilla face around these interwebs, yeah, you gotta click policy. You gotta agree to something that's gonna be enforced. And that's why all your talk about taking YouTube to court, yeah, it wasn't gonna go nowhere. And you did sit the full 90 days, Paul. You didn't get it back early. You sat your 90 days because you did something. I don't know what it is. I just know that if every viewer would click a report for every video we all watch every day, if they don't find anything, they don't kick it, you know? Doesn't matter if you report it. If they don't find something, it doesn't get penalized for anything. But the catch to that on YouTube is in the future when that enforcement changes its mind, the algorithm will look at all this past stuff and be like, oh, Tom doesn't get to jerk off to his own video anymore because he was saying all kinds of shit. That future algorithm probably gonna delete this real quick. Sorry, Lauren. Sorry, not sorry. As soon as we can all deep fake on a phone, it's over, bro. It's over.
What was it that you wanted to say about Moose? What was it that you wanted to say about Moose?
Lauren, I am if you can trigger memories. I don't know, like it's what do you want to do? Because I like Moose, but I'm kind of here today to be like, look, everywhere I go, I keep getting followed by this dude's channel, and he keeps saying I'm saying stuff about him. It's like, well, you know what? You made these streets talk about you, and if they want to talk about you, which they do, because Paul can't even stay on his own channel. I can tell you other people you could have on here talk shit about me and Paul. But like, there's a lot of channels that they'd rather just give Paul his time than dare say no if he shows up. Welsh News Network, they're the only ones that get it because they're rational adults. You let Paul sit in the back and you just leave him there until he leaves. If you don't want him, if he shows up on your show, you fucking clicked. What can I tell you? You know, Ian, fucking anybody that's ever tried about Paul. You remember when I bumped into you at Ian's party? That shit was crazy, Lauren. You remember that night?
No.
Well, I don't, Lauren. Jesus, I had to wait through like a series of flat earthers and fucking, you know, all the different walks of these streets. I had to wait for each one before I got to talk to the only person that was there to console Ian about this gorilla and his gorilla cult.
Okay.
Can I have a Martin Shkreli, please? If we don't talk about Paul at all, can you get one-on-one where I just like verbally suck off Martin Shkreli on your show? Because I'm blocked by Matt Kors. Just tell him that Matt Kors blocked me and he'll be like, I want to do a talk with this guy.
You want to virtually suck off Martin?
Not virtually. That's like some weird, you know, where things are going stuff. No, on your show, I want to verbally fillet Martin Shkreli for the like the way I take my name gets driven around on these nobodies. He had his name driven into the ground for not true shit. and I respect that because I believed it, and I said, yeah, I agree, that's a punchable fucking face. And then whenever he got out and gave his thing on Matt Kors, I was like, wow, maybe it wasn't Matt Kors. Somebody that did an interview with him, and he got to say his piece. I was like, I feel that, man. I feel that. He did some good shit. I'll say this for the world. When Martin Shkreli boosted the price of the AIDS drug to Africa, it was a good thing. And you better know what I'm saying before you come at me physically about that. You want to elaborate on that, Lauren?
Why don't you elaborate on that?
Because all those Africans were getting that drug through the insurance companies we all bitch about. And Martin Shkreli jacked that drug up on the insurance companies to use that money to find a better AIDS cure. And if he's got the money for the Wu-Tang album, isn't that his right? It's the Wu-Tang that made it fucking so ungrabbable.
So Paul Enslaved is here. Paul, would you like to come up and talk?
No. If you bring up, he's gonna see this as power, Lauren. You bring that grill up to act like he wants to talk now after he's been invading my space for the past week, knowing, well, I don't even say the past week.
Well, let's just give him a chance.
Let him chat backstage questions, because I just don't want to hear his voice is what I'm saying. I'm tired of hearing that cabbie East Coast fucking yelling or whatever Tony wants to say. I'm fucking sick of it. Because after this, Lauren, when I say bye-bye to you, I'll pro bono any unrelated thing you heard me say that you want to go back to and elaborate on. We can talk about the drugs. We can talk about all kinds of things people don't know that I've been. We can talk about how we're going to lose our cashless society faster than you'll have me back to talk about it. I'll do the Shkreli thing. I'll talk about Jesus' work with mentally handicapped adults. But this, after today, no more Paul Enslaved for me, because I'm not the one that's sick of hearing me and Paul. Paul's chasing me. I'm not chasing Paul. I've had my Paul time. Moose has had his Paul time. I'm surprised the streets aren't as sick of him yet. As you need to get that clip from his Medic Warrior when he played the mob. His first impression as Medic Warrior was giving him the mob threats about having me on his show. Why you want to start a YouTube war having this Lumatami on your show? Dude, it's a fucking MySpace with videos. Come on. Get out of here, kids.
You have a Truth Finder UK with like a video with like an interview with you, correct?
Contact me after you jump off Lauren's. I want to interview with you next. I'll give you the verbal pat down and get back to you. Email in my description so I know it's you. Like, tell me something live right now, real quick. Send an email real quick. I have other ways to. If anyone doesn't have Snapchat, I know it's a kids thing, but if you ever want to verify an in-person face, Snapchat is so fucking choice for catching scammers and busting fucking fake people.
Is that what you do? Do you have a YouTube channel?
I don't have a channel. That's kind of the read between the lines layer to this, is how much I hear my name as a participating viewer. Like this, some of these channels hate on their panels and some of them love on their panels. It's like, you need them one way or another. You need them. Even Paul will sit there and say, I could do this myself, but why the fuck isn't anybody coming up today? Hey, where is everybody? Why y'all holding off on me? Oh, well, thought you could do it yourself. Do it yourself, like that 8 Mile shit. That was the only quality advice his junkie mom gave him in that movie. Was he said, I'm going to do it myself. She said, I think that's best. I said, fuck yeah.
Okay, so last attempted with this. Just in one sentence, why are people accusing you in chat of attacking children?
Oh, man. And so shout out to some of my haters who actually looked into this. So that was Snack Foo Fats, if I can remember right. He coined the term.
Pause. Paul, are you afraid to come up? Because I've offered you the opportunity to come up. So would you like to come up? I would be more than happy.
No, here's the thing. Every time I was on his show, that whole time with the monkeys, this is why I'm here, Lauren, because he always denied your show. So if he comes up, he has to say that show he was always a bitch about when I was on his show, the one he'd never go on, the one I said, what were the rules to this show you'll never go on? He was worried about his daddy, El Perro. When El Perro came to talk to you about something, I thought it was a game, because who's stupid enough to sit on their show and say, oh, I think El Perro's taking a money deal with Lauren, and be worried about it. I thought that was some Game of Thrones shit. I think he was actually worried El Perro came to talk to you for like 1 minute and then stayed on his show. I was like, yeah, I guess that was nothing, and it never went anywhere. But if he only wants to come up here because I'm here and his little tribe has spent the whole week saying, I'm going to come on here and just we're going to have a double bash fest. No, this isn't about you, Paul. This is my show. That title, that's the viewer, the 1-digit viewer you used to get from me. No, this is my interview. And I don't want to talk to Paul and Slade. I'll talk about a gay dude that tried to get me on meth. I don't want to talk to your gorilla ass because for 6 months, I was trying to talk to you. I was trying to talk to you, you traumatized child. I'm living everything you're rapping about, dude. And I'm making this lady see it in a rational way. When you bother to talk about this common law shit, Lauren, allow me to sound agreeable. And yes, you should have insurance, because I'd have one arm and still be homeless if some lesbian that I respect didn't have the state minimum coverage and do everything you're supposed to do as a proper fellow man that inflicts damage on another one. And she even broke the rule on the insurance card. She ran up to me as I'm in shock, throwing pieces of my bike off of the street a block away from the Batman shooting. She comes running up going, oh my God, that was my fault. That was my fault. God bless that lesbian woman and her offer to the cops to let me park my busted ass bike at her rental townhouse. And they said, no, it's got to go impounded because money. Paul, if you'd just shut up and stay out of here, I'd make half your point for you, dude. I could do your shit better than you with your taking memes from every religion you think you want to flow with. Fucking grifter bullshit. I grew up abused by that televangelist bullshit and had to wait through it till He-Man started. Had to go to 2 distant schools starting out behind because of that fucking religious bullshit, and it'll still be the best choice for any institutionalized heroin junkie like yourself that wears it like a badge while slandering me for getting rich on meth. Boom! Find me the Republican that'll shake a stick at that, Lauren, because my Republicans were from back in the day where if you didn't cause damage or theft, as long as you could be acceptable out on the street, you could do all this Breaking Bad shit.
Okay, we're going to do a question portion right now. So if you have any questions that you want me to directly ask, put a question mark first, and I'll look for your question, and then end with the question mark. As many question marks throughout your statement as possible, and I'll look for questions.
Is that how heavy the chat is today? God bless them. Because you're getting the views. They're not re-streaming you. You're getting those views. I agree.
Okay, I do want to allow somebody not to come up, but for
how about $5 a super chat for this segment?
So I'm gonna put the link in chat, and I'm not gonna allow anyone to come up on panel. But if you have any videos that you want me to play that you want to put in back chat, then feel free to come on up and put something in back chat. Or if you have any questions that you want me to see that, okay. So
I apologize, Lauren. I rolled past the women and children threatening.
Have you ever given a blowjob for meth? Yes or no?
Oh, God, you just asked me that yourself.
Okay.
I've never given a blowjob.
How does it feel to be high on meth?
Why does it say 7? Oh, that's the question. Like, this isn't 7 questions. Have you? I mean, if you've ever done Adderall or Ritalin, it's like You know the difference between beer, wine, and liquor? It's like you still get drunk, but it's like, I could probably tell which one I'm on. That's the difference in all three. And as far as how it feels, I don't want to make a case for the validity or not validity of diagnosis, but there's people that get different effects from the same substance. Me personally, when I do it with sciencey moderation, if you've ever seen Mr. Robot, like the first episode of Mr. Robot, never even watched the series, but he describes how I do drugs, where you're paying attention to the amount you use for the effect it gives you, and then using that to like steer away from any dangers, whether it's overdosing or losing one's grip on reality, shit like that.
Where do
With
you
the
purchase your
exception of times you use like-minded individuals to safely exceed those doses and know that someone's got your back if something goes wrong. You got to have
Where
friends for
purchase
that.
your drugs? Where do you purchase your drugs? Where do you purchase your drugs?
Currently, I just get legal weed from any establishment in Colorado because that's all I do. Unless you want to talk about from sugar to heroin, it's all drugs. Because this is where that get your ass off my straw man shit goes. Well, also like these components that we call drugs, it's like McDonald's is drugs. You think that gives a pleasure for a detrimental effect. You take a whole bottle of fucking Tylenol, it's your last drugs, you know?
So
people
this
are asking questions with their assumed context of these words we all have different layered meanings to. So I want to make sure we're talking about the right thing before I answer. That's why Elon Musk that shit. I'm like, it's quite difficult to actually.
Okay, I have several questions for you that seem more important. First of all, what did you do to gyro while working at a pizzeria next to the high school? And I have another question for you as well. And do you know Beth Myers? So those are the two questions. And then if you want to put anything in back chat right now, private chat, if you're behind the scenes and you want to put any links in back chat, feel free to do that. So what did you do to gyro while working at a pizzeria next to the high school?
Yeah, we're gonna skip that one, Lauren, because that one needs like a $20 donation, and I know I would require that person to show their current dental situation and that they live in far off place where they can't be seen by anyone, but they can still be heard. Lauren, we're gonna go the fifth on people that didn't join this fight till like a week ago. Those are newcoming summer people. And just like that license, I ain't got to answer a goddamn thing. I know they're fishing for gotcha shit, and they've been told the truth, Lauren. They know the truth from this mouth, so they're just worthless. They can stay where they are. And be careful, because I heard that's just close to where my retired waterfront property is. Well, yes, Lauren, ex-meth abuser. If you want to say abuse, I'll agree to abuse over addiction. Waterfront property along the Rockies. Think whoever's seeing this afterwards just doesn't know what the fuck they're watching. This guy, waterfront property, not bragging. You could have too. If this meth user had done it, you could too.
So Snafu Snaps, I see you backstage. I do one-on-one interviews. You're more than
okay. Do you remember your guy you did? Your guy with the dreads from Illinois. I call him Goblin. You posted him up by his real name.
Snafu Snaps. Don't get angry. Instead, just send me the link that you want me to play, and I'll play that link.
No, Lauren, see, he's wasting my time right now. Disregard that.
I just
you need to give that dude a one-on-one, Lauren. That's what the problem is. This should be Snafu Snaps.
Did you have sex with Chili De Castro?
Dude, I didn't know who Chili was until these flat earther guys are bitching about him. I might have seen him and not know who he was. Huh?
How much do you pay
What?
for meth? How much do you pay for methamphetamines? How much do you pay? How much
See,
does
they're
it cost?
also doing this game where they're trying to ask things. I'll talk in the current perspective. Like they think if I say the tense, the present tense, and it's like, dude, I like getting BJs. It doesn't mean I'm sitting right now getting a BJ. But they're trying to get me to talk in present tense to go, meth use confirmed. That's fedora beard neck shit, Lauren. You know what those words mean in these streets?
Do you
Lauren,
prefer blue, pink, or clear meth? And what's the difference?
I think they might be talking about my story of I actually did have a dealer who he wasn't the chemist making it, but he was in a first name basis with his cook. And that's a safe thing because that dealer is responsible enough to tell me that, make it true, and then you know your supply line if you have to investigate anything in that supply line. Freedom, personal responsibility, never harmed anyone or stole from anyone to do meth. But there was a time his guy sends him this batch and he's like, you want the blue stuff or the red stuff? And this was a fail. I think there was, on Breaking Bad, they did the saga where it was blue. And I was like, your guy makes good stuff, but he is fucking retarded. And you need to see this. Because when you put blue and red meth on the street, if any of your guys get busted, now they have something to follow you back. They'll follow the red stuff back to the cook and Rico all that stuff on you. But this wasn't just bad that way. This came out like a cloudy, generic Halloween candy style. I mean, you knew it was the stuff.
Your neighbor for having a barking dog.
Are you interrupting previous questions that people should be paying fiat currency to ask because you're wasting both of our time by humoring them? Like, I agree with the free speech thing, but in this particular case, you need to trust me to tell you how many of these people are the cult you want to ask me about. Snafu is trying to climb the ranks of that shit. They don't respect him, but he thinks he's like a general at arms with the nothing people.
Is that true?
It's the God-spoken truth from my mouth. If I've lied about anything, it's not that statement I just made. That statement being Snafu thinks he's something, he's a whole lot of nothing, and that Paul has given him the time to communicate with other hairless monkeys on his platform is like just a scratch of why I was never going to keep watching that fool. He's a nobody. He's a grifter.
He could
be narrating this as he live streams it. He could just be speaking over us the whole time. That's his claim to fame if he's not invading the channel himself.
He's more than welcome to join me
with you at a further date, and if anyone wants to believe him, that's on their personal ass. Because I have no fear now in my community that I work. Anywhere I move, I start being community. Like, I know you have to know your neighbors. I know shit happens and you want to know neighbors. I community and help people everywhere I live. This dude is fucking destroying community online, and I'm not going to hear that he would do it different. He's like Trump. He's like, I'd totally be presidential. And he's trying to say if he had a cult, if he did have a cult or some kind of off-grid community, he'd totally be Christed, totally be Jesus. This isn't him, Dad. This YouTube, that's not the real Paul. Paul is so presidential. No, my cops in Denver, I ask them. When I'm out walking my dog and I do come across a cop or I come across cops at a table at lunch, I go up and ask them. I look them dead in the eyes and I say, does anybody know who Paul Enslaved is? And I watch their eyes for the answer. Because one time a cop, he gave me this flinchy glare and he said, I think I heard of him. And I was like, you know. I went, you know who he was. Like, don't worry, you don't hate me. I feel you, man. Like, I'll speak against some of your job duties, but I feel you on that common opposition thing. So, Snafu and Paul, I keep telling you, in Paul's case, you come to Denver and on your live stream, you can put me in the emergency room. I will put my hands behind my back, show the live stream how fucking crazy I am, how I'm my own Tyler Durden, all the way to the ER. I won't press charges, Paul, because you're delusional enough to think that any government agency would watch that happen and not prosecute you without me. Because I got video right here that I thought if Lauren really wanted to go somewhere, like on you, I got video of the first time a life that matters ever pulled a gun on me in Saudi Aurora. Also a straight shot from the Batman Theater. I pulled a camera out on this dude. He looks hood as shit because he pointed a gun at me for giving his dog water in the summertime while he was at work all day. And he knew that his dog was suffering on the porch all day. He got complaints about it. We said, your dog is howling like it's on its death throes. It's just a little brindle puppy. Maybe he was trying to make it aggressive, you think? Because that was a nice place I lived whenever I was in college. I mean, it was close to that theater, but it was a pretty nice place, despite this guy. But yeah, he pulled a fucking gun on me. As a bang owner, you don't pull that thing till it's time to pull the trigger, you know? That's why we work on our draw time, because you don't pull it till you're serious. And he pulled it because I was giving his dog water that he didn't want that dog getting water in a high desert summer, in a kennel, out on a balcony. I can play the video of that, is what I'm saying, Lauren. This snap and shit.
Why don't we play the video?
You want me to play it? You want me to play it?
Yeah.
Play it. Let's play it. I'm tired of leaning into the Joker thing.
Why
Right?
don't you send it to me and I'll play it? So put it in the back chat.
Well, I'll still send it to you, Lauren, but we're not gonna watch it right now with audio. You'll read the body language. The audio is really just me kicking out in the remnants of being a West Virginia kid. Like you. Thanks for showing up, King Stephen. I needed to ban you because I can't handle you, right? Faggot. He thought he was going to come up here and bash on Jack. King Stephen, I will no longer watch your stuff. You're irrelevant. Even your comments and your chats are trying to tell you, why do you pay any attention to these characters? And you, like a part of this community, tell them that I do this. I watch them. I comment. Yeah, man, you're a fucking loser. And I'm not even going to get into it because I'm done with you. Talk about how much we all watch your stuff because your numbers and your participation are dropping. You don't even have your old hens anymore showing up. Fucking loser. And I'm not saying you ever claimed you were out here to make some career. I know I'm not. I'm just shining light on losers and liars and narcissists. And you all think that you can...
You're not a man, Tommy. You banned me just to talk about me. You saw me there. You can't confront me. You can't have me on your show. You're a coward. You're a loser. You banned me just to ramble about me. Because you're not a man. You're not a man.
Just flip it, saying, no, Tom's a narcissist. Idiots. Dude, a narcissist would not share their out.
You're a coward. You're a loser. You need attention. You do this for attention and for shekels. You're a broke-ass loser in need of attention. You're insecure.
Your life. And if this was against my will, RT, Paul Unslave.
You're a homeless bum. You're not an outdoorsman.
Taylor Briggs. If this was against my will and like a tragedy, do you think I'd share it on YouTube? And we blew that one.
You're worried about what everyone else thinks of you, just like a narcissist. Insecure. Loser.
I've looped that one so many times, and you guys just keep your fucking narrative. But that's good, because I can point out that Jack will have you all up and break bread with you. I'm sick of all your shit. I've been the only thing standing in the way of God handling you, and that's about to end. It's always for the viewer.
in the people. I don't desire to interact with Jack. He's just so easy. Thanks for showing up, King Steven. I needed to ban you because I can't handle you, right? Faggot. He thought he was going to come up here and bash on Jack. King Steven, I will no longer watch your stuff. You're irrelevant. Even your comments and your chats are trying to tell you, why do you pay any attention to these characters? And you, like a part of this community, tell them that I do this. I watch them. I comment. Yeah, man, you're a fucking loser. And I'm not even going to get into it because I'm done with you. Talk about how much we all watch your stuff because shot from the Batman theater. I pulled a camera out on this dude. He looks hood as shit because he pointed a gun at me for giving his dog water in the summertime while he was at work all day. And he knew that his dog was suffering on the porch all day. He got complaints about it. We said, your dog is howling like it's on its death throes. It's just a little brindle puppy. Maybe he was trying to make it aggressive, you think? Because that was a nice place I lived whenever I was in college. I mean, it was
He's got the meth mouth. He's got the meth mouth. Tommy's got the meth mouth. Trash can Tommy. T-Jack. Tommy Tears. Tattletale Tommy. Trash can Tommy's got the meth mouth. He's got the meth mouth. Hashtag meth mouth. There you go.
close to that theater, but it was a pretty nice place, despite this guy. But yeah, he pulled a fucking gun on me. As a bang owner, you don't pull that thing until it's time to pull the trigger, you know? That's why we work on our draw time, because you don't pull it till you're serious. And he pulled it because I was giving his dog water that he didn't want that dog getting water in a high desert summer, in a kennel, out on a balcony. I can play the video of that, is what I'm saying, Lauren. This snapping shit.
Why don't we play the video?
You want to play it? You want to play it?
Yeah.
Play it. Play it. I'm tired of leaning into the Joker thing.
Why
Right?
don't you send it to me and I'll play it? So put it in the back chat.
Well, I'll still send it to you, Lauren, but we're not gonna watch it right now with audio. You'll read the body language. The audio is really just me kicking out in the remnants of being a West Virginia kid. Like, you hear that twang come out because I'm offended at the audacity a man just put a gun in. And it was when I was fucking.
Hold on, let me pause you. Now, as I said like 1.5 million times.
Oh, we know, Snafu. Nobody would let you.
All right, so after playing, some of you weren't here, but I've played most of this. I skipped ahead a bit, I think, but I've been playing this for over an hour. It's showing an hour, 43 minutes. You should have a good sense of Tommy's energy by now, I think. Can you see him on the screen? Do you see his energy? Now we're gonna play the little game here. Spot the difference. Take a look at T-Jack. Take a look at Meth Tommy. Take a look at Tommy's energy, his demonic energy. Look at Tommy, and then look at me. Look at the energy of Tommy. The demonic rage of Tommy. The demonic entities of Tommy. The darkness of Tommy. And then look at me. Do you see the difference? Do you notice any difference? Do you see any difference between me and Tommy? I'm going to put him up on the screen. Just a second. A larger view of Tommy. I'll give you a good look of real nice good look of Tommy. Take a good look. All right, get a good look at him. This is Tommy from earlier in this interview. It's a screenshot. That's Tommy. Look at the nose, the mouth, the darkness, the dark eyes. Almost like it's a cackling demon. Look at the teeth. Look at the demonic dark energy of that thing. And then look at my energy. Do you notice a difference? Do you know? I'm sorry to be like this, but it's so obvious to me. But I guess it isn't to a lot in this realm. Do you notice the difference between my energy on the screen and his energy? Here's his energy. I hope you can see the difference. I hope so. I hope so. This is Tommy. I'm going to show one more image of him, a screenshot, where you get a close-up view of Tommy, T-Jack. These were just screenshots taken throughout this. Could have taken 50 more or 100 more. Here he is. Here's T-Jack. Here's Tommy, the demon. Here's his energy. And then here's me. Here's my energy. This was this summer, this picture. 2025, I think that might have been the end of June 2025. That's my energy this year. This is Tommy 2 years ago during this interview. It's a screenshot of him during this interview. Do you see the difference? Do you notice any Do you notice any difference with the energy between Tommy and me? The energy. There's me. That's my energy. And then here's his energy. See, to me, it's obvious. I wouldn't need anybody to do this to. It's just obvious. But I don't think that many in this realm can even do it. Just like my Two Wolves video. I don't know if people can tell the difference, which in the end dooms you. I shouldn't have to explain this to people, but if you can't tell the difference between me and a demon, I don't see any way that you could get out of this realm. I can't conceive of a way that you could get out. If you don't see a drastic difference, you have big time issues that I can't help you with. And I don't think I want to help you with it, because if you can't tell the difference between the energy of me and Tommy, you're probably on Team Evil. They're the ones that would say they can't see a difference.
You on snafu? I don't know why Lauren considered it. Maybe you didn't do enough homework, Lauren, because I saw you on clips when I'm doing my catch-up homework. You've been on Paul's show longer than me, as far as who got there first. And snafu, if you've done any recent watching of lots of these channels and these streets, this motherfucker has no respect from anyone. He just laughs it off like he's being heard.
You know, I'm going to mute you just for a second so I can get my word in. So I don't let people up on panel when I'm interviewing somebody else. And also I am talking to somebody else. You are more than welcome to have your own stream at a later date in which you support Paul, because I care about the truth and I care about open free speech platform. I don't care about screaming at each other. You're more... Yes, that's what an individual, when you're speaking to one person, that one person is going to be biased for themselves. You are more than welcome to come up and have your own video. You were only allowed to drop a link. If you had a link you could drop, you were welcome to drop that in back chat. Okay, you're unmuted. Okay,
This
I
is
have... Okay, hold on. Let me play
Watch this
something
hype.
really
Watch
quick.
this hype. Watch this hype. Boom! Yeah! Oh, sorry, Lauren. That's my current dog. That was his, like, face biting ability. My bad. Let me get that Life That Matters video pulled right up. I just wanted to immortalize that on your little Oprah show. So now when God says I'm not as favored as I think because he doesn't outlive me, because that dog doesn't
This is your friendly, local, neighborhood, global, worldwide, world famous Star Spangled Banner Moose here. And I've got a clip right here. We're going to start this out with some hot,
This is 3 hours
heavy-hitting
long.
stuff.
Dear Jesus, dear person who sent it to me, I'm not going to play this until you give me a timestamp. Okay? Give me a timestamp. I'm not playing a 3-hour-long video during this interview. Come back with a timestamp, and then I'll play it. Okay.
Snafu Snaps? Is that the video
What?
from Snafu Snaps? Or this video you just said I'm not playing that 3 hours? Is that the thing from Snafu Snaps?
This one?
Is that the link for that video? Because I thought I heard Moose like all up in here. I was gonna be like, hey Moose, how'd you get in here? Is this the one that Snafu claims I threatened women and children?
Probably. Can you tell me the timestamp in which that happened?
Oh, I know what this one is. Lauren, I already explained this here and had Yurt back me up, but this isn't anything legal or anything I'm worried about. This is the toxic shit that this is what I said needs $20 to get asked. And if you play that without receiving like $100 for something, it's like something we explained in the moment that I'm not ashamed of. And I don't want to attach it to accidentally justify a pimp bully that has offended veterans, offended people like you, me. I think he's a grifter bully. I don't want to give this ammo because even the truth pisses people off, and it's nothing illegal. It's something that is only defined by 3 months and words on a paper between a 17-year-old girl and an 18-year-old girl and a me that was 15 years younger than this. I don't want to touch it, Lauren. I think I've said what it is enough. I don't want to listen to me and those people I've been trolling go through the grift I'm sitting here talking about. And if one motherfucker could find an adult, honor, able way to come up here and get me shook, I'd just say I was wrong. But this is all gotcha bullshit. Like, yes, there were times in my life I drove fast cars, did drugs, was in a good job, walked the line in various regulations that these haters oppose. Like, if you take away these regulations, that shit talk they're trying to do, it ain't shit. And if you keep the regulations, I was still legal. Because, spoiler alert, some of your daughters are out getting, like, gorilla grinded by dudes right now. And they're putting it on the hub. They're putting it on OnlyFans. So, that shit talk they're trying to do, it ain't shit. And if you keep the regulations, I was still legal. Because, spoiler alert, some of your daughters are out getting like gorilla grinded by dudes right now. And they're putting it on the hub. They're putting it on OnlyFans. So, I'll take my licks from the Sky Daddy. That's why I'm okay to say it. Like, no one's going to keep me out of a job anymore. And anyone that comes to find me on the street, that's what I worry about in the hub. They're putting it on OnlyFans. That shit talk they're trying to do, it ain't shit. And if you keep the regulations, I was still legal. Because, spoiler alert, some of your daughters are out getting like gorilla grinded by dudes right now. And they're putting it on the hub. They're putting it on OnlyFans. So, I'll take my licks from the Sky Daddy. That's why I'm okay to say it. Like, no one's going to keep me out of a job anymore. And anyone that comes to find me on the street, that's what I worry about anyway, even with motherfuckers that don't know me. I'm 1 degree bacon from multiple Colorado mass bangbangs I'm very close to. Let's talk about Johnny Hurley, my hero.
Do you have a job?
I don't need a job, Lauren. Do you know why I want to do a one-on-one with Martin Shkreli? You're playing into these people that you wanted me to bust, Lauren. Come on, let's step the game up. I gave you newscaster back screen, you know. I know it's hard. Henry was blocked across the nose.
How do you think Martin Shkreli is going to help you it. How do you think Martin Shkreli is going to help you with anything?
He's not. I don't need help from anything. I want to give the man props for how he handled Matt Kors. If we could get him right now, I would want to get his take on what I've been going all these channels saying. Hey, I think this is the one thing that you law abiders and law deniers should both be worried about. And they still call my shit for it. Like Paul gave me the nickname Catcoin because I showed up after a 3-month hiatus and said, hey, Paul, I think I found where this mark of the beast strategy is going to start. Like our whole worldwide monetary system is about to convert to a tokenized blockchain.
Martin says he's busy right now, so he can't talk to you.
Awesome. You have that. Oh, I know. Because of X. I don't have X's that can hit me up that fast. That was impressive. I just thought if he wanted someone to actually put a good light on him to his face online, let's do it. But I would like his speculation of the CBDCs, all that shit. Because whether you like him or hate him, he's out there getting paid, making his investors money, and he did his time. He's good. Respect.
Yeah.
Hey, Martin, let me get that Woo album, yo.
Anyway, so you want the chat to pay a minimum of $100 to see this video that is publicly available still?
That's what I'm saying. Anybody can watch it, but as far as bringing it to me right now, when I'd rather relate like fucking meth to things you give your kids, or talk about how we're about to crash our monetary system to cover up the way we've all been fucked for decades. Like, dude, he's nothing, Lauren. Get over it. I know he brought you on a couple times. He said his mean words. Like, that's what me and Paul have in common, is we want you to take your mean words. Because, see, listen, I will support African Americans. Like, if you find anything more than mean words, if you can prove racism has kept you out of a job, has kept you from living longer in your deal with cops, if you can prove any kind of theft or damages are done from a racial reason, I will back you and support you. But anybody with something about mean words, like, dude, everybody is mean wording everywhere, on the street, on the line. Paul mean words. I mean words. It's not the issue right now.
To thank Paul and Slade for waitress school so that I could get an actual job. I really appreciate that. Waitress school has been very expensive, so I'm very excited that I'm finally able to put down my down payment with that.
A man that can support his enemy is either love or art of war shit, you know? And that's my thing. A lot of the time, whenever he was, like, there was times I think he knew I was just clowning, but then there was times I don't know what it was he was triggered about. But I was always like, dude, no matter what he says, if there's something we agree on, I won't not agree. And my problem is I see him changing up according to what's best to go against me. Because I've even went up there and said,
I was just saying hi to my friend V.
oh, God, I'm so used to being like, hey, Tom, shut up, shut up. I forgot. That's me in the headline this time. I can just roll with it. Wait till you see this life that matters. It's fucking hilarious. It's a laugh riot. Shout out to Sigmas. But fucking, I went on Paul's show to be like, listen, Jack Talcott, I don't think Paul will disagree with me, when it's like, dude, we can have you all squared up. You can know what you're going to do about your house. And overnight, somebody hits you with the Men in Black thing. And the next day, we start all over. And Paul's like, yeah, I see that. And this fucking dude's like, nah, I see what you and Paul are up to. I'm like, no, dude, we're just two opposing guys that agree on this. And it's not a conspiracy. We're not up to anything. So in the same way with Paul, I feel like there's a lot of things he's gone against me on where it's like, dude, this is responsibility. This is honorable. And because he don't want to talk, he doesn't want to have a civil discussion. I'm sitting here on your tea sipping show. I told Henry this was going to be the tea. You act like you don't want the tea.
The tea. I want the tea. I want the tea. But would you,
hey,
before?
That's where you need these, Lauren, because you're restraining the tea. You're pushing shit that I've heard for months. Like, yeah, tell me again, say it again, and now you want to give that to chat to ask me without money? I know what they're gonna say, Lauren. Fuck the chat, man. Let's see what you want.
But would you
Ask me
ever?
questions that pique your interest, Lauren. I'll come back as many times as it takes because I got shit to do. I don't
I was
slave
wondering
to a paycheck.
if you'd ever smoked meth while streaming.
I
just to,
did
like-
drop the ball one time because that reminded me when you asked about if I have a job. I highly speculate that Paul may be doing DoorDash, and that requires license plates, registration, insurance. And if he would agree that that's why he got them, I would say, yes, that's what we say it is. Because you are driving for business, you must have that. But my problem is I've been on his show, like, in that logic, his boy Lubash should have in Canada, he should have all the proper registrations to rent his houses to people. And he claims not to. And he claims to evade taxes. And I'm like, well, Paul, would you not back me up on suggesting he do get those titles and registrations to take money for a service and be taxable? This is the shit that you're constantly battling Goblin and Paul on. It, like, let me have that fight. And they want to talk about things I've done in the past that I'll admit to and not give them nothing more because they ain't shit. That's what they're going to... When I quit being in these YouTube streets, that chat will still be the same people, Lauren. Come on. You went to college, Lauren. You went in the military. I didn't even stay in the military because of my bullshit family. And they don't get up my ass about that because they don't care. They want to call the military murderers. They want to tell Jack Talcott that he's taking welfare because he got hurt in the military and gets a check for it. No, God bless Jack Talcott for getting hurt in the military and getting paid for it. Because my friend that died in the desert, he's 60 miles away getting $40K a year for the shit he lived through. And the friend half of him is dead. I had to come to terms with that. So did his German Shepherd.
Well, I'm sorry for your loss. That is very...
Don't be sorry, because everything that happens in this world is good, Lauren. That's another way I love to troll people. Like, you're against Paul, Paul's against you, and I'll troll you both all day with the truth. Half of him is dead. I had to come to terms with that. So did his German Shepherd.
Well, I'm sorry for your loss. That is very...
Don't be sorry, because everything that happens in this world is good, Lauren. That's another way I love to troll people. Like, you're against Paul, Paul's against you, and I'll troll you both all day with the truth that everything that happens is good. That's the one they can test me on.
Okay. So I do want to wrap this up soon. Is there any...
Me too. It could have been better.
We've been going for 2 hours now.
I know, and look how much I've been trudging through mud of the people I was gonna tee with you. I mean, you can, if you ever have a related thing that you need some backstage questions, I'll respect the one-on-one the same way I want it. You ever need questions against these people? Come here. But if you want to get serious about this paper identifications, Lauren, I'm cool with my local police, and I'm not a card-carrying member of the club that says I can put my shirt over my property. There's no hairless monkey that's going to tell me I got to let a government know that I put my shirt over my property. Let that butterfly effect to me. Let's see if I get Johnny Hurley'd over some cop finding that out. Because I ain't out here bashing Paul to the cops. I just look in their eyes when I ask if they've heard of him. I've never tried to end Paul's show. I've never put strikes on Paul's show because I want to be able to reference the goddamn videos when I'm on my deathbed in some off-grid fucking land one day, running from you and your slave digital currency.
Okay. So I'm never coming on. I'd rather watch you give me your power and attention while you destroy yourselves. Well,
No, Paul, she's the one with the power, you buffoon. This is why I've always called you on your shit. You tell your cult that you want called on your shit because they do it like, oh, Paulie, you're too nice. You're too good to us, Paulie. That's what your problem is. You're Tom Cruising, Paul. Like you're the least famous Tom Cruise to ever have an entourage to not tell you no. That's what your fucking problem is. That's why you accidentally culted. There, does that help it along, Lauren? Is that what we were looking for?
Lauren allows this criminal who threatened children and drugged.
I have no record. I have no record. All the jobs, the last time I had a job required FBI backgrounds. When I was working at DIA as a manager for a whole company in DIA, you had to do an FBI background. And that was the first time I tried Ritalin, is because my roommate's girlfriend was a prescription. She goes, try the most minute pill form they'll subscribe. And it had that family of the Breaking Bad. And I was like A1 salesman. I mean, since I was managing, I was just salesman to give people their breaks. But every break, I was still busting out sales. And even when a passerby just wanted to talk about his family, he was like, I'm sorry it took up so much of your time. I was like, no, my pleasure. My pleasure, sir.
Really quick.
Ritalin.
So once again, for like the umpteenth time, you clearly have never seen my interview channel before.
A1 salesman. I mean, since I was managing, I was just salesman to give people their breaks. But every break, I was still busting out sales. And even when a passerby just wanted to talk about his family, he was like, I'm sorry it took up so much of your time. I was like, no, my pleasure. My pleasure, sir.
Really quick.
Ritalin.
So once again, for like the umpteenth time, you clearly have never seen my interview channel before. I only do one-on-one interviews. I don't know if you could count beyond one snafu, but if you could, you'd understand that one-on-one does not include another. So you're more than welcome to put it in the back chat, though, which is why I dropped the link. You were more than welcome to put a link in the back chat. Now, anyway,
is the weakest link to our society.
If anyone wants to give me a timestamp to check out on this 3-hour video, that's great. But if not, okay, 46, 47. There we go. Okay.
Okay, let's still play the thing that I explained and listen, Lauren, when I talk about living with monkeys, this is the monkey act going on, and they're trying to attach it to. You're getting real guy. You get to the bottom of all this shit. This isn't about proving a crime. It's about making me be taken seriously.
Let me just watch
all right.
Because that's the maximum time of what do you call it? What do you call it, Tommy?
When I was 30, I had a 17 hoe that was legal in Colorado because I was the general manager of the Domino's Pizza between a high school and that high school's gym, and all those fucking thoughts would roll through because I had a fucking.
You basically had sex with a minor then.
No, she's not. She wasn't a minor in Colorado. You
well, no, I mean in the land of America, 18 is adulthood.
Yeah, and in 50 United States, we had legal weed and 17 flies, and that chick was no fucking virgin at 17. That chick was predatorily coming across my counter every lunchtime, among others.
So you thought that a sick woman that would come at you and push herself upon you, a sick child,
maybe some of the things she did was sick. Maybe in fucking
to the doors
World of
sexually.
Warcraft elf
an older
cosplay,
man
she
of
did
30
some sick
something.
thing.
Help me out here, Yurt.
Well, I mean, you know, dude, it's
It's a fine line, right?
Well, and let's
I did not
paint
rob
narrative
anyone's
here. I mean,
innocence.
17 isn't a child.
Oh
Hey,
man, I thought you dropped me. Everything's buffering on my phone.
I thought I dropped myself for a second there.
Yeah, I got the same thing. I thought you were so offended you cut the show off because you actually believe that shit, or that these people, huh?
You want to explain it a little bit better?
Yeah, I want to explain that even this lady who has one tooth, even that lady read out loud that there's parental consent. And I'm sitting here telling you America's fucked up like that, but it's not fucked up because this girl was not in high school or underage, technically. Let's just say I was the lesser, I don't know what I want to call it because it's like a legal term. Like, I wasn't up to shit as much as it was what she was gonna do in 3 months anyway, had already been doing, and this was 15 years ago. And it's like, and her parents know she's drinking in front of them. She's already living an adult life, you know? It's like she doesn't have the cares of what this lady thinks of when she thinks of a daughter in high school. Like, I was even one of those people that didn't live with my parents while I was still a senior in high school. And I mean, yeah, I told you, like,
How old is she?
she was, when I met her, she was 3 months from being 18, and she was definitely still 17 for things. But I was not a man
And
yet.
how do you know that she was about to turn 18?
Because these people want to talk like it was me as a predatory guy going after specifically high school girls.
How did you know she was about to turn? How do you know her age?
See, this is what I'm trying to answer, and you've already gone against my request to not, I like explain this and didn't want to have to waste the time doing it, but let's have it out.
Okay.
I hung out with her like you would date a fucking girl. Like, I didn't just, oh, hey, you're a high school girl in my Domino's. Let's go in the back bathroom. No, I went through the process that I go through with any other women in my life that's ever been of age, as that one was technically the sketchiest while still legal. But that's what I'm saying, Lauren. These motherfuckers are just here for this. And I've only been doing 6 seasons of Lost where I give them information in ways that sounds bad. And then when you hear the whole story, it's like, oh, you made us go all the way around the block for this. Like, yes, it was all a game as I lived with monkeys for 6 months. I mean, I'll put this shit on and talk a big game. On paper, I'm an upstanding citizen. Morally, I'll stand before any god.
I hear you. The only thing that I have a problem with, because I did look it up, it looks like the state of Colorado does have the legal age of consent at 17. However, you said several things that kind of freaked me out. Like, for instance, she wasn't a virgin already. Like, that doesn't make, even if someone's not a virgin, they could still be underage and can still be illegal to have sex with them.
No, that's not the only. I was saying for the effect of what I think, Lauren, is to predatorily look for virgins that are underage, or to be looking for pre-puberty, which this was not. I think that's what pedo is.
Predator Tommy, look at him throwing up the 666. What is he doing here, everyone? What is this creep doing? Predator Tommy, oh my goodness. Looks like a predator. Looks like we caught a predator here, everyone. Looks like Tommy's a predator. Take a good look. I took a screenshot of that. Predator Tommy. Excuse me, Predator Tommy. Creepy boy. He's creepy. He's a creepy, creepy creature. Creepy creature. Creepy creature. Look at him. Just look at him. Take a good look. Predator, Tommy. That's Predator, Tommy. We caught a predator here. He's dodging, deflecting. Creepy creature. Creepy creature.
And this statutory shit, it's like, dude, she was the one that got like her alcohol. Like, I don't even drink. She was the one drinking by the alcohol her parents gave her, you know? It's like, what?
Why does that matter that wouldn't that make her an easier target for a predator?
No. Even with adult women, even with adult women, I don't predatory look for drunk women.
Even with adult women. So he's basically admitting she wasn't an adult woman. He just said even with adult women. You're a predator, dude. You're a predator. Wow. This guy's a fucking predator. Creepy creature. Creepy creature. It's a creepy creature right there. That's a creepy creature. Put it in full screen. There you go. It's a creepy creature.
You must make the sobriety, which this was not. I think that's what pedo is. And this statutory shit, it's like the effect of what I think, Lauren, is to predatorily look for virgins that are underage, or to be looking for pre-puberty, which this was not. I think that's what pedo is. And this statutory shit, it's like, dude, she was the one that got like her alcohol. Like, I don't even drink. She was the one drinking by the alcohol her parents gave her, you know? It's like,
he's a predator. He's a creepy creature. He's a fucking predator.
That doesn't make, even if someone's not a virgin, they could still be underage and can still be illegal to have sex with them.
No, that's not mainly. I was saying for the effect of what I think, Lauren, is to predatorily look for virgins that are underage, or to be looking for pre-puberty, which this was not. I think that's what pedo is. And this statutory shit, it's like, dude, she was the one that got like her alcohol. Like, I don't even drink. She was the one drinking by the alcohol her parents gave her, you know? It's like, what?
Why does that matter that wouldn't that make her an easier target for a predator?
No. Even with adult women, even with adult women, I don't predatory look for drunk women. You must make the sober decision to have sex with me before I'll let you get all fucking drunk and fuck, you know? But no, what I'm telling you is what I see as the damages is like a gay man that has a thing for knowing it was a straight guy he fucked around with, you know? I think the damages is looking for a stupid kid that doesn't know any better. Like, this girl was well into puberty, so we have stars today that's like, Jesus Christ, how old is Britney Spears? Back when Britney Spears was the new thing? Jesus Christ, how old is this girl? Because she doesn't look young. I mean, if you want to turn this shit into a gotcha show about trying to call me out for like one thing I did when even I was technically 29, but I'm still going to say 30 because it sounds worse to that toothless lady out in off-grid land.
Okay.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's make it about me fucking little girls. Let's go down this road.
Well, like you could agree.
Wow, what the fuck? Did you hear that? What did he just say? Jesus Christ. What a demon. No wonder he's trying to hide behind Christianity. He's another fucking demon. Look at this.
But I'm still going to say 30.
By the way, I'm condemning him. He's a creepy creature. He's a fucking demon. Look at this thing. Jesus.
Because it sounds worse to that toothless lady out in the off-grid land.
Okay.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's make it about me fucking little girls. Let's go down this road.
What a psycho. I'm covering this to expose him. All right, YouTube. He should be in jail. He should be rotting in prison for the life he's lived. He's a demon. He's a demon.
Well, like you could agree that just because a girl is acting mature for her age or drinking or doing adult
Did you just say it was like legal?
No, I said you could.
Did you say the statutory limit was 17? Because back then it was 16, I think. But did you just say it's currently 17?
In Colorado.
Did you say it's currently 17, Lauren?
In Colorado.
Okay, so Lauren, based on you wanting to be a future lawyer,
you have to let people finish their sentences. We are having a conversation. You have yet to let me respond to your question. You are now off mute. Go on. In Colorado,
you're just wasting your breath because it's like, yes, in Colorado it's 17 and up. At this age, I wouldn't be working or even considering that. That was back when I was sports car bouncer guy who was swimming in it. And it's no wonder that the rebel girl who had more hookups than I ever did, as in substances, not hookups like the kids say. Of course she came after me and I removed it from the Domino's situation in the high school that she wasn't showing up at very often anyway. She was not. That's what society doesn't get. Like, if that girl is dead in a drive-by, she wasn't a child. I'd say that's horrible if those kids die in drive-bys, but they were playing that game, Lauren. Some of them were playing that game when they were in the drive-by, and sometimes it's a 9-year-old girl that wasn't playing that game. That's the community I'm trying to avoid when I move anywhere. What I'm saying is, for a person that tells me out the gate she wants to be a lawyer, I don't care how you feel, Lauren, how much longer you got to harp on this legal activity. You don't have the luxury of your own moral outlook once you're a lawyer. You cite them cases and you cite that black and white, and that's what we go by.
So you think
let God sort out the part you're worried about.
So you think lawyers lose their sense of morality because they have to turn to statutes as opposed to the Bible?
I think you would see real blind justice if the job of two lawyers was to find the truth instead of compete with each other to say what the truth is. I think there can be a more logical. I think America has a better than you'd think rate as far as not killing the wrong guy, even though we do as far as the chair. But I don't think we have a good justice system. Hey, Laura, remember when you were questioning me on the driving shit? How about my own story? How about I went to court over me driving a work van that some Karen with her own photo service can't get past me on the turning lanes in a rainstorm, and she brushes me. We pull over to exchange insurance. No, she's got to call a cop. She's been screwed before. Got to call a cop over this buff out situation. So it turns into a court thing.
Actually, hold on. Just wanted to say, actually, the topic of you got so boring that we kind of switched. You were supposed to be the topic, but you were boring. Continue.
What topic?
Oh, no one. Go ahead.
No, you're saying the topic of cults?
Yeah, we were talking about that. And now we're talking about you and your drug stuff and your
No, we're
cases.
we're talking about a driving or a beating you thing. This is what I'm saying. I went to the DA that she's trying to pin fault on me, pin all this traffic shit on me. And I just sat in her office like, is this going to be maritime court? And she, with her Lauren demeanor, she goes, because she knew she was on the back heel at that point. I proceed to grill her in my way that I won't share as a class online because I don't care if these plebs figure it out or not. $0, 0-point ticket so that she got to feel like she still won. Out the door. My boss was actually one of my teachers from college. I said, hey, I quit because of how you acted when I told you I had this under control, and your insurance isn't going to put you at fault. Like 0.0 cost to me. You're clear on your insurance. Fuck you, favorite teacher. I quit your job. There's your common law shit. And that comment that you just shared, that's the guy that was raging on you, Lauren. You know that. That dude just bitched you out every time he's on your show, and you want to throw him at me like that? Come on. You gonna make me take back that Oprah shit.
Who? No, I'm better than Oprah. That's still
You
true.
got a lot of this, Lauren, but you got no these. It makes a big deal no matter what the leftists tell you. It's a testosterone, estrogen.
I don't have boobies. It's not very nice. I think my boobies are fine. Thank you very much, though.
Listen, Jack Talcott told me it was going to be a good day, and I said, I believe you, Jack. I believe you.
I like Jack a lot. Jack is one of my favorite people that I've ever interviewed.
Before Jack.
Thank you very much, though.
Because of how you acted when I told you I had this under control, and your insurance isn't going to put you at fault. Like 0.0 cost to me. You're clear on your insurance. Fuck you, favorite teacher. I quit your job. There's your common law shit. And that comment that you just shared, that's the guy that was raging on you, Lauren. You know that. That dude just bitched you out every time he's on your show, and you want to throw him at me like that? Come on. You gonna make me take back that Oprah shit.
Who? No, I'm better than Oprah. That's still
You
true.
got a lot of this, Lauren, but you got no these. It makes a big deal no matter what the leftists tell you. It's a testosterone, estrogen.
I don't have boobies. It's not very nice. I think my boobies are fine. Thank you very much, though.
Listen, Jack Talcott told me it was going to be a good day, and I said, I believe you, Jack. I believe you.
I like Jack a lot. Jack is one of my favorite people that I've ever interviewed.
Before Jack is on the street, I mean, I think Jack's got something going on. It's been 5 years he's saying he's going to lose his house. But even if he's a grifter, just because of what I've seen in Jack on these streets, before he'll be on the Seattle streets with the homeless kids with the hatchets, he'll be in this empty room for at least long enough to see if he'll flip burgers or not. But I mean, I won't let him be on those Seattle streets because I see this. I see this in Jack Talcott. Doesn't matter, he's a little slow on that because I know he means well, and I don't like the way Paul's treated him for a while. I don't like that every person on YouTube with a Jack face is because of the guy that said no masks. Like Paul, the no mask guy, created all these Jack-faced characters.
Okay.
You need to do your homework a little better, Lauren. I'm just tossing the shit you should have brought on him yourself.
Okay, I'll do my homework a little bit better next time. That's my bad. I didn't know all of this stuff. But I mean, to be fair,
How do you not remember me from Ian's whenever Ian was about to introduce someone and you jinx samesied him? You went, Aluma Tommy. And you're like, nope, dropped another name on you because he was going to put all the Discworlders first, all the Mandela Effect people. I can read into Mandela Effect. I can look at that. Definitely a globe, Lauren. Definitely a globe. But if you knew me from that, you're pulling in a yurt with books right now. Shout out to In a Yurt with Books. You're acting like you don't know about shit, I think.
I feel like maybe you have a bit of a stronger impression of how much I think about Paul Enslaved and his channel and the characters on it. So it
was the basis for your producer returning the emails. the email's like, hey, you want the tea on some unslaved bullshit? Have me on.
Yeah. That's what my producer does. He's the best.
So how do you not know? I've seen you. I saw you when we ran into each other at Ian's party. Whenever he pissed Jack Talcott off and Jack left the party, I was like, "You go, Jack. I'll catch up, man." Yeah, man. You knew while we were there that was Ian's attempt to congregate the community, and I was just there as an advisor. Like, listen, I've lived among that guy that's giving you shit. I know how he works. And Ian was still scared. Remember when he separated? Like, hey, he's in his square. I'm in my square. I'm like, yeah, we know, Ian. We know. Just let me talk. You know?
Yeah.
Lauren, invincible to YouTube bullshit. I admit it doesn't sound classy to bring up the 15 years ago shit. I think that was even before Paul tried his first needle that he will admit to. Like, if we want to drop the T, I got no channel to lose, man. And you guys will only lose your channels consecutively as algorithm changes to look in the past and calibrate. It'll just be MSNBC channels, Fox channels. They want to be the next TV. Television. What television used to be, YouTube is like, we want to be that on the internet. It used to be a thing where anybody could come up. Back in the PewDiePie days, you could be a nobody and come up. You still kind of can, but you're going to jump through hoops. You're going to...
Are you mentally slow? Yes. No one is allowed up. It is one-on-one. Welcome to the Lauren De Laguna show where we do one-on-one. No one is allowed up. Very smart of you to finally figure that out. It only took you 2 hours and 20 minutes. Alrighty.
Do we have Henry back, or are you sharing those on the screen?
Sorry, no. So Snafu is upset because he was backstage. He told us that he had a video of you abusing women and children. I said that if he had that video, if that video existed, he could put that video in the chat backstage. He was backstage.
Look how bored I look.
Hold on, I am talking. He was there. He was smoking a cigarette. He was being menacing and creepy as hell. You are more than welcome to have a private interview of your own. Like I said, I will schedule it for next week if you want, sir. But holy crap, you cannot come up on stage because that's how my show works. And that's how it's worked since the beginning. You've clearly never been here before. Oh my God. Idiots, 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 idiots. I hate dumb people. They just irk me. Oh. Okay. Woo, sorry. Dumb people really just upset
This isn't how you make it in a man's world, Lauren. Like, this is the hurdle which you must overcome to Oprah, because
dumb people.
No, a dude would just, after we got that whole snafus and nobody thing clear, you would have just quit acknowledging his shit, you know? Like, I would tune in to the one-on-one with you and him like that, because if the closest thing, like the high school girl, that's closer to anything than this threatening women and children. I don't even smoke cigarettes. And the people that do hate me, that did check the timestamp he wants to show you, it was me saying, like, I was swinging my dick about the concealed carry, wearing armor and shit. And I said, hey, if your kids are ever lost in Denver, you're going to want me to be the first stranger to find them. Because a current meth user right outside where my dog shits, he came up, wanted me to cigarettes. And the people that do hate me, that did check the timestamp he wants to show you, it was me saying, like, I was swinging my dick about the concealed carry, wearing armor and shit. And I said, hey, if your kids are ever lost in Denver, you're going to want me to be the first stranger to find them. Because a current meth user right outside where my dog shits, he came up, wanted me to F him in the A, and he wasn't taking no for an answer till I got fucking specific about getting the fuck up the street, you know? And that thing's the concealed carry, wearing armor. Because if the closest thing, like the high school girl, that's closer to anything than this threatening women and children. I don't even smoke cigarettes. And the people that do hate me, that did check the timestamp he wants to show you, it was me saying, like, I was swinging my dick about the concealed carry, wearing armor and shit. And I said, hey, if your kids are ever lost in Denver, you're going to want me to be the first stranger to find them. Because a current meth user right outside where my dog shits, he came up, wanted me to F him in the A, and he wasn't taking no for an answer till I got fucking specific about getting the fuck up the street, you know? And that thing stayed tucked, never needed it. It's nice to know it's there. I don't swing my dick about it. But the first time in a long time I thought I might need it was a dude that said, hey, I'm kind of high on meth and I'm the devil, not ripping off Will Ferrell. He said this shit. Clean cut kid with a nice haircut, flannel, the concealed carry, wearing armor and shit. And I said, hey, if your kids are ever lost in Denver, you're going to want me to be the first stranger to find them. Because a current meth user right outside where my dog shits, he came up, wanted me to F him in the A, and he wasn't taking no for an answer till I got fucking specific about getting the fuck up the street, you know? And that thing stayed tucked, never needed it. It's nice to know it's there. I don't swing my dick about it. But the first time in a long time I thought I might need it was a dude that said, hey, I'm kind of high on meth and I'm the devil, not ripping off Will Ferrell. He said this shit. Clean cut kid with a nice haircut, flannel, fucking, but he was Mexican. Love the Mexican community. At least they work hard. He said, I'm high on meth and I'm kind of the devil. And maybe we could just go back there. You could F me in the A. And I said, no, dude, no, like move on. Like, I understand what you're on, dude. Like, but head on up the street. And it took some convincing. This is fucking, I don't know what you're hiding from, Lauren. You want to call me out on fucking near miss on the
here. I genuinely wanted, I don't know how we got here. I genuinely wanted to talk about,
because you let Snafu fucking get acknowledged. Is Henry doing his job? Because if you're clicking that shit up, I don't want to hear it. I know how to use StreamYard, Lauren. Come on.
you.
I know all you got to do to bring up the, yes, Lauren. I mean, if I was going to make a channel, it would be a decent one compared to these streets. For a time, I looked into how it's used. Still not about it. Don't need a job, man. Don't care. I do what I want to get done. I don't have to publicize it. That's why I won't tell people how to win in court. Figure it out, pleb. I'll do me.
Rada's still here, but he really wanted us to end this stream by singing a farewell song. So, do you know any songs that you like? What's your favorite song?
Who the fuck asked to sing a farewell song?
What? Rada.
Are you talking about me singing a song?
Yeah.
Lauren, what the fuck are you doing?
Do you want to? Well, we need to end the stream at some point now.
We can end it, but I've watched. Hey, you think I watched Paul's stream and I've never watched yours? Like, you don't end streams with somebody singing a song. What are you talking about?
Wow, why can't you end a stream with? Well, the other day I ended Rada's stream by singing "Holla Back Girl."
Say it again.
The other day I ended Rada's stream by singing "Holla Back Girl." You know, like a few times been around that track, so it's not just gonna happen like that because it ain't no, you know that song.
You know, with a degree in science, I will admit that all music preference is only an opinion. Like, someone can enjoy the sound of glass being smashed in a trash can, but compared to her No Doubt days, don't you ever sing that song in my presence. Like, she used to be the front for a band, a good band. And that was her playing her little corporate pop game, marrying Gavin from Bush. And then I'm going to marry a country singer. Sorry, Gwen, you lost it. You hit the wall, girl.
If I could escape and recreate a place that's my own world.
Okay, you know Pharrell's Happy song?
Yeah.
Yeah, Pharrell's full of shit because no, shut up. When I had Pharrell, when I was a vinyl DJ and had Pharrell on vinyl, it was that you can, oh baby, you want me because you can get this lap dance here for free. Why don't you sing that on the out Lauren, sing some poppin' hood shit. Bow, bow,
You want to hear
bow,
Quinn's
bow,
good
bow, bow.
shit?
Yeah, I'll even do the shit. You gotta say it like you know who gets more views live than anyone I've been on the panel of, including you, is a panel full of hood.
All right, guys, we are in New York City and we're in, I don't know, some park, or later in the video, I'll show you guys what's around this park. It's a very liberal place and there's a lot of liberal people around here. So we're gonna be asking questions about Palestine. That's definitely a big thing here. A lot of signs that say NYU supports genocide. So we're gonna be asking people's thoughts on that, why they even care about something like that. We'll just be asking New Yorkers about New York as well, ask about the current mayor, who's a Muslim extremist. So let's get right into it. So guys, we're in Washington Square Park. What is the statue?
Garibaldi?
Who the hell is that? Garibaldi. I have no idea who that is, but Free Palestine. I see there's a lot of like drawings around here that says like NYU supports genocide. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
I think Free Palestine. I don't give a fuck about NYU. It's kind of one of the most funniest colleges in New York City. A lot of like heads from there always be like fucking Israel supporters or whatnot. I'm tired of it. I'm here to watch today to smoke a joint and not be around bigoted, idiotic people. That's what I think about the
I'm not from here, but I agree with all of that and fuck the Zionists and Free Palestine, literally.
Good shit. Some more pro-Palestine propaganda. NYU funds genocide based. Again, I mean, these people will just care about anything that's in the fucking media. What do you think of like the signs around here? It says like NYU supports genocide. Do you agree with that statement or no?
NYU what? Supports
genocide.
Yes, it does. Like the policies and how they like just kind of like gave into the Trump administration. I think what's happening around us right now in culture is really dark, you know. And yeah, I mean, I have a lot of friends from NYU. They don't support this, but it just seems as if a lot of, you know, because I come from PACE, they're also doing the same thing.
You come from where?
Like PACE, I go to PACE for school.
Oh.
So they do the same thing, they're doing the same thing, so it's just kind of sad.
You live in the city or? Yeah, I'm in LA.
Why are you out here today? What message are you trying to spread?
Well, basically, we've not done enough about climate change. We're past 1.5C, which was the Paris Agreement, and it's just going to get worse and worse. We've got more hurricanes, more wildfires, more floods, more droughts. All that stuff is just going to get worse and worse. And so what we do is we tell the truth about climate change. That's our number one thing. And so the truth is we're out of time. We were out of time a long time ago. So we've got to do something. And the only thing we can do is get out in the street. We got to protest. Got to get out there in our millions and our hundreds of thousands. We also do viral actions and stuff. We're called
Why are you out here today? What message are you trying to spread?
So I was a Hillary volunteer in 2016, and I've been making and selling political protest buttons since December 2016. So there's a lot to protest, and I crank out buttons, and I meet a lot of people who feel the same way that I do.
What do you think the biggest problem in the U.S. is today?
Callous disregard for human decency.
How so?
So here's just one example, right? Trump comes into office, gets rid of USAID, a whole bunch of kids starve to death. Nobody cares.
Which kids starved?
Kids who are being supported by USAID, like foreign aid that the United States was supporting to keep kids alive. It took like a couple $1 a day to keep these kids alive. And he just decided, well, we'll just slash it. Like when Elon Musk went in and got rid of all these things, like just recklessly, like bull in a china shop, these things that have been evolved over whatever amount of time to do various government functions, and he just got rid of things. And I'm sure some of that was good, and everyone agreed that government efficiency could be better and is necessary and don't waste money. Mm-hmm. But like that's the first thing he did, like just got a bunch of kids. Like I don't know how to rationalize that. It was so unnecessary.
Why should we care about Palestinians if they wouldn't give a shit if Americans were getting slaughtered?
That's not how that works.
Definitely not how that works, and it doesn't matter either way.
If they don't care about us?
No. Because what they're going through is bigger
genocide
than
is wrong.
us. And genocide is wrong regardless. It's not personal. It's a fact.
How do you guys know there's a genocide going on?
Because free Palestine.
No, but how do you know?
Because I do. Research and being actually involved in your surroundings with what you see today, no matter what or where you're from, where you've been. You just gotta know.
Can you point me to some sources that I could look that it says that proves that there's a genocide?
All around.
All around here?
Yeah. You can ask another people out there really. Another person, I would say, same shit as me.
Why should we care even if there is a genocide going on? Doesn't America have enough problems?
No, it's like if the world is unfair for one person, the world is unfair for all of us. So I think it is a moral duty. Because a lot of years ago there was a genocide, Holocaust, and now we read about it in our history books. And 50 years from now, our kids and grandkids are going to read about this. And what are we doing about it? Nothing. So it's like you don't have a spine if you're not talking about these things. It's just disgusting when people just not talk about these things.
So what can people do to combat it?
I mean, so there's a cost for a livable future, and that cost is being in the street. If we don't pay that cost, we're not going to get a livable future. So you've got to take this step. I understand people want to do something different or something easy or whatever, but in anything physical is good that connects you to the environment and your body and stuff. Get healthy and all that kind of stuff, but we got to be in the street. That's the bottom line.
I mean, I get it. You're spreading a message, but what can a person do to actually combat it?
I mean, it's not just a message that we need to spread. We actually have to disrupt business as usual. We actually have to make it so that the government has to address this issue. If we don't do it on that large scale, all these individual choices won't matter.
Is it the American people's jobs to help people who don't care about us?
It's not people who don't care about us. It's not people who don't care about us. And foreign aid serves a lot of different purposes, some of which are helping U.S. interests around the world and promoting what kind of country we want to be and how we want people to interact with us. So there are a lot of reasons that these programs exist, but Trump doesn't care about anything. And do you think he cares that kids are dead because of something he did? I don't think he'd lose any sleep over that. So like I say, callous disregard for human decency.
All right, guys, if you want to support me, support what I do, the Fatigue is Real shirt, you guys have probably seen it quite a bit. Again, it's probably one of my favorite shirts. It will be pinned in the comments below, but it's redpillthreads.com. Use code Hermes for 10% off. Now back to the video. Would you say you're a supporter of the LGBT community?
What does that have to do with me saying free Palestine?
I'm going to get to that.
Okay, I'm going to let you cook.
No, so are you or not?
I would say yeah.
Are you?
Yeah.
Do you know what would happen to gay people in Palestine?
I still say fucking genocide is bad, and we should do something to get rid of the hate.
They would probably stone you if you were gay there.
I stay on my opinion. I'm not moving, I'm not budging. I say stop the fucking war, stop the fucking hate. This is too much.
Where are you from, by the way?
I'm from India, Mumbai.
From India? Are you a permanent resident here now?
No.
Oh, you're just studying?
Yes.
Do you plan on living here forever?
I don't know. Who knows what's going to happen in the future? I don't know.
Is here better or India?
Depends on where you're living. I mean, the US would
Wait a second. Hold on a second. Is that Cali? Is that Creep Alley? Is that Creep Alley right there? That looks like Cali. I think that's Cali, Creep Alley. I think it's her. Oh my goodness. Is that her? It looks like her, doesn't it? Is that a her? Is that Cali? Is that Cali?
could also be really bad, but New York is really good, so it's really good living here. I mean, the US could also be really bad, but New York is really good, so it's really good living here, but I don't know about the other places in the States.
Where do you think in India it's better?
I come from Mumbai, which is very similar to New York City, so I didn't have much of a difference.
Is it true people shit on the streets there?
No.
It's not true?
No.
Why is there videos?
I mean, You also see people shitting here on the streets, do you?
Not really.
Homeless people, you see that? I've seen a lot of people shitting on the subways.
Maybe a
You also see people shitting here on the streets, do you?
Not really.
Homeless people.
There?
No.
It's not true?
No. Didn't have much of a difference.
Is it true like people shit on the streets there?
Didn't have much of a difference.
Is it true like people shit on the streets there?
No.
It's not true?
No.
Why is there videos?
I mean, you also see people shitting here on the streets, do you?
Not really.
Homeless people, you see that? I've seen a lot of people shitting on the subways.
Maybe occasionally, but it's like
Yeah,
everywhere in India.
No, that's not the case.
It's not?
Okay, just delete this. I'm not gonna be part of this stupid thing.
Which countries produce the most for climate change? It's like India, China. Why? I mean, America doesn't even, do that much to impact the environment. So why don't you protest those countries instead of, America that's creating jobs, helping people? Like everything comes out of the U.S. basically.
Well, I mean, as far as historical emissions, we still beat everybody else out for historical emissions. We've had the most, and we're not slowing down either, which is kind of alarming. So you would think if we have the most historical emissions, we would start pulling it back. Gorbachev, he denuclearized in the 80s, and now we have less nuclear weapons than ever before. It kind of takes one person to make that first, bold step to, make it more available for everybody else. We don't have any control over Palestine and Pakistan and India and in all these different countries that you're talking about, but we do have control over what we do here in the United States. And so we have to basically address this, because that's the only way that we're going to survive as a human race.
What does that mean?
I gotta keep moving because I'm getting set up here.
Can I ask you one more question?
Yeah.
What does immigrants make America great? What are you trying to say by that? Like the illegal ones?
Well, they do.
The illegal ones as well?
I don't think that people should be allowed to come into the country illegally. I also don't think that people who've been living here for decades and raising their families and are settled here, need to be rounded up. Basically, they're kidnapped because they're not given any rights, or they're not even told why they're just swarmed and kidnapped and taken someplace, and their families don't know where they are. That's totally unconstitutional. You have constitutional rights whether you're a citizen here.
If you're
or
a
not.
citizen.
No, you have constitutional rights.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do. Look into the law. You do.
No, you literally don't. I mean, if they break the rules, if they don't respect the rules, why should we try to help them? If they've been here for decades, they can get a citizenship.
You're wrong. There have been legal battles about this, and the outcome is that you have constitutional rights whether you're a citizen or not. I'm not saying you have rights to benefits, or that's all a different thing. But constitutional rights apply to anybody who's here in our country. It's not like just because somebody isn't a citizen, we can kidnap them and take them. It's a long story.
They're not getting kidnapped.
I think they are getting kidnapped.
No, they're not.
They get swarmed by people that
They should get the whole family deported, right? Not just one person?
I don't think you understand.
Would that be better? The whole family, right? The whole family has to go, even if they were born here.
Yeah, I gotta
Right?
keep setting up here.
The Naturalization Act was for Europeans and for freed slaves, not for illegal aliens to hop over the border.
I'm trying to work here, and you just keep talking.
It's a public space.
Yeah, but I've already told you that I don't want to talk to you anymore.
It's a public space, right?
I know, but once you keep talking to me when I told you I don't want to talk to you anymore, it's harassment, which is illegal.
I'm not harassing you. I'm at a public space.
No, you are harassing me because
I mean, you're still talking to me. So. Why is everybody talking about Palestine, but nobody seems to care about Ukraine, Russia anymore?
Oh no, they do. It's the same shit where we want to stop the wars, but our government is too stupid to do anything about it because of our joke of a fucking MAGA meatball.
Who would you like to see in office? Do you like the new mayor, who's probably going to be the mayor, Zoran?
Yeah. Yep.
You like him?
Me saying his name should be enough to tell you what I feel about him.
Okay. Isn't he a Muslim extremist, communist?
Nope. No, he's not.
So what is he?
A goated, awesome human being.
You think he's awesome? You think we should have Muslims in office?
Yeah.
Why not?
Isn't this America?
Why does their religion matter?
Of course it matters.
Yeah.
It was founded by white Christian Europeans.
I still say the system's fucked. We need to make it better. It's
This isn't
2025.
even our fucking land to begin with. We stole
true.
it. It wasn't found. It was taken.
Yeah, it was conquered, colonized. You know what was here before Europeans came here? Absolutely nothing.
Yep.
Teepees.
Yep.
They were doing child sacrifices.
That's true. You know what they're
They
doing
were.
also? More child sacrifices.
Who?
Who do you think?
I mean, I'm sure they are, but why? I don't care about the the Muslims. Why should we care? This is America. Why don't we help American people? Why don't we prioritize Americans over some third worlders?
Because a bunch of country and state lines don't determine the worth of another human being. Neither does their political views or their religion or their race or their color. A person is a person. Genocide is wrong. I don't give a fuck where you're from or who you are or what you claim or what you don't.
Do you support like a tax that taxes people who use create more emissions?
So what we're asking for is a citizens' assembly. We want to put the people in charge so the people can make the decisions. If I sit here and tell you, you know, you got to go vegan, you got to ride a bike, we're going to tax you for driving here or there, you're just going to hate me and we're not going to get anywhere. So what we need to do is we need to get real democracy. We need to get a citizens' assembly that goes basically around the people in power so that the people in power have to address the issue. So we need a binding citizens' assembly.
How come like more and more people stop like believing in climate change? Like it was pushed so much, but now people are kind of waking up that it's, you know, bullshit. We can't really do anything about it, and the Earth just changes climate naturally. So like, what would you say to those people?
What I would say is that the Earth heats the sun. Sorry, the other way around.
Yeah.
The sun heats the Earth, right? So the sun heats the Earth, right? And that's why it's so warm, right? And then you've got the next factor down is greenhouse gases. So greenhouse gases make it even warmer, right? Like Venus has got a shit ton. You know, Mars has quite a bit less. We've got a lot of greenhouse gases here. What we've done since 1850 is doubled the amount of greenhouse gases. So basically, it's been said it's basically like Barry Bonds on steroids, right? When he had 25 home runs a year, right? It was all good, right? But all of a sudden one day he's hitting 70 home runs a year and he's like as big as an ox, right? Who can say whether or not all those home runs were because of steroids? Because he hit home runs beforehand, right? But now he's hitting 70 a year. We know it's because of the juice, right? Right now what we're seeing, we know it's because of these greenhouse gases. It's causing more hurricanes, more wildfires, more floods, more droughts. Sea level rise as well, which is not a non-issue. We're just running out.
Insanity. These magnets are absolute insanity. Not sure. I mean, these are contradict. See, there's a gay flag. There's I think the Free Palestine flag as well. It doesn't really make much sense. A Muslim extremist communist on the pin. That's amazing, right? It's America, but we want a Muslim extremist who wants Sharia law in the government. Insane. These people are insane. Do you think we should have borders?
No, not really, no. Not at all.
I think that you can't claim stolen land. And we want to be country of the free and the brave, so bad.
Every land is stolen. Isn't that right?
Is there a point that you're getting to, my friend?
Well, I mean, you guys keep contradicting yourselves. It seems like you believe something, you don't know why you believe it. So I'm just trying to make people question their beliefs today. Like, you couldn't even point me to one source to convince me that there was a genocide. You just said genocide. Like, that doesn't mean anything. And I might even agree with you, but I'm just trying to make you question it.
Do you believe in Mormonism?
Mormonism?
And Scientology?
No, I don't.
You should.
Are you a Scientologist?
Nope.
Well, why should I believe it?
Because you should.
Maybe you should question your beliefs.
What do you believe in?
Yeah. What do you believe in?
Yeah, I don't think we should give a shit about if Middle Easterners are blowing each other up. I understand there's a lot of Israeli Zionist influence in our government, and I hate that. But why should I care about some, some sand people in the Middle East? I don't care about them. They don't care about me.
It's not really about the people. It's what.
I wonder how his friend feels.
I do wonder how your friend feels.
How do you feel?
She's just a camera woman. She doesn't really.
Yeah, she doesn't talk, yeah.
Nah.
I think your opinion matters too.
I feel.
No woman's opinion doesn't matter. Do you agree?
0-10 rage bait on that comment.
That's not a rage bait. It's a fact.
0-10 rage bait.
Alright guys, thanks for watching part 1 of the New York video. This was about the quote-unquote genocide in Palestine. Let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments below. Is there a genocide occurring? Even if there is, do you really care? And see you guys in part 2 of the New York video.
Who would have thought that being manipulative, conniving, and downright evil would have any consequences? A woman takes the advice of the sprinkle sprinkle lady and things get really, really dark. I got a banger from Average Man Unplugged. Let's get straight into it.
Used to watch She Was 7, was unalived by her 54-year-old sugar daddy.
What happened?
Let me tell you something.
Uh-huh.
I'm reading the comments and people are saying She Was 7, her advice is dangerous. I'm not saying her advice is dangerous.
What? It definitely is. Being manipulating people in a relationship is never a good thing. Chat, put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Being manipulative and trying to coerce someone to do something just to get something out of them is never a good thing. It's bad faith in a relationship, and usually there's never positive outcomes from things that are done in bad faith.
I'm just saying that a lot of men, they think that they own you when they give you stuff. A lot of men think that when they give you money,
Well, if that's the transactional relationship you have, why would I think otherwise? You ladies want to be treated like prostitutes nowadays, it seems like, and where men are paying for your time or paying for things in an exchange for something, that's kind of prostitution, dude.
Their property.
The way y'all play dumb, like, you're so dedicated to playing dumb. The complaint from normal people used to be, damn, you think you're supposed to be able to have sex with the girl because you took her out for Applebee's 2 for $20? That's crazy. That used to be the complaint. Like every man take you out to dinner think you owe him something. That man spent $100 on you max if y'all regular, and he thought he was supposed to fuck, right? Now she were telling y'all to get on here and build your whole life, get your rent paid, mortgage, cars, all that by a man, and you think there's no expectation behind that? You're stupid.
Facts, I agree. Stupid. The thing is, if you got a sugar daddy, that man's gonna want some sugar. I'm keeping it thou wow. If I was an older guy and had a younger woman and I was giving her all the money, and I wasn't getting no sugar, I'd be a little upset.
No, you're not. You're playing stupid. It's your favorite thing to do. Who in the bro? If a random stranger on the street right now walked up to Jonathan and was like, "Jonathan, I want to pay your rent," I'd be like, and then what? My rent, bro? That's
you
20.
You got to know they're gonna want something back out of you, bro. Come on now.
Why do I show these videos? Some people have probably been wondering for months. There's a huge division between women and men, and the feminism movement, we'll call it, is at the heart of that. It's the crux of the whole thing. It's a huge problem. That's the way to split the masses in half, 50-50. Women versus men. And a lot of times they reverse it and say it's men versus women. No, it isn't. Men would not be against women whatsoever in the West if there was no feminism movement going back generations already. Boomers, Gen Xers, millennials, Gen Z, like we're into like 5 generations of very mainstream feminism at this point. For the ones that think that feminism just started in the past 10 years, you're wrong. It actually goes back well over 100 years. But I'm talking about second wave feminism. What they call second wave would be the 1960s, the early, mid to late 60s, with the birth control pill and the feminist marches and abortion and then no-fault divorce and just smashing apart Western civilization. So it was actually women versus men. There wouldn't be a quote-unquote gender war or war of the sexes without that movement. Now, do men have a movement against women? No, they don't. And I know some women would say, what about MGTOW, Stephen? Isn't that a movement? No, it's just men going their own way. It's just walking away. It's not a movement against women. All right. And most of what MGTOW would be is in response to feminism, to Gloria Steinem and all the rest. Now, most women, well, I wouldn't say most. Sorry, I'll say there's quite a few women that would say, oh, I'm not an feminist. I'm a conservative, or I'm traditional. And yet if you list certain things that movement did, almost every Western woman will say, yeah, I'm for that. Of course I'm for voting. Of course I'm for this. Of course I'm for that. Of course I'm for women's bodies or right to choose or her body, her choice or Me Too or and all this stuff. And it's like, well, what's the difference then? What do you mean you're a conservative? You're not an feminist? Yes, you are. Almost every Western woman in America and Canada and Europe and all the way down to Australia supports most of the shit pushed by it. You might not go out marching dressed in pink pussy hats, but you support what they've already done. You support the damage. Almost all of you. Almost all on Earth. Now, there's a rare few exceptions, a few outliers that say women shouldn't vote or this or that. There, a couple things you'll say that you don't support, and that would obviously trigger the F-ness. But for the most part, it's very difficult, near impossible, to find a woman that isn't under the influence of that movement. Almost all Western women drank the Kool-Aid to a certain extent, some more than others. Some drank maybe just a shot of it, a shot of the Kool-Aid, like a shot glass. Others drank gallons and gallons and gallons, and they're just lost causes completely. Like, to the men out there, don't even bother trying to wake them up or pull them away from that. They love that cult, and that's what it is. And there's a huge amount of misandry involved in it and man hatred. And I studied it over the years. I started looking into that like over a decade ago. And I was openly making memes and talking about it a full decade ago on social media, trying to expose that agenda. And that's what it is. Does it reach women when you expose it? For the most part, no, it doesn't. They have it in their heads that it's a good thing for women until they end up alone. Because no high quality man is going to date or marry you in a long-term relationship or in a marriage if you support that movement. Because men are not stupid. Even without lots of research, they know, they can tell that that movement is anti-men, even if that's all they know about it. So you're shooting yourself in the foot with relationships. You might as well be holding up a sign saying, I want a relationship, and the sign says, keep away from me, men, I hate you. That's what it looks like to us. If you don't understand it, too bad. I just explained a man's point of view, and usually in our modern society, that's the last thing that women want to listen to, is when men say something. Women try to say, well, why wouldn't you support it? And they don't listen to what men are saying. Obviously, I'm not going to support any woman that's in that or that movement itself. It's anti-men. It's against straight men, especially straight white men. I would never have anything to do with any woman if I was single, and no matter how she looks, she could be absolutely gorgeous. She could be whatever. Doesn't matter. I'd never be in a relationship with one that's part of that movement, ever. Ever. And I'm not the only man that's that way. Men of quality, men of character, men of principle would not want anything to do with you if you're part of that movement. So you're driving men away and then saying, I'm lonely, I'm alone, where are all the good men? Well, yeah, you're not going to have a good man. It's as simple as that. Do you understand? Do you know how stupid it sounds to men's ears when you do that? You might as well be someone that says, I want mice in my house. And you know what? I've got 6 cats that are great mousers. They're great at catching mice. But you claim you want mice in your house. Well, you're illogical. You want a man, but you're part of a movement that drives men away, probably more than just about anything you can imagine. About as much as if you went around saying, you know what, I have STDs. And you're telling men that. You're going around telling men that you have that. You're going to drive them away. And then you tell them, oh, I had 6 abortions and I'm this and that. It's like you're disgusting. That's how we see that feminism movement. Again, high quality men. If you want a libtard man that doesn't have any balls and doesn't have a spine and isn't masculine, then yeah, go find a male feminist. But the funny thing is, you women aren't attracted overall. Very few of you are attracted to male feminists. If you're honest for once with about things. And again, women have difficulty being honest about what they're actually attracted to. If you're really honest, like super honest for a woman, like super, super, super honest, you'd have to say, you know what you're attracted to? Most women are attracted to, this is a big secret, masculine men that are willing to say no to women and are willing to say things that women don't want to hear. Men that have character, principles, a backbone. A man that's willing to put a woman in her place. I don't mean raising his hand. I mean with his voice, saying, no, I'm not doing that. No, I don't support that. No, I'm against abortion. Things like that. Just a few examples. And there's many more. And every time she says, honey, do you want to do this? And it's something that would emasculate him. He says, no, I'm not doing that. The word no is very powerful. All right. But it's beyond that. Women will lie and say they want sensitive men, but they don't want wimpy men. They just don't. Now, that doesn't mean, see, the liberals will take it to the extreme and say, well, he's saying be a robot and have no feelings at all. And I'm not saying that at all. But what you types are, you're the extreme. You're just crybabies. You're all emotion. You're not thought, reason, logic. You don't have a backbone. You believe that women are oppressed and you have to do everything they say, and it's all warped. But I notice about you women, you're generally not attracted to those men, those liberal men that are like that, the doormats. So you quite often you say you want men like that, but then you don't date them and sleep with them. Isn't that interesting? I find it interesting. A lot of times the men you actually are attracted to are the ones you say you don't want, but you secretly do want them. And a lot of men notice the inconsistencies in the contradictions and things like that. And a lot of men are just done with it. They're done with women saying they're not feminists when they support almost everything that movement has done for the past 120 something or 140 years or more. What's the difference then? If you support women voting, which was the suffragettes, which were arsonists and terrorists, that's what they were. If you support them, the women's vote, where they got the vote without responsibilities, they don't have to go to war. They don't have to sign up for selective service. They don't have to do all the things that men have to do to get the vote. You don't have to risk your life for it. You get to vote for women's shit with no risk, no responsibility, all reward, which isn't fair, which skews the country. Whether the votes are actually counted or not, it still works that way because it's about the perception that most people or most women support certain things. But it's beyond that. Most women today support everything that the feminism movement has done. Rockefeller funded, Rothschild funded, meant to destroy the relationship between women and men, destroy the nuclear family, destroy marriages, have children raised without fathers. You support all of it for the most part. Most women. Again, not all. Hashtag not all women, but the vast majority. It's just millions and millions and hundreds of millions that do support all of it. So when women come out and say they're not part of that group or they don't support that movement, I just don't buy it because for the most part, most women do support almost everything that it's done, including with the economy and women in the workforce and this and that and children raised without mothers and children in daycares, and there's just millions and millions of children in daycares in America. So basically, most women want to say they're not an feminist, but they are. They just don't want to be open about it because they know that that label is toxic and that most eligible men will hear that and say, no, I don't want her. So they just pretend. They don't want to wear the label, but they want to support the movement that's done all the damage. And it's done far more damage than any war. It's over 1.5 billion babies worldwide since 1980 that have been ended in the womb. Add up all the wars in world history, and it doesn't add up to that. You're the greatest KI double hockey sticks ERS of babies of all time. And that's part of your women's movement. So yeah, like men are aware how sick it is, how violent it is, how anti-men it is, how anti-baby it is, etc. Anti-marriage. We realize men realize, again, men, almost no women in comparison. Very few women statistically realize this, that it's basically the destruction of Western civilization. But what most women are doing is applauding it, saying, thank you, feminism, for what you've done for women. Thank you. And it's basically the last few nails in the coffin of Western civilization, ruining everything that you can look at. And most women don't realize it. So if you're equal to me as a man, I don't think you could see the average woman, if you hand pick them or randomly pick them out of the masses, wouldn't be able to see the vast majority. I could name 1,000 things that I could see and write about and make videos about and explain in detail, not just say I see this, I see that, but I could make hour-long videos explaining it. And you'd be hard-pressed to find a single woman out there that could do that. They don't have the awareness level. They're not my equal. And if that bothers you and it offends you or upsets you or triggers you or makes your panties go in a twist in a pretzel, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with triggering anyone on this earth with the truth. If it upsets you, great. Great. That's an opportunity for you to wake up a little bit. Do I think you actually will? No. Time has shown me, my time on this earth around humans has shown me that most people never wake up even an inkling in a lifetime. From 0 years to 95 years, they don't wake up even an inkling about things that matter, about things they can't change or that won't help anything. They might pretend to wake up a little bit, like the surface level normie shit. Oh, governments are lying to us, and just this vague, basic shit that won't do anything. That's not waking up to me. It is to the normies. It is to the masses. They would call it that. They'd say, see, people are waking up. They don't trust the government, or they think there's fake news on TV, or it's just all this vague fucking normie shit. It's not even baby truther level. What does it achieve for making anything better? Absolutely fucking nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing. And our society is feminist dominated, and a lot of women would say the exact opposite. They'd say our society's too masculine and too macho. And I remember countless women saying that a decade ago on Facebook, and I had female friends, and all of their friends on their page was saying that sort of thing, that America's too masculine and toxic masculinity and too macho and they make masculinity the demon and patriarchy. If only you women could look in a mirror and really look at yourselves and hear how you sound, the majority of you, you might be surprised, because I don't think most of you even have that self-awareness to say, how do I actually sound? And to the ears of men out there that are strangers, that are not trying to sleep with me, that are not just being nice and being agreeable or doing whatever, that just an honest man that hears you. What do you sound like with some of the shit you support and spew? that you just blame, well, society taught us this or feminism taught us, and there's no personal responsibility for, oh, I drank the fucking Kool-Aid. I never hear women saying, oh, I chose to follow a hate cult. That's what it is. It's a hate cult. So a lot of women, they'll say they get the ick or they get repulsed by men. It's repulsive when a woman says she's part of that movement. That's what it is. It's disgusting. Again, that's to high quality men that are not liberals, that are not the men that you go shopping with. A lot of you women hang, just like Callie and some others, hang around these gay men. And then they say that they're single. And why are they single? And they don't understand that's a repellent to straight men. A straight man is not going to want you because you're hanging around with gay men. That indicates something about you to men that are aware. See, a lot of you women just think you've heard the saying repeated so many times that men are just simple, that you think we're stupid or something, that we can't see the red flags, like you're out in public all the time and you're in Portland or somewhere hanging around all these gay men. Well, straight men are not going to approach you. That's a repellent. And women are unaware of this. Maybe you aren't as smart and as aware as many of you believe yourselves to be. Maybe that's part of your problem. I used to feel sympathy for women that were alone and lonely, but now I don't. Now I just say most of them, there's something wrong with them then. There'd have to be to keep men away. There's something with them that's pushing men away. Because there's a hell of a lot of men out there. So there's got to be something with most of you. If that hurts your feelings, too bad. Once again, a lot of people just want to go by feelings. They don't care about the truth. All they want is things that make they want to hear things that make them feel good. That's what most people in this realm want. They're at that level. And if you're functioning at that level, you might as well go get the biggest fucking chain you can and chain yourself to this realm. Because that's what you're doing. You don't want the truth. You just want to hear shit that makes you feel good. That'll anchor you to this place. Congratulations and good luck.
$2,400 after everything. Like, my rent where my wife and kids live, that's what you want to pay? What do you want from me? What do you, like, that would be my first question. Nobody's doing that for free. And then, like, I hate to keep breaking down the statistics, but it's like, almost nobody makes so much money that $2,000, right, is just some light shit.
That's so true, dude. $2,000's a lot of money. I don't know about you guys, but if I had to spend $2,000 a month on something, I would either want A, get a return, or B, it better be worth my investment, which does insinuate a return, and it better be something I really enjoy. I better be getting something out of it if I'm dropping $2,000 a month on it.
And I'm being honest with you, right? I've been a six-figure earner, but I just started making the type of money that people call fuck you money, right? I just had like 2-3 good months put together where I'm like, whoa. Before these last
chat, what is FU money to you? Like what's a good month? Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the comments. How much money is like a good month for you?
Few, probably 3-4 months, to be honest. $2,000? Handing somebody $2,000? That was a lot. I don't give a fuck if you making 10, 15K a month, bro. Like,
anyway, the war of the sexes was started by women. If people don't want to hear that, too bad, because it's true. It is true. I cover a lot of uncomfortable truths here, and I'm happy to do it. And I don't see anybody on these channels that I cover doing what I do. I don't see it. And I'll keep asking you, where are these channels then? If they're covering all the different topics that I do, show me these channels. For the ones who haven't figured it out yet, that's not me patting myself on the back saying I'm the best, I'm the best. It's me trying to get you to see something, compare and contrast, notice the difference. Notice and start being honest that what you were following previous to my channel was you were following shit. You were following shit channels, liars, scammers, demons, cockroaches, grifters, money grubbers. For the most part, if you're honest, that's what you're following. Fake psychics, fake astrologers, fake whatever. All kinds of fakes out there. Lolita, Tony Sayers, tons of them. If you're honest with yourself. So instead of assuming that I'm patting myself in the back, you might want to look at it. What were you following before you came to my channel? I'm showing you what they are, and some of you don't like it. You get upset, you get butthurt. He's talking about my favorite channels. I love Jason Braziers, and I love movies, Maddie McKinley, and Tony Sayers. How dare you say that about him, and Erica Dubé, and Howdy Mikowski. Eventually, I'm going to cover one of your favorites, and you're going to cry. And then at the same time, sometimes the same day, some of you will say, oh, you're tough. You're going to fight the demons. You're going to stand against them. Meanwhile, you're crying when I expose one of your favorite shit channels on here. You think I don't see that? I notice that. I notice when people do that. When they talk tough, but then they cry when I expose the fake shit that they've been following and sometimes worshiping and funding with money. For 3 years, I've seen that running my channels. People crying when all of a sudden I get around to hitting on the channels that are shit that they love, their favorites, getting exposed. And a lot of them leave my channel then. They get so butthurt they leave. Like when I covered Lolita, there was a mass exodus. Those videos that I covered exposing Lolita in a series got many thousands of views on the Sanity Machine. A lot watched those, and quite a few left. Because I showed what a fake piece of shit that thing is. What a creature it is. What a liar it is. What a fraud it is. And into polyamory and cheating on her husband and everything else. I exposed the whole fucking gambit with her and her being a fake fucking astrologer, fake tarot reader, fake everything. There were people that came to my channel that had paid her for readings. I know firsthand what a fake she is, what a fraud. And what people have consistently shown me on YouTube is they love fakes and frauds and witches and felons and sex offenders and predators like Jason Braziers and others. And they hate when I expose them. And I keep going and going and going. I've exposed many fucking dozens of these creatures. If you paid attention and watched my videos, from Little D to Mushroom to Kismet Spiral to on, just all kinds. Some that people have forgotten about completely. I've exposed so many channels on here and shown you exactly what they are when they turn demonic, when they lie, when they grift. I've exposed them in so many ways. And if you paid attention, it's undeniable. But I know a lot of you don't like that because you'll just get upset and you'll say, he doesn't like anybody. He calls everybody demons. You won't look at the evidence, though. You won't watch the videos. And that's part of why I took that channel down. It's inactive. I could put it back up, by the way. I didn't just remove everything. But I started to say, what's the point? There's few people that learn anything in this realm. They're so dense. Shown mountains of evidence, and you still can't see. Mountains of evidence. Mountain ranges. What are those flatlands called? I think it's in Utah, or there might be some in California as well, in the desert. It's just flat ground. the salt flats in Utah. As flat goes. Just nothing. That's your evidence against me. And what's my evidence? All the mountain ranges on Earth. If you look behind me, you'd see mountain ranges just thousands and thousands and thousands of feet high. 10,000 feet, 15,000 feet, 20,000 feet piled up with evidence. Mountains of evidence showing you what this realm is and showing you how demonic it is and showing you how fake these fucking YouTubers are. No evidence is ever enough, though, for most of you. There's very few of you that can see anything at all in reality. And if you think I'm being harsh, this is nothing compared to what's coming. Nothing. I don't think hardly any on earth can foresee what's coming. You know what most of you see? The baby truther shit that you've been fed the past 5, 8, 10, 12 years. That you're going to be merged with computers and transhumanism and all the baby truther level stuff. That's your fear. That's what you see as the future, what you've been told. You can't envision. And I know you can't do it because of my conversations with people. Whenever I talk about the future, all they come up with is what they've been programmed with from low-level shit channels on YouTube. Your greatest fears are things that you don't even know if it's possible or not. And I can tell you things that will happen for sure. It's headed that direction already. It's happening now. And it's going to get a lot worse here. And a lot of you are going to be clinging with death grips to shit and shit channels saying, help us, help us. You're addicted to shit. And I'm never surprised anymore when people turn up on these shit channels and they claim that they're all in with my channel and yet they see through all the shit. But they're addicted to shit. You're addicted to following felons and liars and predators, greedy grifters, greedy demons. I don't care at all if people say, he calls everyone a demon, all these YouTube channels. You show me the ones that are legit. Make a list. Tired of bullshitters in this realm. Time and time again, I show you exactly what they are. Whether it's Illumitami being a fucking demon predator or Jason Braziers or the list goes on. On and on and on and on. Go to Tony Sayers' channel. He starts off every fucking live stream and video saying he's going to feed you more shit sandwiches and get ready. He's serving up some shit sandwiches and he laughs. He's feeding you shit and he's making a living off of it. And that's still not enough for people to see that he's mocking you. They all mock you. They shit on you and they tell you that they're shitting on you and feeding you shit. People still can't see it. I'm trying to prepare people for war, a spiritual war, a war unlike any other that you've ever heard of or seen or been part of. I don't want weaklings. I don't want ones that if a demon comes along and tells you something that sounds nice to your ears, that you go follow them. I don't want that around me. I've had enough of that in my life. You want to get duped by demons? Go ahead. Just stay away from me then. That's all. Just stay the fuck away from me. Go to a channel like this. I expose what this thing is as well. Here's another one that I exposed for what it is.
And greed and selfishness. And let's stop worrying about ourselves so much that we don't care about anybody else.
He's much closer to the camera now. This is on purpose. He still likes to flick out that tongue. He's got the dead look in his eyes, of course. which people love, by the way.
I mean, let's care about everybody else more than our opinions on ourselves or the others, right? Care about the people, the potential, the Christ, the life of God that God has sent. I don't remember if I talked about this yet. For you and I, we are the light that God has sent into the world to be.
Go follow these angry demons preaching Jesus and God. They'll lead you right into the recycling bin. And then what are you going to do your next lifetime here? How are you going to figure out where you are? Do you just assume that if you come back here that you're going to figure it out?
Be alive here at this time. Golly jeez. Hey, so yes, I did just drop the link for those who wish to join. I've got a lot of ideas I'd love to talk about and share. And I see this as well. Jack, Tommy suffered childhood trauma. He's here for your help, brother. He needs deliverance. He reaches out every day, and you're right, he does. You're spot on. I want to help Tommy. I really, really do. I've not found a way to reach him yet. My efforts to communicate with him have just driven him more angry, to be honest. It seems pretty clear. But hey, every day is new, and I always have. Welcome back, Tommy.
Yeah, my broke homeless ass. I just got the Jaguar out for a spin today, Jack. Just taking out the Jag.
I'm glad to see that. It looks beautiful. The sun's shining, and you've
Not
got
on your end.
And you've got the good one going. The Jaguar's out today, huh? I don't know specifically what that means.
That's a car brand, Jack. That's a car brand. I'm sure you'll never own one. Jack, most of the things in your monologue are once again narcissistic.
Just two narcissistic demons that people call Christians. There you go. Two narcs that people call Christians that I could hammer away for the next 30 fucking years and people would still be going, I don't know. Maybe they're good. Maybe they're good.
Antichrist, anti-biblical stuff. Just for your viewers, that.
I know you keep saying that, but your logic is flawed, my friend.
Well, the Bible isn't flawed, and we know you don't want to hear that, so we'll just use logic. And let's totally drop the biblical stuff. Let's just use logic. You're on a loop of like everything's the individual's not accountability or responsibility, except for nothing is. And you just kind of loop between those 2 points.
It is a paradox, Tommy.
Well, but it's not. We can know truth. And I feel like when you sit here and set your new thing up for nobody can know the truth, so you can deflect all things through that, I feel like that's exactly what it is. Because we can know the truth. That's how people go to prison and people get awards and things like that.
You don't. There's innocent people in prison. You know that, right?
Not nearly as many as you think. Now, they'll all tell you they're innocent, yes. But the part of our judicial system that still operates remotely sound is outside of the maritime court into that jury of your peers criminal court. That's not as corrupt as people think.
Tommy, it's more corrupted than people think. You're wrong.
Then give me now.
There's KC. She kind of likes Tommy. She likes hanging out at the shit channels. She doesn't come around here anymore, but I see what she is. I see what all of these creatures are. I don't have any attachments to this realm. I see what it is. And I've tried to help people see what this place is, but it's almost mission impossible with the vast majority of beings in this realm. They either don't see it or they're demonic and think this is perfectly normal. All of it's normal for them. They think it's the way things should be. They love it. They love how demonic this place is. Some of you tuned in right now listening to my show probably think it's a great realm. It's perfect. And that shows me you're demonic. You belong here.
Next, you'll give me a statistic percentage.
Tom, your audio is not acceptable. I'm going to mute you up till you pause or, okay? Here, what were you saying?
I'm sure, despite any audio problems, the problem is more of the truth, I'm telling you.
No, you're mistaken, okay? Please accept my explanations that I'm here tolerating your arguments, but the added sound quality makes it not acceptable. Okay? So that's why you're muted, and please travel safely.
Okay, whenever I get somewhere, we'll talk about how you entertained my chaos last night.
All right.
That is DJM.
All right. Please, I'm going to drop you in the back and
Here they say Tommy is a good dude with good intentions, Daisy said. He just abuses women verbally. Well, apparently more than just verbally. And this one said he's neither a good dude or does he have good intentions. He's neither a good dude or, I don't know, the way they wrote that is fucked up. He is entirely a piece of garbage who lives in a garbage can.
I'll try to keep my attention on you, but when you get to somewhere, please, you'll be welcome back.
DNA related to cats than chimps. It's just they won't stay on top of it to know that.
Oh,
So did we come from
we're
cats?
closer to bananas. We're closer to bananas than we are chimps. Imagine that.
Bananas is like
we were-
60%.
I heard cucumbers.
It's more than that.
Here, please, Tom. David was starting to ask you a question, if we can.
Oh,
Can we
Jack.
do that?
Yes, sir. Tommy, would you consider yourself a stable individual?
Tommy?
Very stable. Why would you not?
That's
no. Well,
why would you not, smug face? Jack, are you mistaking LARP for reality? Because you've always had that problem. David Wayne, why would you not?
You shall know them by their fruits, Tommy.
What are my fruits?
What of your fruits?
Oh, well, David Wayne, one thing Jack's going to ignore is I traveled all over this great country over the winter just helping people and being the image of God, not for clout, but that's just how I live because I have a college degree. I have a wealth of things in my storage that would get me right back in this 9-to-5 lease system if that's what I chose to do. But you, like others, want to say he's broke and homeless because Flow State and Polly Boy said it, and Jack Talcott, and you think you know me. Now give me a whack.
Well, if there's a lot of people saying that, you think there might be some reality behind it?
The majority of chat bullshit that just mimics each other, that makes truth.
Do you make truth, Tommy?
Yeah, I just told you the truth and you don't seem to be able to accept it. So now will David Wayne be going back to
break
chat
down what
and
you just said. Let's break down what you said. You said
let's do it.
We'll go across the nation and hand out a myriad of help, but not for clout. The idea that you bring it up right here, right now,
Right,
is for the crowd.
It was on memberships. Well, you asked, faggot. So I have to bring it up when you ask why I'm
It's
stable.
okay. It's okay.
Tommy,
as long as it's not messing your channel up. Yeah.
He still
No,
hasn't given me
David,
a wah,
please.
Jack. You'll let him sit up
Please.
here and say, all I hear is wah, wah, and he won't give me one.
Tommy, please.
Jack, please.
Maybe
Jack,
you didn't
please stay out of our way. We're
understand.
having a conversation. We're actually men having a conversation. You
No.
wouldn't recognize that, Jack.
Tom, actually, I think you
Jack.
misunderstood the
Jack.
question. I think you misunderstood the question. There's no
Oh,
denying.
so that answer I gave doesn't make me stable? What in your book makes me stable?
Can I present maybe why the question
Why
is asked?
is
What
the person who asked me, I'm not talking to you, Jack. He asked
what
me
is
a question.
the
Do you
fruit
mind?
you bring
Hey,
here?
Hey,
What is the
he
fruit
asked
you
me a
bring
question.
here? It seems
He asked
bitter.
me a question. Why are you getting in the way? He asked me a question.
I was trying to help.
David Wayne.
Sorry.
David Wayne, what is your? Yeah, try harder. David Wayne,
Remember,
what
this
would
is between me and
what
you,
would
Tommy. This is between me
what
and
would
you,
your
Tommy, right?
stability be? What would your parameters of stability be? Is it a 9 to 5 job? Is it a marriage? Is it a lease?
Everything outside of your behavior over the last few months that I've been on here would be.
What is wrong with my behavior? I think this guy's behavior is wrong. Because you don't seem to understand the relativity of who's doing what with power to those who are there without the power. He can silence me for hours like he did yesterday. I don't think his behavior is what he says he is. And I don't think your NASCAR ass can grasp what all the nuance is out here in the panelverse. But yet you jumped on his train before fully understanding.
It's no mystery. You're no mystery. None of these people are a mystery to me. I figured you out like that.
You can't tell me about 3 years and you think that I'm not calling it a mystery. You don't have all the facts, brother.
Tom, you repeat the facts over and over and over and over. You
have no credibility of facts, Jack.
That's what you keep telling yourself.
You just say a thing and say that's the facts. You don't know how to express and show facts. You can't even make a simple phone edit to show that I'm a thing you say.
You're right. I could have done phone edits, and I did not. I've not done that
It
for
doesn't
you.
even have, you just share a clip of a thing. It doesn't even have to be an edit. But
Fair
they don't
enough.
exist like you say they do.
I'm gonna
you're
put
lying.
you back if you don't let me
No, I
speak.
will, faggot.
Tom, holy cows.
He's reachable, by God, but it's going to be a reach. It's going to be a reach.
Well, David, I really appreciate the method too. Your method of trying to reach him. That was a wonderful example. Okay. And that is the way.
You got to admit it first before you can make any changes at all. And I understand he's probably super frustrated with life. I get that.
Well,
he's got a hair trigger about everything. I can understand that. But you can't bite everybody's heads off around you. You know what I'm saying? Especially just assuming the angle they're coming in at. But yeah, as long as it's not messing up your channel, I'm not offended by anything he calls me. So,
thank you, David.
Fine.
Last night, we've got a guest here in the back that's another iffy for me. Seems to be following the patterns of Tommy, but at least has been greatly influenced with a lot of time with our friend Tommy. So, but in the description today, for those who might have tuned in a little later, is some links to some other people I found. I don't know if you saw what I was saying earlier, David. I've spent time on that atheist channel, our friend Breakfast Tacos, and he had hosted some incredible conversations with a young man named Wi-Fi Gospel, and I don't know all the language and the titles, how he identifies himself, but he was presenting some beautiful propositions for the case for God and his ability to communicate That's what I was really admiring. And so,
That's
David,
me. Yeah.
that's where it brings it back to you. Your ability to communicate has been beautiful.
I could see myself getting frustrated in it and losing, composure, but it's not going to go anywhere. And that's what I want to do. Just, and I mean, I've probably said a few things that pisses him off, but only equal to, hey man, you need help. You need help. Just, quit biting everybody's heads off, disrespecting everybody. Not everybody's out here to stomp on you. You know what I'm saying?
No.
But a lot of 60% of it is probably going to be trolling, but 40% of it is being clouded by that, constructive criticism. But pride gets in the way, man. It's just the battle is not with the flesh, brother.
Insufferable demon.
Hey, what's up, Jack?
How are you, Andy?
I'm good, just doing some drugs.
What kind? Never mind. Don't ask that. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked that.
Okay.
I've got tobacco. It's what I'm going to camp down. Speaking of habits, I've got one to kick. Trust me, I've got a couple. Caffeine and tobacco.
I smoked cigarettes for 16 years. I know what that's all about.
Hey, same, brother. Same. I've got to quit. I got to be around for the grandkids,
Yep.
All right. So
Well,
besides that, what brings you here today? I'm assuming you're showing up following support with Tommy.
No, I came to try to find God. I was hoping you could help me.
Is that honest? Or are you playing a game again?
What do you mean a game? Why do you think I'm playing a game? I never was.
Have you ever fasted, brother?
Well, wait, you're serious about the things you've been saying about me?
What do you mean?
Yeah, you don't pay attention to what you say, do you?
I don't know what you're talking about is all, Jack. I'm willing to answer you.
Yeah, I don't recall specifics, but I've heard you and Tommy and Margot. Oh God, you guys have so much fun gossiping about what you think about Jack and what you think you know about Jack. And so that's why I feel I have a right to ask you, Andy, what is your purpose here today?
I already answered that question.
And I asked you, are you serious or are you playing a game? You didn't get
me. And I answered that question also. I said I never was playing a game.
So you claim. So now you're again showing yourself as a liar, not to be trusted by me if you're standing by your consistency.
What do you mean?
You're inconsistent. You're duplicitous.
How? What are you talking about?
It's in the way I have experienced you, Andy. You've been talking shit about me to my face. You've been horribly disgusting. You showed up with an image of my son's online photo as your own. You showed up. And why was that, Andy? What were you hoping to achieve or offer?
It was funny. It was funny. I was mocking you.
Right. So how is mocking me helping you to find God?
I wasn't trying to find God when I did that.
Okay. But now I should believe that you are?
I always am.
After you've enjoyed mocking me?
Yeah.
Okay. So why should I try to help you find God? Is there any reason for that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, mockery is just a sin. You sin.
It's nothing to you?
It's a sin. I just said it's something. It's a sin.
Okay.
So free me from my sins. That's why I'm here.
You've chosen what you've chosen. It's up to you. What do you want to do? Do you want to continue your lies? Or do you want to be honest?
Well, I want to find God, but I'm not lying about anything.
But you have been. And until you confess your lies, right?
Okay.
Not just confess your sins, but admit where you were wrong. You will continue to carry within you unresolved guilt. But if you don't look to find out where you're wrong for yourself, you're waiting to be proven wrong, you're wasting your life And if you want to waste your life with Andy and Margot and the people who've bet against me, go have fun, dude.
I am Andy.
Go play your role as an insufferable demon, Andy. You don't want God. You want the appearance of looking for God. That's what I see in you.
That the appearance of looking for God does nothing for me, Jack.
I know.
Right, so why the fuck would I want that?
Why the fuck would you want to mock a man like me?
Well, I think a lot of reasons, Jack. I question your integrity as a person. I think that you're using the Christianity to manipulate people into giving you money, things like that. So I've lost respect for you.
Right. And you never spoke to me about that. You jumped to that conclusion based on gossip and what you thought and what you thought.
But talking to you about it, talking to you about it, you're just going to tell me that's not what I'm doing, and I don't have any reason to believe you.
Right. You're not willing to look for the truth.
Because what the truth? What you're saying?
I'm done, Andy. You're not looking for God. You're doing exactly what I said. You're looking for the image of looking for God because it makes you feel better. But one who actually cares about God places the truth above all else, because only an honest man or woman, only an honest individual can find God for themselves. They need no one, should they earnestly seek. But if they earnestly seek, they can come to someone who knows God and ask them the questions that they need. I haven't heard questions or willingness or any acceptance or respect from the insufferable demon. Tommy is back. And we've got Cage here now. David, am I wrong? Please, what are your thoughts?
No, I was set aside when you mentioned the picture of the family member. So I didn't have any input on that because of the emotions. I put myself in people's shoes too easy, and it's virtually enraging. You know what I'm saying? So I got to calm down. That's not cool. That's really not cool.
David, thank you for that awareness and that self-restraint and acknowledging the awareness and the self-restraint. Yes, some of the things that have been done to me, people have been doing to me. Yeah, I've reacted, but holy shit, dude. If you understood what's happening, here, I feel a lot more optimistic. We've had a couple others jump in and they got tired of waiting, but I'm doing things a little bit different these days. Welcome back, Cage. How are you today?
Doing well. Everybody good?
How's it going, Bob?
Hey, just out here. Yeah.
Tommy's yelling at me with a countdown in the back, and now he's left.
You better let him up. Ain't no telling.
Is that a countdown until he smokes another meth pipe? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Meth pipe.
Hey, please.
Okay. I'm just joking. My bad.
Thank you. Please.
But yeah, Jack, how you been doing, man?
Dude, I feel totally blessed. And
we all are. Yeah.
We got Tommy's here.
Bring me you fucking liar. You fucking liar. When have I ever said I was ever addicted to anything? You fucking lying piece of shit. And when you say only an honest man.
You're addicted to me, Tommy. It's quite clear. You won't walk away.
I have a question from KC. Her question is to walk in Jesus' steps.
Just give me a second, everyone. Give me a second. I'm going to rejoin his chat or his backstage. I don't know if he's going to have me on or not. Let's see if he brings me up. I'll check my settings. Make sure they didn't mess with my volume. That's what they do on YouTube.
most efficient methods. But knowing who I am, I will always sacrifice efficiency and comfort for the greater good. If something needs to get done, I don't give a shit if the way I'm doing it is inefficient or it's uncomfortable. If it needs to get done in my heart, I'm going to get it done, especially if my will is that it's got to get done. It's just the way I was raised, and it's the way I've lived. And looking at myself, it's how I want to be. But having that knowing within myself that I'm willing to sacrifice my comfort and the efficiency, I got to recognize that's always not a good thing. Because that's what I've been doing with people like Illumitami, King Stephen, all these other characters. I've made myself uncomfortable believing that what I was doing was for the greater good. But it's been inefficient for my success. Andy's narrative about I'm trying to twist Christianity into making money, kiss my ass, dude. I don't even ask for likes very often, right? I mean, let alone donations. I'm actively seeking people willing to partner. I'm seeking people who are willing to invest, share their time, their talents, their energies, their resources. Why? Because I'm a man driven to change this world.
So I'm saying here, that was a great. Thank you for the answer. We got to. So, what's your main prerogative here? Like reconcile with your family? Is that it? Is that the main thing? Like show them that you're a different man now? Like I don't know. I'm asking you. What's your main prerogative when it comes to all this? But beyond saving the world,
No.
is that a part of it? It is a part of it.
The reason I was kind of chuckling is because I was considering earlier today, what it's going to be like. What is it that I really do want? There's two men in this world that I would give anything to speak to again. One of them is my son. I miss him dearly. The other man I want to speak to, most importantly, is Donald Trump.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, the sun thing, I get it.
Okay, hear me out. When I was talking earlier about the parasitic nature of society, the billionaire class quickly came to my mind. Who is representing the billionaire class the most here in the United States by bringing in the billionaire class to govern and administer the United States of America? It's Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a king parasite who I would love to speak to. It's time for a cleansing in this world. It's time for a come to Jesus moment, right? Conversation with Donald Trump about what it means to be a leader like Jesus. And I'd love to offer him the support to show him the way that he can easily bring peace to the world. From where he sits, he could do it today if he wanted to. If we wanted to speak to Donald Trump today, we could probably find a way. Because everyone tuning in today and later knows other people. And if anyone listening, if you feel the calling and you can trust in miracles, that things will be different in the future, no matter what. Things are going to be different, but believe that God has given us today to imagine and create the future of our dreams every day. Once I started seeing that, I couldn't look away. I started going after the dreams that I found inside of my heart that I didn't learn how to listen to when I was a kid. I was raised to be a slave, obedient to the rules of others, respecting authority, respecting the elders, respecting everybody but myself. I wasn't raised to be filled with self-respect because I was taught I had to earn the value.
Okay, well, I think value is inherent in every human being.
Yes.
Right? Every human being, you have a mind. Every human being is inherently valuable. And Jack, please don't get offended. I'm just wondering, why does your family or whatever, how come they don't want to talk about you? I know you talked about alcohol addiction and all that or whatever, alcoholism at one point, but you must have done some fucking shit. Like, it's very hard for a family to be broken up like that to the point where they want no contact. I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering, right? And there's reconciliation available eventually, you know. But yeah, I'm just wondering why. I know. Don't get angry, man. I'm just asking. I'm asking a question because you've asked a lot of people to go in contact and try helping you and all that. So we have to get to the root cause of this in order to make a change, right? So I'm just wondering. You don't have to answer. It doesn't have to be a public thing. I'm just wondering.
No,
Like this Cage. I kind of like this version of Cage.
I know.
This is the best version I've met of Cage. How you doing, Cage?
Doing well, thank you, man. I appreciate you for you.
Yes. And
Thank you.
David, thank you for recognizing that, because I agree with you. This is why Cage and others, they've shown me this side of them, right? They're good people. They care. Your question is a fair one, Cage, and I've tried answering it before, but where I sit today, I'm not angry about the question. Not at all. Anger is why my family and friends are away from me. That's the biggest truth. My anger gave them excuses to believe the lies and their imaginations. But it all comes down to God. This was God's path for me. Every one of us, we're on our own path of individual development, individual realization. We're all becoming who we are on our own with God. I didn't know that until I was separated from the people who I loved. I didn't find my love for God because my focus was on the people who I loved. So what's happening with me, guys, I'm telling you, I would love to speak with the people from my past to resolve, reconcile the disagreements. Because Cage, my honest answer is, it was imaginations and opinions that destroyed my family, my career, and everything. Not just mine.
Okay, just to answer that or to respond, because this is how a conversation works, right? So pretty much, people in it's basic psychology, right? People want what they can't have, and they take for granted what they have until they lose it. Not you. I'm saying just people in general. So it's like you don't really see the value of things and really appreciate them until they're gone, and then it's like, oh fuck, I fucked up. I've been there and done that too.
Yeah. I think it's part of karma. Karma being the idea of cause and effect, right? One thing causes another, an effect is a cause, and the result creates another cause, right? Everything affects everything. So what you said, Cage, too, this is what I think is happening. It's not just happening with me. My life, I faced a variety of different circumstances, and I met some incredible people, a whole variety, and I paid attention. People connected with me, and they shared some crazy shit with me. People would just come up to me and start talking about wild shit, but I learned how to roll with people, and I paid attention, and I learned a lot. And I think if it makes sense to me that this is what God is doing. I'm an average Joe. I'm not special. We are all specially unique, right? We're all part of this vast expansion of consciousness and memory. Everything is energy. It's all light and energy. Things are not things. They are forms of energy, and the energy creates a form. It creates a body, right? Through the boundaries of the energy. And through the density of the energy, we come into this, material form, but it's all just mind and memory. Which kind of brings us back to that thumbnail idea, honestly. The only thing that matters is the truth. The only thing that matters is the truth, right? Illusions are only real to the people who believe in illusions. And we were raised to believe in these illusions of limits, right? Where limits don't actually exist. We are infinite in our design, in our potential. Every single human being on the streets, in a cage, in a war zone, in a uniform, every single human is a walking around and evidence of God's purpose, God's creation, and we're walking around with this untapped, unrealized potential power, power of goodness, power of righteousness, power of love. It's waiting to come forth through every one of us. It's the mind. The mind is the gateway to the heart. And if you don't open your mind, the world will. But it's happening. It's happening for us all. Because I do believe the path that God has placed me on, the goals that I have in my heart, to speak with Donald Trump, to bring, I believe that's the most direct path. He, as a man, he could connect me to the other corporate leaders, the other state leaders, the other shareholders, the other corporate executives. We can create a movement led by the leaders with the purposes of raising the meek. I believe ending secrets is the fulfillment of prophecy. The truth shall set us free. And when the truth is freely shared, the day of judgment is upon us. What are we going to judge? Are we going to continue the patterns of punishment? Or are we going to move forward with celebration of knowing the truth, knowing that we are the cause of the future, not the past?
A time of peace is biblical.
Yes.
So why not be the spearhead, At least that I believe in this. I may not be the man that changes the world, but I might be the man that changes the man that changes the man that changes the world. Get it out there, push, go. A broadhead will set in a quiver for months and years before it ever touches bone, but it's still a weapon. It's still waiting for that target, for that right shot to be made.
David, I
Yes,
hear
sir.
you. And yeah, pretty much you have to be the change you want to see in the world, right? So if everybody did
The
that, then the
example.
world changes. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
And
this is
Jack, I posted a thing. It's like how a dice roll can show you, because you said I'm not special. Actually, every human being is, and there's actually a mathematical formula for that. I'll post that in the background too. So it pretty much goes. So it's pretty much a decimal point followed by about 301 trillion zeros before the first non-zero digit. In other words, it's practically zero. That's how fucking special it is for any human being to have consciousness and be in this reality.
It's incredible that people have been able to quantify and try to theorize and improve mathematically. We live in this. Life is not as it seems. It really is not. It is completely transitory. It's consistently changing. So why do we spend so much time worrying about the past? Why do we let the future create us into this stagnation? We're afraid to take action. We're afraid to step out. I used to be afraid of everything, guys. I was so afraid of making mistakes. letting myself down, so afraid of letting others down. And guess what? I got to face my fears. I've let down everybody. Everybody I cared about was disappointed in me and what I was doing.
Can I share a quote? I
Please.
didn't come up with this, but I've heard it several years ago. It made me think different. Only a fool trips over those things behind him.
Only a fool trips over those things behind him. I love that. I really do.
Well, yeah, that helped me think about, because like, if you have had a pattern of letting people down, I can see that overwhelming feeling that you're going to continue to do so.
Yep.
And that's something you will bring to your own table. You'll curse your own path forward. It's forgiveness is also for ourselves, man. We get here every time I come up. Forgiveness forever, for self. I get it, God. I'm a big dummy head, but I'm trying,
That's the key. God allows us to make mistakes, but for us to receive forgiveness for our mistakes, we've got to be willing to forgive others. And that's why I've been on this path that I have. I mean, when my life fell apart, David, I had to really accept things and look at me. And what you said too, whatever you said about we stumble, that fear of letting people down. That's why I had such an anxiety of talking to people. I was afraid of meeting new people because I had a pattern of either losing them, right? They'd leave me or I'd move away, or I figured it wasn't worth trying to connect to people anymore. And then when I did try, fuck, I was a nervous wreck. I looked like a fool. This online experience, just showing my face to a camera and to the public, that's been a challenge for me, to be honest. But if I didn't start the online stuff until I'd already envisioned myself on a stage in coliseums, 10,000, 15,000 people there to hear what I've got to say. That's the future I'm going to. It's in my dreams, at least.
I like that smile you got on your face when you say that.
Thank you. Well,
yeah. I feel you.
David, I had a few times, there's specific moments in my life that really kind of shifted my momentum and my direction. And when I met with the coach who enrolled me to become a coach, dude, I felt this spirit calling me. The words she shared with me, just my spirit called. There was no way I could say no. There was no way I could think of anything else. That was where I was to go. And I've been following that spirit. It's been leading me to where I am today.
An almighty conviction.
That it is.
Yeah.
This stuff is so real. And for those of us who are blessed enough to wake up and to start tuning into some of these ideas, we got to realize how blessed we are. Because I went through both situations, feeling inadequate and completely alone and unsupported. I lived in hell. And then I found God's love. And now that I found God's love, I go anywhere I want. I talk to whoever I want. I do whatever I want. But I do make mistakes.
Yeah, that's gonna happen, man. Golly, it's gonna happen.
Everybody does, just don't repeat them.
Here, we got a couple others in the back. There's someone I'm going to bring up here. Welcome back, Moose. How are you today?
Excellent, brother. Excellent, brother Jack. And you know what? I've got to say that I'm sorry, But I've got to embrace that sometimes I'm funny and sometimes I'm not. And I'm not here to throw any salt on the wounds or any yanking the. I just want to say, praise God, brother. I'm glad you're alive. I'm glad you're continuing on with your journey. And I hope after you leave Rose's house that your journey to 15,000 people while you stand on stage and spread your message actually comes to fruition. And I could see it happening. First, you set out from Washington, right? And nobody knew where you were going to go. We were all like, oh my God, what's going to happen to Jack? Is he going to end up in the middle of the woods in a tent? Like what's going on? Where's the fireplace? And then all of a sudden, Jack pops up in the middle of this place, and then that place, and then this place. And then he's in D.C. Then he's running down the Capitol. Then he's talking to Don Lemon. I mean, how many fucking people do I know? I'm being real, Jack. How many people in my life do I know that has done all that and said they were going to do all that, and just took the bull by the horns and you just did it? And so here I am, giving you whatever I am. I can't promise you anything, but what I can say is I am myself, and I agree with your journey. I may not always agree with the message because I may not always understand the message. It may take me a little while to understand what you're saying, but I just want you to know that there are people that support you throughout no matter what. Like, we support you, Jack. Even though it doesn't seem like it sometimes, I have love for you, and I really want to see you speak to 15, 20, 100,000 people in a coliseum.
Thank you. It's a dream I carry, and there's some people that say you shouldn't share your dreams with others. And I've seen it happen. I've shared my dreams with others, and I've watched people sabotage, right? Whether it's conscious and intentional or not. The mind and the body is a mystery. Every one of us is a mystery. It's hard to know what someone's going to do. I mean, here's something I was observing myself today. I didn't know if I was going to live stream today or not. I didn't post anything or schedule anything until late in the afternoon. Even though I'd been moved to tears, joy, gratitude, I spent today in heaven, dude. Total heaven. I mean, along the lines of what Moose said, yeah, I got evicted from my home. Where's Jack going to be? Is he going to be sleeping in the streets? Is he going to the woods? Where's he going to be? Next thing I know, I'm at a beautiful campground in Colorado. Then we're Paradise, Utah first, then beautiful campground in Colorado. Then I'm in Baltimore, Maryland. Then I'm getting tackled on the Capitol steps, getting on, some attention. And here I am now, another city I'd never been to until this year. I'm in New Orleans today. Woke up. I have no schedule, no other place to be. I really have nothing to do. Is that not heaven? All needs are taken care of. There's nothing to worry about. I mean, that's heaven.
Sounds like a good weekend.
It really is. And the fact that I'm actually being able to help people who have been friends to me, I'm helping them go do something they wanted to do, right? And that's what life is really about, mutual exchange. If we can get away from this trying to profit, trying to just get by, start looking at life as a fair exchange. What can I exchange for what I'm receiving? We don't want to exchange the bitterness. David did a great job of that today, right? Even though what was being offered wasn't real pleasant and sweet, we can choose.
It's definitely bitterness. It's definitely bitterness and frustration.
That it's
David. It sucks, man. It sucks.
David, above all else, let's go with that. It's frustration. It's the frustration of not understanding. And that is real. I've experienced that frustration when I don't understand, when others don't understand. It is frustrating. Well, that is a pattern of me. I tend to frustrate people. I've started warning people, new people that I meet, hey, by the way, I'm probably going to disappoint you, probably going to upset you. That's part of my pattern. I'll do my best to avoid that, but shit happens with me.
It happens to the best of us, I guess. I could probably find a couple people tired of my crap.
Oh, of course. Of course we
But
can.
remember the it's an Albert
You
Einstein
know,
quote.
I can find
Doing
plenty
the
of people
same
who are tired of
Moose.
my
I'm
shit,
talking.
and even myself at
Okay,
sometimes I
thank you.
get tired of myself. Well, I'm being honest.
Doing the same thing over and over again and
Hey,
expecting a different result is the definition of fill in the blank. What?
That's what they say, but I don't think that the world is so black and white, Cage. I think that there's ways that perseverance can break through. I think that if just because you suck at something doesn't mean that you'll never get better at it, especially if you put in the hours and the time and the energy and you try to like make little adjustments to fix what was going wrong,
Moose. We've talked about growing, right?
Always. I'm always growing a little
Oh,
bit.
exactly. So there, that's a prime example. Growing a plant, for example, teaches you everything about patience, which is a virtue, and teaches you
yeah,
about putting in consistent results. But there's a
yeah.
mechanism behind it, right?
The
Gardening
best
is a
part,
discipline.
It
yeah,
Gardening
shows
I
is
it
a
get
teaches you
that.
discipline.
discipline. The martial
Yeah.
arts and gardening have fucking taught me how to be patient with myself and other people and see the
And
beauty in everything.
also the dynamics of planting a seed. Like, and it doesn't just have to be a fruitful, nice tomato plant. If you go over here and you plant a bad seed, don't forget about that because it's going to come up in the near future. It hasn't gone away. That planting seeds works both ways. I see that example a
Definitely.
lot in this orbit,
That
but I
Or it
believe
could be an
gardening is a
invasive. It could
discipline.
be invasive. Yeah.
The last
Yeah.
thing I want to say
Yeah.
on this is that my favorite part of a plant like is the harvesting part where you get to share it with friends and family. You get to share your hard work and stuff. That's my favorite. And sorry, Jack, if that was off topic.
Oh, thanks. I was trying to remember before we got on the plants, Cage was saying something, and Moose, I don't think you realized it, but you did. You kind of talked over him. Cage, do you remember what you were trying to say? Where we were?
That's fine.
The
I do it. I
definition of
do it to people all the
insanity.
time. Now it's happening
I
again.
know, I know. But I was
It's
trying
okay.
to remember
I'm just
where.
gonna mute up.
No, it's fine. I was trying to remember where we were at.
Most the definition of insanity, but
Yeah, it's doing the same thing over and over again in an incorrect way, and expecting a different result out of it. Right. So it's like banging your head off the wall and figuring you're not gonna get a concussion.
Right. And that's where the ego, it doesn't like to quit. But to allow God to win, to allow love to win, you must surrender to that. You must want love to win. And once you start allowing love to win, allowing honesty to prevail and to be the pattern that you walk with, you become more authentic in who you are. We have this world where people are trapped in their mind. And along the ideas of gardening, you mentioned gardening and martial arts, these disciplines. Our ancestors, this is the way I see it, our ancestors have discovered all these patterns that work, right? Through gardening, through movement, through anything. We find these patterns, and you share the patterns, and other people can learn the principles. You learn the science of gardening, the science of movement. And then as you develop your intellect and you know it, then you move with an art. You become the artist with that tool, that knowledge. Knowledge is the most powerful force we can align with. We've aligned with stupidity for too long.
knowledge knowledge is knowing and wisdom is doing. Like planting the seed. You know how to plant it, you know how to raise it, but doing it is the signs of wisdom.
That brings the wisdom.
That's another quote.
Through our
Yeah.
experience, the application of knowledge through experience, or the gaining of knowledge through experience. Those two things, that creates the wisdom. So if you don't allow yourself to experience different things, or allow yourself to get rocked by one little thing, you're missing out. I was missing out on a lot of things because I got attached to things. And the worst thing we can get attached to is an idea. See, Tommy has an idea of who Jack Talcott is, as does everybody else who's experienced me. And we are all ideas of each other, right? There's ideas of Moose. There's ideas of David Wayne, Cage, Tommy. There's ideas of all of us in a bunch of other people. But who we are the truth of who we are and who we show ourselves to be.
I'm sure you know it already, but you got fucking Queen Stephanie and fucking Tommy in the back, and let them up and watch how bad this conversation will degrade, because
All right,
they're
let me
fucked
hop
up
in
in their
here
head.
before we let them up. I just want to say, isn't it more important that we accept each other for who we are? Like, we stop like measuring each other by different standards or whatever, because we're all different. We all came up from different backgrounds. We all have different goals in life. But as long as we're not trying to harm each other, I think that is the biggest thing. As long as we're not causing any loss, injury, or harm to each other, our reputations, and like our characters, like if we're not, portraying Jack out of character, but we're showcasing his show, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But when you showcase him and you only show like certain segments of it, like where he's, having a stern talk with someone who's been, nagging at his heels for fucking 2 years, I think it's not honest with the crowd. It's not honest with the people you're trying to sway, because they don't get to see the context of the situation. And anyways, I accept Jack for who he is, good, bad, or indifferent. Like, I don't care what other people think. I'm just gonna be Jack's homie, regardless of where he takes it. As long as he doesn't harm anybody, he's a good person to me.
To add on to that, Moose, well done. But yeah, so it's a golden rule, right? Treat others how you want to be treated. But I'll take that a step further. I'm gonna treat people better than I'd ever be expected to be treated back. Imagine we all did that. You know what I mean?
Brother.
Because some people want to be treated in a terrible way. And so, yeah, you just treat people better than you would ever expect back to you. And then if everyone did that, we're good.
That's
good.
what the whole purpose and fundamentals of religion was supposed to create. It was supposed to create a society of people who actually gave a shit about people.
I do here. I just want to say a couple more things quickly. Like, I have a prime example of this. I was on, and I have witnesses to this, right? I heard the fire alarm going off, and, in a unit around me. And I'm like, what the fuck? I kept hearing it go off. So I'm like, are these people, like, in bed? Like, are they not awake? So I went and knocked on the door, and some lady let me. I'm like, may I enter the unit? She's like, yeah. I entered the unit and fanned the fire alarm to make it go off, opened the balcony door to let it air out. And there was some fucking altar to Shiva, some lady in that. But then I also thought, I'm like, why was it that easy to get into somebody's fucking personal space, right? Like, you should. And why are you doing that in the first place? She's like, how do you disconnect it? I'm like, you don't disconnect your fire alarm. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I wanted to remind you, I had folks in the back that you wanted me to bring up.
No, I didn't want to. I said, I never said that. I said, let them up and watch how bad the fucking, is going to go left. For sure. All right. Well, yeah, either way, I'm almost done, Jack, please. So.
Yeah, you are done.
No, now I am done.
Yeah,
What are you
because
showing
you're
on camera?
sitting up here saying you
I
treat
told you.
people better than you want to be treated.
Yeah,
You've
I do.
doxed a number of people within the last month, showed their addresses on YouTube,
Give me
even
this one
chatted
guy.
back OTW's address, bro. You are one of the biggest garbage people out here. You're a zebra.
No.
Yes. Jack, you see
No.
what it looks like when somebody just replies
No.
no and I am dead to right?
No. I wasn't done talking either, by the way.
Are you saying the things I said are not true?
Tell you what, let's move past. I mean, because
Oh, okay, yeah, let's gloss over it. Let's gloss over it. He's a Jack supporter.
Tom,
Shut the fuck up, Tommy, man,
Cage,
before you get fucked up
please,
too.
Cage.
Is that
Please.
how you want to be treated, Cage?
Right.
Oh yeah,
That's a
I
good.
would. If I had that.
Well, Cage, I've been asking you. You know, I trust that you'd want to treat me better than I'm treating you. So
Why don't I
please,
get treated on this panel the way I treat you on my panel with time to say your piece?
Tom, I brought you up again despite all the evidence against the fact I should, right? I
No,
feel
there
I
is
took
no
a
evidence.
chance.
The evidence is ever since you said I was addicted to you, I turned your show off. When I come back, your chat's been talking about me the whole time because they're a bunch of.
So again, Tommy, as I told you last night on your stream, you're blaming others for supporting me. And you're blaming me for what others are doing. I stand behind my claim, Tommy. You're addicted to me, dude. I fucking love you too, Tommy. I'm addicted to Tommy too. I can't deny the truth. There's an attraction between us, and it's not a gay thing or a sexual thing. It's just a thing. It happens. People are attracted to each other. And Tommy's humor, his energy, as bitter and angry as he is, he's friggin' hilarious. And a lot of times he's right. Calling Cage out. Cage, come on, man. He was probably right in calling you out. If you want to say you treat others better than you want to be treated, and then you're participating with not cool things, come on, man. You're better than that. I've got Steven in the back as well, and Andy. I
Steven's
don't
been
feel
streaming for like
Your
24
call, Bob.
hours,
That's your
like talking
call.
smack about everybody, Jack. I just want to throw that out there. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, if I fucked up like that, trust me, there'd be no words or anything. And by the way, putting people's personal, they've put their own fucking information out there. I did nothing. Okay.
You think you did nothing.
No.
However, to the person it was done to, they might have thought it was more than nothing.
You know what
And
happened to
this is where you can improve. Please.
I
Think of
can. I'm
others.
on. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. But rat blood threatened people's families and children. All this fucking shit. You know what just happened to him the other day? They fucking 3 people went and they scared the shit out of them. They broke in, smashed his windows and shit, and it's just kind of like a warning because he's trying to contact people you shouldn't be contacting. Yeah. What about that?
Fools playing the devil's game, but those who play with the devil will be.
Too afraid to bring me on his shit show. I'm the one person that he wouldn't bring on his shit show. He's a coward. They're all cowards. They're all cowards.
I feel blessed. I went back to the old area that I lived in. You know what I mean? Anybody in the back if it benefits me. This fucking shit. You know what just happened to him the other day?
Buddy, Jack, I just want to throw that out there. Sorry.
Thank
For
Your
like
call,
24
Bob.
hours.
That's your
Like,
you. And then you're participating with not cool things. Come on, man. You're better than that. I've got Steven in the back as well, and Andy. I
Steven's
don't
been
feel
streaming for
Your
like
call,
24
Bubba.
hours,
That's your
like
call.
talking smack about everybody, Jack. I just want to throw that out there. Sorry.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
well, if I fucked up like that, trust me, there'd be no word.
Moose is such a wimp. I haven't been talking smack on anyone, you fucking loser. You're all afraid to face me. Moose, Talcott, Tommy.
Or anything. And by the way, putting people's personal, they've put their own fucking information out there. I did nothing. Okay.
You think you did nothing.
No.
However, to the person it was done to, they might have thought it was more than nothing.
You know what
And
happened at Rappler?
this is where you can improve. Please.
I
Think
can.
of
I'm
others.
not. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. But Rappler threatened people's families and children. All this fucking shit. You know what just happened to him the other day? They fucking 3 people went and they scared the shit out of them. They broke in, smashed his windows and shit. And it's just kind of like a warning because he's trying to contact people he shouldn't be contacting. Yeah. What about that?
Fools playing the devil's game, but those who play with the devil will be shown to be fools. So Axis is getting what he's getting. You don't have to participate.
I'm not.
in
It's
his
just I never
punishment.
did shit. He went and did it to him. You know, people do it to themselves.
Okay, great. Great.
Yeah. And OTW, by the way, he's a little fucking manipulative little French Canadian. And he
Please.
said he's listening right now, guaranteed. And by the way, he said, quote, OTW, I'll stab anybody in the back if it benefits me. 2025. And people support people like this? Like, what? Are you dumb? Yeah, I play with him. I'll play with him. I'll play with him. I told buddy, you're gonna get watch what happens in the future. Anyways, yeah, I'm done. And yeah, if I acted like that, I treat myself a lot worse than I treat these fucking idiots. So yeah, there you go. Anyways, I'm done. Sorry. And rant. I wasn't done talking. I had something important to say. I told you as soon as you let these fucking people on, it's gonna degrade.
And you're
What
making sure
happened?
that happens, Cage. You're making what you're saying happen. I've been sitting here patiently, and you're not reading the signs. You're not reading the room again, Cage. Holy cows. You think you've got so much important to say. You keep interrupting people and diverting the conversation. What do I do? Because I don't want to get frustrated at the misunderstandings. I just know that I know that we can do better at how we spend our time together. I mean, I don't know what else to offer. And hey, I'm not disappointed. I'm very grateful, but I'm feeling like it's time to start wrapping up. What do you guys feel?
It's your call, Bubba. I hadn't made my walk yet. I could take this out to my walking trail if you want to continue streaming. That's your call. Are you interested in all what Stephen would have to say, or do you think it's just going to be an immense stroll?
It looks like he's continued his path. He's moved out of the backstage. My suspicion is he's not ready to change. He's kind of like Illumitami. And honestly, I just haven't had as much fun with some people as I have with others.
Tommy is very interesting.
He's a wild card, man. You never know what he's going to come up with, and he does pay attention to a lot of things that I don't really pay attention to. So I can see the good qualities in him, and I hope eventually he'll find the good qualities in me again as well. But we can't force other people to like us. right? All we can do is show them reasons they want to try. And I hope to do that on my live streams. I hope to show reasons that people might want to try. Tune in. Take a chance. Be a friend to Jack and share some support, share some love. And look at that, man. Holy cows.
All
Gabriel's
right. What's
Trap
up,
House
Gabe?
Games. God bless you, brother. Thank you for the contribution and support. And yes, feel free to share your link too. Folks are willing to share. And Gabriel's Trap House Games, he does some great conversations. A different time for me, so I don't always catch him live very often. But thank you for your support, my brother, and the example you set amongst us as YouTube channels, right? Got a lot of respect for that man too. As far as continuing, David, I think it's time. I'm going to take a pause and a break. Maybe I'll show up some other stream somewhere else later, but I'm feeling this is good. I want to thank you sincerely for what you brought today, though,
Yeah,
David.
no problem, man. I'm digging that tapestry behind you also. I wanted to get that out there real quick. I like that. That's my kind of stuff.
It is awesome, dude. I'm gonna dip out so you guys can have the last words. Thank you, Jack, for letting me up. Appreciate you, bro.
Much love.
Be good, man.
Thanks for showing up too and what you brought. Yeah, the tapestry. This is, I cannot. There's been many of us who have received hospitality and who have been hosted in this room. There's no denying that. But this is the guest room, and it's beautiful, it's comfortable, and I tell you what, I really feel blessed to be on this path that I'm on. And David, thank you for sharing today with me, brother.
Yeah, no problem, man. I guess I officially need to thank Tommy for asking me to come up, right?
That's right. Credit goes where it's due, and so gratitude to Tommy as well. I'm
interested in having a decent conversation with him. I don't know if he is, but that time will come, I'm sure. But yeah, it's always good to see you when I have time, when I'm off. And I'll be watching for you in the later streams if you start bouncing around.
I appreciate it. And I will. I'll try to do community posts, let people know if I do end up somewhere. All right, I'm going to start wrapping up. Thank you again, David Wayne. Blessings to you, brother, and enjoy your walk and your hike wherever you go, man.
Yes.
Peace. And I am going to, here, let me not be rude to Cage. Cage, do you have final words for us, because you are still here?
Have a great weekend. Thank you for having me.
Hey, thank you, my friend. I appreciate you too. I really do. We will get our rhythm. If you don't give up on me, Cage, I won't give up on you for sure. You've been very supportive and with me for a while, as has our cupcaking friend, Mr.
Wrong. Just like last night in my stream that you visited, you'll share that you visited and cupcaked with that atheist group of discords. You didn't share our little get together where I pointed out to you, I don't blame you for other people. I blame you for camping up with those people and how they are. Now, if you can't retain that, you're stupid, and if you did retain it, you're lying. Which one is it, Joke Talcott?
I tuned you out for a moment.
Yeah, disrespect. If David Wayne or Truxty wants to have a good conversation with me, when are they going to realize they have to come over to my place where I let conversations, even your sorry ass, happen, and everybody gets their point out instead of this wasting of people's time keeping me in the backstage, calling me addicted to you when I only think you're a dick.
I know. You think I'm a dick, and so I shared the link.
The blasphemy thing. Christians don't.
Okay, so I am a dick, and I cut Tommy off there, and I dropped the link to what he's talking about, the conversation from last night. And if you follow that link, you'll find his channel. And I encourage you, check him out. The guy's a wild card. It's never know what's going to happen there. And who knows, I might end up there again. Although he was very clear with me last night that I would not see him again. He had some editing to do, and he was going to be releasing something about Jack to show Jack and exactly how Jack is. So, you know what? Give him a subscribe. Let him know, man. You never know. There's talent everywhere, and I am a fan of many people. I admire many people. And I'm honest about who I am a fan of. I'm honest about who I admire. I admire people beyond their flaws, beyond their frustrating qualities. Why? Because I can see the Christ in them, the living spirit of life, the potentiality of greatness that's here and waiting to come out. The greatness that's within every one of us, it's hidden behind our hurt, because our hurt creates these ideas of insecurities and fears. But who can hurt you but you? Who can heal you but God? See, when you realize that only you can hurt you and only God can heal you, then you look for the signs of how to follow the path. You avoid hurting yourself. You avoid hurting yourself with others, right? You don't want to tarnish the image of you with others. You really want to be a blessing to everyone you can. But as you've seen on my live streams, despite my best efforts, you just can't be a blessing to some. It doesn't mean that we have to give up on each other. It doesn't mean we have to hate each other, but it does mean that we have room to grow. And anyone who can grow, anyone who can get along, can grow into a greater version. So get along with you, grow with you, celebrate God and the truth that you know, celebrate the truth that you do not know, but realize that you don't know what you don't know. And look for the limits of what you do and don't know, so that when you walk with peace and presence, it becomes easy to forget the past. There's no effort in forgetting. It just fades away. But it fades away when you become conscious in the present, when you live in the present, being present with everything, not denying things, not putting yourself above things or below things, but you be present with everything. Then the truth you remember is recalled effortlessly. You don't really have to think, you just have to be, and the answers emerge and arise from your heart or your mind, but it's up to you to where to go. I choose the heart, right? Because the heart really knows. The heart knows what you want, and what you want is where you want to go. So please, the parting words, parting reminder, the reminder of truth, becoming comfortable and grateful. It's the path to, a better life. I'm going to wrap it up there. Sincerely, thank you again to all of you, now and later. Till next time, choose love, peace for everyone, and live without fear. God bless us all. Peace.
What is happening? We're coming at you. Okay, I just want to say, what can I say? Yeah, apparently I got the news that Rainier, I'm not sure how you pronounce his name, but yeah, James, passed away, I think last week or the week before. But anyway, my condolences. I hope he got the fuck out of this place, this suffering realm, and he's not existing and suffering somewhere else, if you know what I mean. Back in a piece of non-existence, or back into the void, or where the psycho, you know, grabbed him out of that peaceful place called the void and put him in his shitty game. But yeah, so rest in peace to James Rainier. He was in the occult, you know. He was also like kind of anti-life, anti-God. So for that, he's got my respect. Even though we didn't agree on everything, but he's got my respect. So rest in peace, bro. And please do me a favor. If you experience any sort of consciousness or something, you know, on the other side, please come and fucking destroy this place. We need to destroy this fucker, you know what I'm saying? Or if you don't exist, then rest in peace. Back into the void. You're no longer suffering. That's the most important part. Yeah, so what I wanted to say is, do not let down your guard. People, do not let down your guard. What I mean is, do not let down your guard is that while you're still in the body, doing your stuff throughout the day, seeing that every day is the fucking same, you know, walking and going about your life, and the shittle is that you should not let down your guard. By what I mean is not letting down your guard is that you should always be aware of your surroundings and what you do and where you walk. Do not think nothing is going to happen to you, okay? Because nothing has been happening to you for quite a while, but you never know. So that's what I'm saying. So please do not forget that you're in a video game of a fucking psycho, a being that's mentally unstable, very aggressive, and lacks empathy, doesn't give two shits about us, doesn't care about your feelings, it only wants to feed, okay? So what I'm saying is, if I look back at my life, what happened to me is, all the shit that ever happened is when I least expect, okay? This psycho likes to sucker punch people. He likes to sucker punch sentient programs without them noticing disaster. So like I say, disaster usually strikes when you least expect, because you forget where you are. Do not be ignorant. Be vigilant and know that you're in a fucking sadistic game. And always be vigilant. Be aware of your surroundings. That you do not think, oh, nothing's going to happen to me, and then and a fucking sinkhole opens up and there your ass is gone. Death is not a problem, but imagine something happening and you're still alive, unable to move your body in the middle of the field, and there's no one there to help you, and you're bleeding out. You know what I mean? We don't want shit like that. Okay? Nobody likes pain. Everybody's afraid of the dying process. Like I said before, death is not the problem. Getting to death is the issue at hand, which we are discussing. So my advice is to be aware of where you are. You're not in heaven. You're not in La La Land. You're not in a unicorns and rainbows, peaches and cream Disney movie, okay? You're in a video game set up and engineered very carefully by a psychopathic mastermind in a sadistic fucking game. Okay, knowing this, you should not forget, lest this fucking psycho gonna sucker punch your ass. Okay, we don't want that. I don't want this psycho to sucker punch your ass. This psycho, trust me. If I look back at my past when I used to be ignorant and I didn't watch my back because I was thinking, oh, Jesus and the angels is gonna watch over my over my shoulders, you know. Praise the Lord, you know what I mean? And while I least expect, I fell from a staircase and I broke my ankle in six different parts, like 90 degree, completely dislocated, broke off both parts, completely off. It's so bad that the bone almost stick through my skin. Okay, so trust me, the psycho love comes for you when you least expect. He likes sucker punching people. Okay, so don't let this bitch sucker punch your ass. I'm just giving you a heads up. Don't let down your guard. Always know that you're in a sadistic game. Be vigilant. Do not forget. Okay, that's just the advice I want to give to you, that we should never forget where the fuck we are, okay? Because I know he likes to sucker punch us, like he did with me in the past, when I thought, it's like when another example back in the day, I think it was in 2008, it was like 17 years ago, even to the month, September 2008. That fucking financial crisis. But the thing is, when I was working at the shop and I got promoted to manager. But then at the time, within a month or two thereafter, I was thinking, okay, my life is starting to, you know, get better in a way. But that's when I was still religious, you know, fucking ignorant motherfucker. But then here comes a psycho and he gave me cancer. When I least expect, you know, there's always a catch. There's always a catch. So gotta be watch out. Be a watchman. Be a watchman. If you get a bone, it usually comes with a heartache or it comes with a catch. It's too good to be true. We're not in heaven. I must keep on reminding your ass that you're not in a good story. You're in a sadistic video game set up carefully by a psychopathic mastermind which loves sucker punching people. So be vigilant. I'm just telling you. I know what I see. Just be vigilant so you don't sit on your ass when you least expect, bleeding out. Okay, dying agonizing death. Okay, so I don't want any of you, the listener, okay, let us not be like this ignorant NPCs that their demise comes unexpectedly. Because this is what the psycho is doing. I've been studying I know human nature. I've been studying this puppet show for quite a while now. Every day, in the morning when I wake up, till bed till I go to night, research extensively. And I know the minds of these puppets, okay? They're dumb as hell. But ultimately, it's the puppeteer controlling their asses, which is to blame. Because he's the fucking psycho that's doing everything, that's causing for them to be retarded. Okay, so let us not be like the NPCs, so that our end should come as a fucking tsunami. Okay, remember back in the day from 2004, where was it? Indonesia. There was a huge tsunami, natural disaster, fucking. You know what I mean? How many people died? Like 200,000 people? I don't know. But it was a huge fucking disaster. Because they didn't expect that. They were like, oh my God, where's Jesus? Oh no, my children. They all drowned, you know. And they all got fucked by the tsunami and the earthquake. All drowned, you know. And they all got fucked by the tsunami and the earthquake. Natural disaster, fucking tsunami, natural disaster, fucking. Where was it? Indonesia. There was a huge. Where was it? Indonesia. There was a huge tsunami, natural disaster, fucking. You know what I mean? How many people died? Like 200,000 people. I don't know. But it was a huge fucking disaster. Because they didn't expect that. They were like, oh my God, where's Jesus? Oh no, my children. They all drowned, you know. And they all got fucked by the tsunami and the earthquake. It was, you know, so It's the psycho. It comes for you when you least expect. These ignorant people, the ignorance is dangerous because they do not expect disaster. This life is brutal, and that's why I'm saying the ignorance is dangerous, seeing that they're imposing this life upon their kids. And it's all about love. I don't want to be alone anymore, so I'm gonna create a mini-me, and we're gonna be happily ever after. Nigga, you're fucking retard. You're a retard for bringing someone into this fucked up existence. Okay, you're an idiot. So you're saying you're alone. You're gonna, and then you're gonna impose this life upon a mini-me, so you don't feel alone anymore. But now he's gonna be alone, and you're gonna die. He's gonna witness your death, or you're gonna witness his death. You're gonna die, motherfucker. This life is temporary. It's full of bullshit. The pleasures are fleeting. Lasting happiness don't exist because we're in a sadistic game of a fucking psycho. Be vigilant. So anything, if you get too comfortable, gotta watch out, because there's a snake waiting for your ass around that bush when you least expect. So be vigilant. Do not let down your guard. Gotta be on a watch out. We're in a fucking horror show, motherfucker. Horror show that's being painted with all this green bullshit and cute puppies, where the animals out there in the world are eating each other's asses, and we fucking chasing paper, perfectly set up to produce the maximum amount of suffering. A fucking suffering factory, a suffering generating machine. We are in a fucking suffering generating machine. Look at the human anatomy, the body. One day you wake up, got headache. Then you got a fucking ass sore or something, or your stomach aches, or or whatever. You can't shit, constipated, or you just fucking, something is irritating the shit out, or there's always a thorn in the flesh, always. And then do not be disappointed, because this is we are in a fucking shitty game. So expect such things. Expect it. And when the season comes and all is well, and you think you're comfortable, nothing is happening to you, do not let down your guard, because the psycho is setting up your ass just to see your downfall. Don't you get it? Don't you get it? We're not here for us. We are here for the entertainment. For some force out there that's feeding on our misery. That's why he's letting people live in ignorance, the mass living in ignorance. Oh, it's all about love, for fuck's sakes, just so that he can see their downfall. Every time when there's a disaster in the world, they're all surprised. Look, 9/11, look at COVID. Financial crisis, crash, pandemics, cancer on the rise, mental illness is on the rise, and there's more single men today in health crisis, suicides on the rise. The economy is fucked. The dating market is fucked because of social media. It's just greed, it's gluttony, it's chasing into vanity. People becoming more animalistic. The animal nature is more revealing today than ever before. Okay, because it's the psycho is amping up the misery program. The misery program, because he wants to feed. Okay, he's feeding on our asses, and by knowing this, always stay vigilant. Always expect disaster, even when you feel peaceful. Always expect a disaster, just waiting for your ass. So when you feel peaceful, be vigilant, because I know the psycho. Study the puppet master. I studied the puppet master, but now you want to ask me, Reaper, how can you study a puppet master? You cannot see this being. I study it through his puppets. I see what he is doing. He's setting up traps This world is filled with booby traps. Booby traps amongst all the mundaneness of this shithole, hellhole of an existence is full of booby traps. When you least expect, he comes like a thief in the night and he sucker punch your ass just to see your downfall. That's why he's throwing you bones, so that later he can set up to make you comfortable. To make you comfortable. Just so that he can set up your ass for a downfall, bitch. Watch out. I'm just saying, okay, just saying. Just keep it real, keep vigilant, and expect disaster. Even in the most peaceful days, always expect shit to happen, because you never know. I don't want anyone to be surprised when they fall their asses off, or they get diagnosed with some disease, or some illness, some thorn in the flesh, or someone died, you know. Always expect things like this, because we are in a fallen state. Fallen state. A sadistic fucking program set up by a fucking psycho. I'm very serious. This is not a joke. Very fucking serious. Keep your guard on. Do not let down your guard, please. Do not let your guard down. It's very fucking serious. It's the only thing I take serious when I say, oh, don't take this life so serious. No. The suffering, yeah, that causes pain to sentience is the only thing that I take serious. I don't want the psycho to catch you off guard. So don't let down your guard. Always expect disaster. And watch where you're walking. Watch the ground. See for any, any soft spots. If there's any sinkholes gonna happen and swallow up your ass and gone, bleeding out somewhere, drowning, and there's no one to save you. You don't want to go out like that, bitch. You know what I mean? Keep safe. It's suffering that we trying to avoid, not death. Death is inevitable, but we can be vigilant and try and minimize the suffering as much as we possibly can by being vigilant. Watch the ground where you're walking. Watch for any snakes. Don't fall and break a bone. Watch for cars that don't come and break your bones, end up in hospital, paralyzed or shit like that. Drive slowly. Don't drive like an arsehole. Keep it real. Keep yourself towards yourself and minimize interaction. Because most people is not trustworthy, and you do not know, how animalistic they might become, because they are being controlled by a force which you cannot see. Just be vigilant. Be vigilant. Anyway, keep it real.
They think there's a story here, right? And if there's a story here, the question is, what is it? Where does it start? Where does it begin? Where is it going? Where does it end? A video yesterday, but it was not actually available because I upped my tier from $5 to $10, and it turns out the one I wanted to see was $25. So you just can't win in this world. So so I guess here's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to find some good key pivotal moments from this specific video so I can start on to the storyboarding, right? But I don't need. I've seen this 10 times probably, so I've probably could almost tell you this off the top of my head, but we're going to try to get it as specific as we possibly can. What's up, Jesus?
Hold on a second. I got to mute you on the YouTube tab. All right. Yeah, there's a little gap right there, like you said, the CV happened, whatever. But when this video came out, Paul didn't right away start a panel verse, right? He actually, like you said, had kind of like these Zoom calls where he would be interviewed by really big YouTubers, right? And he would pretty much talk with these people almost for like, I'd say a good 6 months to a year, right? I'm not exactly maybe accurate with the time frame, but it was on the Paul and Slave channel. The panel started a little bit later on because he started having people like, you know, slowly having people come up and view their opinions and shit. And the panel thing kind of like developed itself. You know what I'm saying? It it transformed itself into the panel verse thing.
This is exactly why I needed you. It's like divine timing. Okay, so COVID starts, pullover video, and then we have about 6 to 10 months roughly.
6 months to a year of interviews and really good conversations with other, you know,
bigger YouTubers.
Yeah, exactly.
And so, what is it that made that stop? Like, what slowed the momentum down to where he got kind of stuck with the small fish?
I have no idea. I guess it was his fascination for the thing that comes to mind that he's repeated over and over is that he was fascinated with the human condition and kind of wanted to explore that particular area, which he did for a while. I mean, he did it for like a good 2 years almost. And now he's back to doing what he was pretty much doing before, right? But now he's like literally on his own and doing presentations, bringing up videos, talking about it, and pretty much doing everything on his own now.
Okay, so there's a ton more. This is a good route to take here. So obviously JT thinks it's his story, right? Do you have a good idea of where he came in at? Did he come in before you, after you?
Oh, God. I was around, but I didn't know of Paul. I've been around since 2017. So this is
Just
like
doing like music and art?
No, I actually had like my first couple of videos were about, were in French actually. I have still one up on my channel. It was Decoding Snow White. But yeah, I was like, you know, I got like whatever, my spiritual awakening, and like about maybe 6 months in, I started like making videos, talking about the subject. But I wasn't really aware of Paul. I got aware of Paul like 3.5 years ago. And I wasn't even a part of the panel verse thing, you know, or whatever. I didn't even know about it. It was something I kind of discovered because I was following Bro Sanchez, and I was pretty much, yeah, Bro Sanchez. I watched his channel like very regularly, and man, it was like this guy Ian showed up from We Are Awake TV and sent me an email and said like, "Hey, dude, I would love for you to join," because I joined Bro Sanchez panel and I participated right in that particular topic he was talking about. And I guess it attracted attention because then I got emails inviting me over to another channel to talk about what I was talking about over at Bro Sanchez. So I guess that's how all of this started, man, because I never even thought once of doing what I'm doing now.
Okay, so I guess that's where the question comes in as to, I guess the panel almost invented itself, because when I think about it, it's obviously I was doing it in the form of work meetings like everyone else, like all the normies, you know what I mean? I didn't realize there was a YouTube side of it though. So that, I assume that would be the reason why it became sort of normal to have 10 people on a show, because before that I don't think that was very common.
Well, actually, if you look back 3 years, I had on the Grand Rising Talk Show. If you look on my other channel, OTW Entertainment and News, I've been uploading the Grand Rising Talk Show, which pretty much my first show, and man, I had panels of 10, 7, 6. It was
This was 3 years ago.
Yeah, 3.5 maybe.
So that's still after COVID though.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. It's like it seems that was still the pivotal moment where that became sort of an option. Because I mean, before Zoom, what would it be? Skype? Did Skype allow that?
It was Google Hangout.
Oh yeah, that shit sucked.
Yeah, it was Google Hangout, and I used to go watch that panelverse existed almost like I'd say even at least 8 years ago with the Google Hangout, because people would do this type of thing like now, like where they'd have people come on the Google Talk and have kind of like similar type panel verse thing. It was like, there's nothing new under the sun. This is just like a new interface. They just refined it. It's better now.
Okay, so then where does the I guess I also need to get the breakdown here of where all the characters come into play. So they're all doing their own thing essentially, right? They all have their own channels, I guess you could say. Jack Talcott has his own show, and then he just sort of links up with Paul.
No, that's not how it happened. Well, he probably was with Paul, because before I became aware of Paul, I believe Jack and Paul already had history together. Okay. I was hanging out with We Are Awake TV, having pretty much like out of these world conversations about all kinds of stuff, like near-death experiences and, all kinds of shit. And then Jack eventually just showed up on Ian's channel, on his panel, on one of his open panels. And that's where we discovered Jack, and Jack came in talking about Paul. So that's how we discovered Paul. So in other words, we all discovered Paul because of Jack. Well, anyway, from my end, right?
So there was kind of like two sides almost that merged?
Pretty much. But when
side
he kind of warned the channel that Paul would eventually come in and try to like disrupt the whole thing or whatever. And he eventually did, because he, for some reason, ended up following Jack over to We Are Awake TV. And I ended up going at war with Paul for about 3 months. Making
In what way?
Swear to God, making AI clips of Paul just like everybody does of Jack and shit like that. I was really going at it, man. I was like, and then I kind of like, I was getting so much pushback, man. I had to take a step back, and I obviously didn't understand what the fuck I was getting into. So I took a step back, and I just decided to go watch Paul's content from the beginning. Because I didn't get it, man. There was something that was off, So I had to go check. And then I freaking watched there's thousands of hours of content. So I just watched it all.
Hey, is this true? This is crazy if this is true. Paul and Jack's 3-year anniversary of meeting is on November 6th. That's my birthday.
I'm embarrassed that I know that title. That I know a little. Wow, that a little. Well, that's crazy.
She's a little embarrassed. I see. Yeah, dude, that's crazy. That's my birthday. What are the odds?
That's crazy. The day they met is the day you're born. Yoy.
All right. So, and see, this is me just getting, trying to get some sort of better understanding here, because I don't really know the details for the story here. That I'm need to tell.
Then I just ended up, after I reviewed all the content, I freaking watched all of his videos at like 2 fucking double speed. And, 2 weeks later, I had taken a break from YouTube, didn't even freaking come on, just watched Paul's videos. Came back, and I went back up on his panel, and I said, okay, I'm raising the white flag. I'm stopping this war.
It looks like Jeeps might find us a good source here. So there's a video that still exists up of their first time meeting. That's awesome. That'd be very helpful. Thank you, Jeeps. Much appreciated. Okay, so then I guess after that we have, who else is there that's relevant? So Slow State has to come along at some point.
Slow State pretty much was, I was following him for like before, I think I even watched Flow State before I even knew Paul.
Okay,
But
so
Flow
these all
State was-
people just existed in different places for a
Yeah,
while.
it was all, we were all separated, and for some reason we were all funneled in together in the same freaking community. And, it's just, yeah.
So would you say that the panel space, you and him joined, or not joined, but you started to be in the same circles around the same time? It wasn't really one
Yeah,
before the
Flow
other?
State pretty much, hang around on my channel for about 6 months until Paul, I guess, is started because he wasn't really showing up that much on my channel, just once in a while. But then, I was around, I'd say maybe the 30th episode or somewhere around there, where Paul started coming in, and then there was this falling out between Paul and Flow State, and then it was a complete shit show.
So tell me about that. I need to know about that, the falling out.
Well, I mean, falling out. I'm not exactly calling it falling out, but it was just more like Flow State just not. I believe the whole time is you're just being disingenuous, dude. Because if you really understood or heard the message, but he's an atheist, so I would understand why he doesn't believe or resonate with Paul's message, right? So there's a big thing happening there, right? So that even but I know that I got a lot of freaking collateral effect from that particular interaction between Flow State and Paul, because Flow State ever since then, because I aligned with Paul, and I said, well, and Paul didn't want to work with or have Flow State around, so he just said, well, dude, it's either if I made the choice because I thought it was better to be around Paul than Flow State because of what he stood for. Okay. So I just decided to align myself with Paul, but Flow State, I guess, didn't take it very well. Right. And then ended up saying that I was Paul's ball washer because I'd rather work with Paul than work with him. It was just a simple decision. It wasn't anything that because Paul didn't want to have him around, and I didn't want to pass by the opportunity to work with Paul. So if one of the conditions was to leave Flow State out of the equation, then I was willing to do that.
So what year was this?
Oh my goodness. It's been going on for at least 2 years now, because I did the show Off the Wall with Patrick and Paul for I'd say about 60 episodes.
In 2022, 2023?
2023, yeah, 2023. Okay. But it's not, you can't find it because I took it all down. I'm just going to re-upload it onto the OTW Entertainment and News, because I got 70 more episodes of the Grand Rising Talk Show to upload, and then I got 60 episodes of Off the Wall with Patrick and Paul, which is actually 2 seasons. So season 1, season 2. And then after that, that's when I started doing just Out of This World. So I've been doing maybe over 100 episodes now of just Out of This World.
Okay, so, all right, this is good. What are your thoughts on That Which Is? Is she always giving you a hard time?
I don't really have any thoughts on chatters.
It's a good way to do it, right?
I don't form any opinions on chatters. I form opinions on people that I meet personally, at least face to face, in this particular context. It's much easier. I can read body language. I hear the tone of your voice. I understand. I can feel, resonate. Whatever it is that I use to make my assessments, I'm able to do it a lot better than just reading some words on a screen. That doesn't give me tone. It doesn't give me intention. It doesn't give me nothing. So I don't really care in the sense of what's being said in chat, except for if it has something to do with the topic, or if it's a positive comment. I'll take those ones, and I will take constructive criticism too. That I can do.
So okay, so this is important. Yeah. So the the famous blow up. What was the lead up to that, the build up to that? So it was the keys thing. Something happened with your keys, right?
Nothing happened with the keys.
Well, there's something that led to that moment, right? Where
yes, I'll explain that. Christos was the main moderator on the channel, and also had the keys to the broadcast along with Paul. Paul, I gave him the keys, and I kind of did that just to fuck with Flow State because I knew it was going to create all kinds of fucking. And at the same time, I figured it was awesome because he was a lot better broadcaster than I was. I was a newbie. I was fucking, I sucked. I didn't know how to fucking broadcast. I'm not even sure if I know how to broadcast now.
That's why you have snafu.
So, so there you go. And so that I kept Paul for almost over a year with the keys. But then there was something that happened between one of my mods in chat. He was my top mod in chat, which was Jimmy Shively, right? And also the top supporter of the channel. And Christos was, since he had the keys, and he was able to like block Jimmy Shively. And anyway, they were going at it. They had like this fucking some weird argument where they were bitching at each other, and I couldn't have like my co-host fucking not get along with my mods, right? That doesn't make any sense to me, right? So I eventually kind of took away the mods. And then not the mods. I kind of I freaked out on Christos. I just literally fucking flipped my shit on him. And I took away the keys to Christos. I took away every single fucking mod. And I took away Paul's keys too. And I said, and that was just the beginning of 2025 where I said, I'm going to do it all myself. No more fucking, that's it. I'm going to learn and do it myself. I don't need anybody anymore. I don't want no fucking keys. Don't want no fucking co-host. Don't want no fucking mods or whatever. It's just all bullshit. These are all fucking means to have some sort of fake fucking power out here. All right? It's all some sort of power struggle and some sort of way to gain some sort of superiority over somebody, which I find absolutely fucking ridiculous, right? I'm sorry. That's where I find it. It's just like I after 3 years, you end up learning shit and you understand that, everything is a power struggle. Everybody wants to be heard. Everybody wants to be seen. Everybody wants their opinions to be expressed. And everybody wants to fucking bitch at each other in chat. So, I mean, if you don't fucking get used to the program, then you're not fit to be out here, right? This is how I see it.
Sure, yeah. So, all right. Let's, useful. I mean, but in your life, did you always kind of want to do radio? You seem like you have the voice for it. I know Paul said he's always wanted to do it. He talked about Howard Stern and all that.
Well, yeah, and he had like that whole, he had a great show. And pretty much my show is what his show was back in the day. It's pretty much that, except it's not as good. In my opinion, it was a lot better because he did bits and he did like commercials and stuff, and he had all kinds of great ideas when it came to entertaining the audience, right? Which I've tried to do it, but I guess in my way, right? Because I'm not Paul, so I can't do it like Paul. So I'll do it like I think I can do it. So, and I've always thought his concept was fucking phenomenal. So it's one of the reasons why I kind of like. I've always said that OTW is a branch of Unslavia, right? If you think of it as like TV shows, so it's like OTW is like a spin-off of the the Unslavian show.
Okay, so this is good. So I'm getting pretty familiar with this, where you come in, and then there's obviously so I mean, this basically settles all the arguments as far as who's an agent and who's not an agent. If y'all have been just around in different places for so long.
Well, yeah, you pretty much know exactly who is there just to disrupt the flow of the conversation or the thing. I know I can identify every single one of them. It's so easy.
Okay, so we see Flow State's been streaming for about 6 years. Okay, what is this kind of content about? Oh, it's kind of ask us anything, relationship.
Yeah, it was pretty much that. Yeah, I was like talking about relationship stuff in the beginning. It was all, it was pretty interesting. I thought it wasn't that bad. I was like just listening to him give his opinions about, relationships and shit.
Okay, so wait, hold up. What's this here? So, what a strange thing. So, oh, this is just live. So he has 4 years ago, and then there's a 3-year gap.
Yeah, exactly. There's a 3-year gap. That's what I'm saying. Like, he didn't do anything until 3 years ago, where all of
Okay, what
this
is
started
this?
because he went on a hate rampage on Paul and got all of Paul's haters and made a community of Paul's haters.
So that makes a lot of sense. Okay, sorry, I want to see this for some context.
The top graph is subscribers. The bottom graph is views. Views go a little bit higher than subscribers, but they trend the same way. He got 500 new subscribers today. 500, a nice round 500.
He's
his views have been slightly above average.
claiming the views are fake, I assume.
Oh yeah, he took every single fucking angle he could take just to discredit Paul, for sure. It was a given. But I was always on the other side, jabbing him from the side, right? I was going doing lives and then reviewing his shit and then calling him out for his bullshit for what he was talking about. So it was like a kind of a cycle. He would review Paul, I would review him, and Paul would come over to my channel to, participate in my reviews. And he would never go over to Flow States. And that would fucking piss Flow State the fuck off because he wanted the guy that everybody else wanted but couldn't get. But OTW had on his channel all the time. So it's all jealousy. You understand? It's all the hatred and jealousy and fucking, it's all of that. Just because Paul and I got along and we never did have any breaking bads. You understand? Paul didn't take it wrong when I took the keys away. I explained it very thoroughly to everybody, and it had nothing to do with anything personal, right? I still resonated with Paul, still played all of his videos, still had him up on. We don't have any friction at all. Well, not from my end. If he has, I don't know, but I don't believe so.
I also want to take a moment to point out something that this is maybe where I was a little bit mistaken to where I thought this was more recent, but this is clearly a long, because when I'm asking, hey, what is he lying about? There's just, I guess, a lot of things that have been said over the years.
Everything, all kinds of shit, man. Why do you think Paul keeps telling him you don't stop lying about me all the time? You know how many videos Flow State did on Paul fucking lying and creating false narratives on him, man? It's insane. He was obsessed. I have a video. I was making a backup of my of all my stuff because I just got a 2 terabyte hard drive, and I was like putting all, because I have like 6 hard drives that I needed to, like, they were all mixed up and everything. I had to fucking organize shit because I'm fed up of switching hard drives onto my fucking thing all the time. It's just a nuisance. So I just got me a 2 terabyte hard drive. And while I was transferring it, I noticed that I had a video where I actually do a whole, I think I should like freaking re-upload it, where I literally call Flow State out for his obsession with Paul. And it's a whole video reviewing how obsessed he is with Paul.
All right, so I'm gonna just kind of see what the message is here.
But he streamed for 6.5 hours today.
Right.
I mean, not even above average. It's been at the higher end.
See, that's
of
Joe
within the
Cool.
normal margin.
Yeah, Joe Cool, there he is. So he's been around.
Joe Cool is also not a Paul fan, you know?
Really?
Well, back then, why do you think he's hanging out with Flo?
I guess that makes sense. I've seen him be cordial, I guess, with both sides.
And that's double what he normally does. Maybe 40% more, but so and then again, I'm not going to bother sharing screenshots because everybody who cares can go and look for themselves. But I took some screenshots today and yesterday of his live because his numbers. When I first learned of Paul, and you guys, he was doing 150 easy every day.
I remember.
The highest I've seen him in 2 days was 142.
Yeah, it's about the same.
The last time I looked this afternoon, he had 90. How the fuck do you have 90 live viewers if you just gained 60% of what you had.
So it was. Was there some event that occurred? Was there maybe a hit video of his aired somewhere on a channel somewhere?
What he said, because I brought it up to him last night on the machine line.
I feel like I'm working on the impressions in this space, and I feel like my Joe Cool is about to be really good because he has not changed.
Yeah, and you know what? See, flow state, even in this particular analysis that he's making, is all lies, because Paul's had over 250, 300 live viewers, and he doesn't know. He didn't know about Paul's first channel. He doesn't know. Okay, you would be shaking in your fucking dude. It was like the first time I clicked on the button when I went on Bro Sanchez's channel and he had like 1,100 people watching. You're fucking shaking, bro. Your voice is shaking. You know, it's you're nervous, man. There's a lot of people looking at you, man. You don't want to look like
what you mean.
Yeah. So it's like when Paul had like those 300, 250, whatever. I wouldn't click the fucking link. I just watch, you know. So it's like the numbers are never the same because it's never. You know, the days are always different, you know. People on Tuesdays are maybe not as available as they are on Wednesdays. You know, it's like that they don't put these things and they don't factor them into their equation. They just say, oh, well, it's not normal that the numbers don't fit the subscriber count and blah, 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 blah. It's a bunch of bullshit.
Here comes David Wayne.
No, I've seen bots at work, okay? And if you look at the chat, right? If you look at the chat versus the people watching, it all adds up. All right? There are fucking a lot of people chatting. And there's always new faces. There's always a new name chatting in chat. So you could say they're bots, but hey, I don't think Paul would actually waste any time with that. And he doesn't come off to me as a scam artist where, you know, he would scam the audience to get, you know, views. I doubt that sincerely.
So I do want to point something out for this person. So 100 in chat, but only 20 posting comments. I can see how that could be perceived, but there's also the situation as to lurkers, and then there's like even in big YouTube channels, dude. It's like a ton of people have their phone in their pockets, or they're just listening. Like, you know, when I was working at the
right,
the
so you
manufacturing, I was never in the chat, but I was always listening. I was a real person.
Same here. I do the same, and it's like, well, there's another percentage there, and I'd say that's maybe 40% of the audience. That's
like
why
last night,
there's nobody's chatting.
Yeah, somebody called in to the StreamYard, and I'd never talked to them before, and they were like, "Hey, I got timed out. They just called to say, can you please untime me out?" And I'd never, you know, because they were like, "Yeah, I listen during my job," and it's like, yeah, I mean, it's normal people are doing that. Most normal people don't have the time to be in the chat.
Right. Usually the people are in chat that don't they're there all the time. It's either because either they work at home, they don't have a job, or they have so much money that they don't know what else to do with their time. So it's like this.
So the We Are Awake TV guy, I see your comment, RT. I feel, yeah, he's important. I don't know how exactly to get a hold of him. I've never talked to him or watched his show, but yeah, I guess I should try to do that if I can.
Oh yeah, but he wouldn't have anything really good to say because he said that I would have broken bad on him when I was trying to bring the two communities together and try to bring Ian in because he was like, he stayed in the warpath that I decided to stop. That I put up the white flag, and I said, but then for some reason I was considered breaking bad on Ian. So that's that.
We got Cynthia here now.
Welcome, Truth or Cop. No, I mean, really, and like I was saying, my point is just to give people conflicting information because he's already well into crafting the narrative around it. And it's clearly, I mean, like, I don't think it's correct at all. I think it's definitely a lie.
And I don't get how he had, his first channel was monetized, like where me and Joe first met. That was just on straight up Paul and Slave.
Now,
channel,
you got to
right,
stop
Joe?
this right there.
Yeah, that one was.
So right now you're looking at the screen and you can obviously see that you have 4 Paul haters on panel right there.
Yep.
You get it? Now do you believe me when I tell you Flow State started a community of Paul haters?
Yeah, so I can see what you're saying. It's like when you don't have a following, that's one of the easiest ways to do it, right? Just become a anti so-and-so person. That's what, people have done that's what Tommy's doing with Talcott, I think.
Maybe.
But yes, I do see it.
I've just been spending, I guess, the past 3 years reviewing all of these people. So I'm pretty much been doing for the past 3 years what you're coming in and doing now, is reviewing all of it to get the lore and understand what's going on. I just keep following them and see how they keep reacting to certain situations, and then you have new faces coming in, learning about the lore, and that's what keeps it all the loop running over and over and over again. Because all the newcomers want to know what the hell is going on and end up either choosing a side. They either end up being a Paul hater, going over to Flow States, or coming and being a part of this community, going to watch Paul over here at OTWs and other people that resonate with Paul. And usually the panelists that I have are usually people that resonate with Paul. And if they don't resonate with him, they show up when Paul's not around and they contribute like at that particular moment. And lately I've been seeing that the people that had issues with Paul in the past are actually getting along now. So it's like, that's great for me.
All right.
And then he lost it. And I forget why he lost it. It might have been the Joshua situation or something. But he really is trying hard on this second one, but without as much intention of monetization.
Hi, guys.
What up?
Hey.
I got no pie for you.
Tommy, great stream earlier. No, for real, Tommy, I like the energy.
Nothing. Means
you
nothing.
come in on your
if you
flow.
want to say,
I like
Tom,
the
wait.
energy
If you want to commend me for showing truth and beckoning to stick to truth, fine. I don't care what your little marketing great show opinion is.
No, I like you. You bring
Okay,
a lot
but
of good
he's not
energy.
talking to you, Tom.
She just told me great show, Tom.
Does it list the rankings of the YouTube? How do you find that out?
Bye, Tom. Thanks for stopping by. The rankings of the videos, or what?
No,
I don't
because
know.
YouTube ranks.
Right. Oh, I don't know that. Here, I'll put the link to this in the back chat, or I don't care. I'll put it in the regular chat so anybody can look at it if they want to.
Yes. I'd be interested to see.
There's data that you need a certain level of membership for, and I'm not that deep on it. I'm not gonna.
Okay. And okay. Alrighty. Well, cool. That's all I wanted to come up here.
That's feasible somewhere for free though, because someone looked up my shit one time.
Yeah,
I'm sure it is. I don't know how to do it.
I don't do that shit either.
This had enough information for my purposes.
Right.
Welcome, Truth or Cop.
What's up, dude? So I gotta call you out on this one here. The night you went up on Lincoln Keynes there, LC's, he had how many? What was it, like 2,500 or something?
Viewers, yeah.
And you think that was organic?
No, not in hindsight. I don't. At the time, I didn't know his channel really. I just saw it there and joined the chat. I was not a subscriber before that evening.
But you've seen him before.
I've seen him before. I was not subscribed. That was the so it wasn't a regular thing at all. In hindsight, no, I don't.
TWI, I do remember the first thing you ever said about me, and this is why taking chat seriously is ridiculous, because, you were very much anti-me until I said one thing that was critical of Paul, and then you're like, oh, I think this Landry guy is actually okay. So just know that your perspective is not as valid as you might think it is.
I don't think that was organic.
So my question there would be, I mean, he streams every night. Well, sometimes there's times where his channel's down and he doesn't, because, he's got issues with people.
Mm-hmm.
And his average might be 100 something, 200 something. It might go up to 3 some nights, but that night, somebody clearly paid for subscribers and viewers. That's what we both suspect. But
I also want to point out that that's not always in the control of the channel owner, because Cage did that to me one time and I was pissed.
Yeah, it's happened to me. I mean, Moose, I think, bought me like 300 subscribers at one point. Bought Jack subscribers too. It was a shit show, man. A bunch of people just making fun of us.
It was him.
I think that's the most likely person for sure.
But why would he do that in one night? Like, if he's got this average, he must know if he pays for 2,000 subs in a night.
I have no idea.
Any one of his subscribers, any one of his followers, any one of his haters could have done it to call him out.
They could have. I don't know.
That's just it.
Oh, so you're the one that was implying that I bought them to call him out.
Anyone could have.
I think Joe Cool bought Jack some subscribers too, or something.
I don't like that people do that shit. I mean, I feel like it's way more common than I realized, but it's just it can't be good for the algorithm.
Well, you know what happens is like those 300 subscribers, you lose them at one point. They drop one shot, bro. I was freaking out, and because I had forgotten about it, and then I saw my like subscriber count drop from like I think I was at the number that I am at now. I was at 1,600, and I dropped back down to 1,300. I was like, what the fuck happened? But probably YouTube ends up finding out all of those probably fake accounts or whatever and deletes them or something, or something happens there.
You know what's interesting is and actually I'm curious, I'd be willing, people buy that shit, right? People buy channels and shit that are already established.
Yeah, I think that's a thing. I've heard of that.
Because I know you need the watch hours and everything, but I have this channel that is from, and same thing with my channel now. People accused me of buying subscribers when I first started showing up because I had deleted everything and I was starting over because what it used to be was just music, and it wasn't my music. It was in 2012 when copyright was different to where if you uploaded someone else's music, it would just automatically give them the money for the videos. So the monetization was never going to me. I think I made $20 total for the entire, and I spent a lot of time. I had like a ton of videos.
Dude, when it happened to me the first time, I was freaking out. I thought I was going viral. I was freaking out because it was in the analytics, and I was like, "What the fuck's going on?" And I had jumped like 300 subscribers in one shot. Like I was like, "That'll never happen, dude. Unless you actually do go viral, you're gonna jump. Like you're really gonna jump. It's not just gonna jump 300 subscribers, right? That's just nonsense." So I ended up realizing, okay, something's wrong here. That doesn't make any sense.
If somebody wants to buy this channel, they can buy it for me. 500 subscribers, but that's enough to get that's enough to go live and shit. So, anyways,
I don't know what to do about that for you.
I've been offered $5,000 for my channel.
Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Dude, I don't think I was talking to you, but I was telling someone else that my dreams have gotten like completely warped since I've been balls deep in this. Like I literally had a nightmare, and the whole nightmare, the only thing that happened was just like Snafu was saying the N-word on my channel, and I just couldn't turn it off. That was the whole dream. No, Snafu, stop, no.
Oh yeah, that's funny. It's funny as fuck. Yeah,
Do you have any concept of what
these
going
people
on?
I
You, like, assume so. I'm
here,
talking.
bro, are pure entertainment when you let it be.
Yeah, no, I mean, all I had to do was make him a mod, and then he was, immediately civil with me. So